Trustee Barnes,
Present.
Clerk Venegas,
Present.
Co-President Pizzotti,
Present.
and I too am present. Announcements of items to be discussed in closed session. E1, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal and Release. E1.1 is an action item, Government Code Section 44591, adoption of resolution number 2021-31 to release and/or reassign probationary teachers non-reelection. E2, Government Code Section 54956.9D2, pending or potential litigation. E3, Government Code Section 54957, Subdivision B1, Assistant Superintendent Human, oh, I don't need to read that. E4, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Superintendent. At this time is the opportunity for public comments regarding closed session items. I do not believe any of the comments that we have received are regarding closed session. Yorgos, do you have any comments regarding closed session? And then we can open it up to the public.
I have received none pre-submitted for closed session.
Okay, moving on. Do we want to open up to the public who, to whomever is on to see if they want to make a comment regarding closed session items?
For members of the general public that would like to make a public comment at this time, you do have some options available to you. You can select the raise your hand feature in your webinar controls at the bottom of your screen, or you can select the Q&A feature, type in your full name and your comment, and we can read it for you.
Okay, seeing that there are none, we will adjourn to closed session. Our return time to open session is 7 p.m. Thank you so much for your patience. We'll see you soon.
Hello, Juana Ruiz. We do see your request for a general public comment. Just wanted to let you know that it's confirmed. We have you on the list for general public comment. Also, please note that there is a long list of requests for comment tonight, so we thank you in advance for your patience. Thanks. Lisa Salinas, your microphone is turned on. We see that you have a hand raised, and I'm happy to take your request. Lisa Salinas, if you can hear us, your microphone is available to you, and we see that your hand is raised. If you have a request for public comment, we're happy to take it at this time.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. I would like to make a public comment regarding the resolution to combat xenophobia or equal and fair treatment for Asian American and Pacific Islander students and staff and families.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say, I personally was attacked 6 times by racists here in Woodland. And as I have shared my story, I have heard about more attacks against West Sacramento Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. So I greatly appreciate that the school board in Washington Unified School District is willing to address the situation. Unfortunately, we have rising violence and bullying and harassment of Asian American and Pacific Islanders, and it's reached the children. So
Lisa, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The board is actually in closed session at the moment.
okay,
I'm happy to take your request. I believe I have your actual email request pre-submitted before the meeting.
oh,
I just wanted to
fantastic.
let you know that we do have you on the list, and I'm happy to turn on your microphone when the board comes back into open session, and then you can read your statement at that time. Does that work for you?
That's great. Or if you have a copy of my statement, will that be just ready to go for you guys? I just didn't know if I
We
did it
do
right.
actually, yes. We do have a copy of your statement. I have it on the list under the item that you specified. If you are with us at the time when that agenda item comes up for discussion, we're happy to read it for you. Or if you're with us, you can also read it yourself. But we understand sometimes these meetings go late in the evening. We're happy to make sure that it's read for the record.
Thank you. At what time do you think you guys will open it up for public comment on that item?
So that particular item is under board governance, which is towards the end or the latter part of our agenda tonight. It's almost impossible to know how late, but I would guess that it's going to be closer to the 9 o'clock hour. And unless the board actually wants to read all of those comments earlier in the evening when we do have a larger part of our viewership in attendance, we do understand sometimes it goes late and folks have to go to bed and get ready for the next workday. So, but the board will decide that if they want to do that once they come out of closed session.
Okay, so it sounds like, thank you so much for the coaching. So
Yeah.
it sounds like I should hang out at 6 PM for about 20 minutes and then get a sense and then come back on at 8:30.
Yeah, it's approximately, when they're in closed session, it can take anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour, just depending on how robust the conversation goes. There's no way for us to really know that. So you're safe logging back in at around 6 o'clock, even probably 6:15, and then just waiting for further direction from the board to see how they want to take public comments tonight.
Oh, thanks so much. I really appreciate you. You're fantastic. So I'll just kind of be on live and then and come back in about 6:15 then.
That sounds good. We'll be waiting for you.
All right. Thank you so much. You take care.
You too.
Lisa, sorry, my name's Mario. I'm the I'm the superintendent's admin assistant. I just wanted to clarify the closed session is expected to go later tonight. Sorry, Yorgos. It's on the agenda. It's listed that they're anticipating to come back at 7 p.m.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll come back at 7 PM. I really appreciate you all and all the work you do.
Absolutely. Normally, Yorgos is correct. They do come back by 6 normally, but today they just had a little more items on the closed session. So I just wanted to piggyback and clarify that. So thank you.
All right. Well, thanks for all the work you do, especially with COVID-19. We really appreciate you too.
Absolutely, thank you so much. Y señora Juana Ruiz, su mensaje sí lo recibí. Sí, yo me comuniqué con Stacy Tran en la tarde y también me confirmó que la iba a traducir más tarde. So, gracias.
We have a telephone caller with the last 4 digits, 8684. We see that your hand is raised. Your microphone is available, and we're happy to take your request.
Yorgos, this is Daniel. I'm just letting you know I'm here.
Great. Thanks, Daniel. I'll leave your microphone
All right,
on.
thank you. All right, thank you.
Erica Fries, your microphone is on. We see that your hand is raised and we're happy to take your request. I also just want to let you know that we did receive your email request and we have your 3 comments already on the list for tonight's comments.
Fantastic. That was my question. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks.
Señora Juana, ¿sí me escucha?
Sí, sí, gracias.
Mire que tenía su mano levantada. ¿Cómo le puedo ayudar?
Mire, quería nomás verificar que estoy ayudando a una compañera para meterse ella misma y sí se ha comunicado con Stacy Chan y ella se llama Lupe Farias. Entonces, me está pidiendo a ver si ella misma se tiene que meter en el, para hacer su comentario, tiene que meterse ella.
¿Ella tiene su propio comentario también?
Sí, se llama Lupe Farias y ahorita estoy en el teléfono con ella.
Si ella tiene su propio comentario, es preferible que se meta nomás para que tengamos su exacto comentario notado. ¿Sí tiene usted el sitio de la link para mandársela?
Sí, la estoy ayudando ahorita. Déjeme, la voy a ayudar a Lupe a meterse.
Ajá.
Pero, ok, entonces ya cuando ella se meta va como yo hice, a levantar mi mano y alguien le podría ayudar, ¿verdad? Ponerse en
Sí,
la lista.
en cuanto se meta a la junta, la podemos agregar a la lista de comentarios. Sí hay muchos comentarios anticipados esta noche, so si tiene tiempo para esperarse, está bienvenida, pero sí le avisamos que va a haber un poquito largo espera de anticipado. So,
Ok,
más es para aclararle.
perfecto. Y la señorita Tran ya también sabe que la va a traducir a ella.
¿Sí le avisó?
Sí le avisó, sí.
Ok, sí, perfecto, entonces está bien.
Ok.
Entonces, si sabe, entonces no me comunico con ella, pero en cuanto se meta nomás, si se puede presentar, la agregamos a la lista de comentarios y estaremos preparados para su comentario.
Ok, le voy a seguir diciendo cómo meterse. Muchas gracias.
Ándele pues, gracias.
Hi, Doug. It's Yorgos. Your microphone is available to you. If you do have another request, I'm happy to take it at this time.
No, I was just making sure I didn't just show up as a phone number. I wanted to make sure you guys knew that I was here.
Yes, we got it. Thanks, Doug.
Perfect. Thanks, Yorgos.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. The board is still currently in closed session. It's anticipated to be a little bit later this evening as they have some additional items to discuss, and we anticipate that they'll be done around the 7 o'clock hour. In the meantime, if you would like to make a request for public comment, you have a couple options available to you. You can raise your virtual hand by using the option in your webinar controls at the bottom of your screen. You can also click on the Q&A feature, also on the webinar controls menu. At that point, we ask you to please type in your full name and the item you would like to speak on, and we will respond to your request at that moment. If you're dialing in by telephone, you can raise your virtual hand by pressing *9 on your touchpad, at which point we will unmute your microphone and take your request at that point. Thank you.
Hi, Danny. We see your hand raised. You are allowed to unmute and we can take your comment or request for comment. How can I help you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can I help you?
I had commented on the chat that I wanted to speak during public comment, and I just wanted to be sure that you saw it because I hadn't heard back anything.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Let me take a look here. Okay, so yes, we will go ahead and add you to the list of comments. Sorry for the oversight there.
No problem.
Just a heads up, we do have a lot of requests tonight, so we thank you in advance for your patience.
Oh, no problem.
All right.
I'm an old person at this, so no problem.
Sounds good. Thanks so much. You are
Thank
added
you.
to the list. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Kenna Cook, we see that you have your hand raised. We're happy to take your request at this moment.
Am I able to speak now? I'm sorry.
Yes, we're only taking requests at this time. The board is still in closed session, but we're
Oh,
happy to
yeah.
add your name to the list of public comments if that's what you'd like.
Yes, please.
Is it just for general public comment, or is there a specific item you'd like to speak on?
General public comment.
All right, you got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight for the Washington Unified School District Virtual School Board meeting. The Board of Trustees is currently in closed session. We anticipate tonight's closed session to be a little bit longer than usual, approximately adjourning at about 7 o'clock and starting open session at that time. In the meantime, for members of our public that would like to make a general public comment request or request for speaking on any other agenda item, you have a couple of options available to you. If you're joining us by phone, all you have to do is press *9 on your touchpad. It'll signify us that you want to make a request, and we will unmute your microphone at that time. If you're joining us via the Zoom webinar link, you actually can click on the Q&A feature on your webinar controls, type in your full name and the item you would like to speak on, and we'll take your request for that item. Additionally, you can also use the raise your hand feature on the webinar controls. It'll signify to us that you have a request to make, and we will unmute your microphone at that time and take the request. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your patience. The board continues to be in closed session. However, we did receive notice just moments ago that they anticipate reconvening for open session in 15 minutes. That'll be 15 more minutes until they reconvene for open session. Thank you. We have a telephone caller with the last four digits 5126. We have unmuted your microphone and we're happy to take your request at this time. Telephone caller 5126. The last four digits are 5126. We see that your hand is raised and we're happy to take your request.
Hi, can I
Hello again. We have a telephone caller with the last four digits 5126. Your microphone is turned on and we're happy to take your request.
open comment?
Yes, hello. Can we please have your full name?
Sí, 916-826-5126.
Gracias. ¿Cuál es su nombre para agregarla a la lista de comentadores? Tenemos una lista de espera. Cuando lleguemos a la sección de comentarios, le llamaremos su nombre. Pero por el tiempo, si me puede dar su nombre para agregarla a la lista, por favor.
Sí, mi nombre es María Farias.
María Farias.
Sí,
Ok. Y nomás para aclarar, si tenemos una lista larga esta noche, nomás si está bienvenida para esperar, pero sí va a haber una poquita, un tiempo largo hoy porque tenemos muchos comentarios hoy. Nomás le avisamos desde ahorita.
sí, está bien.
Ándele, pues cuando lleguemos a la sección de comentarios públicos, le llamaremos su nombre y si todavía está disponible, le daremos la oportunidad de probar su comentario. Si vamos a tener a una intérprete presente, también le avisamos a la intérprete que está disponible. ¿Okay?
Sí, yo ya hablé con Stacy pero yo lo voy a hacer por teléfono. ¿Está bien?
Ándele, sí, todo bien, perfecto. Entonces, en cuanto lleguemos a eso, entonces,
Sí, yo estoy disponible, yo estoy disponible de aquí hasta las 12, 1 de la mañana. Gracias.
No, sí, está bien. Nomás le avisamos que sí va a haber la de espera, ¿ok? Y le apreciamos su paciencia.
Ok, gracias.
Ándele, pues,
Muchas
gracias.
Gracias.
Sir, I read geek. I was like, sir.
Hello, Amy A. Well, your microphone is turned on and we're happy to take your request.
I just want to add my name to the list for public comment.
Sure. Are you looking for general public comment?
Um,
Or is there a specific item on the agenda that you'd like to speak on?
on the school reopening.
Okay. And can we have your last name, Amy?
Amy Alfieri.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much. All right. We are back. We're reconvened in open session. Thank you so much for your patience at 7:30 p.m. We very much appreciate it. Now we will have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Okay. Salute and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Very much appreciate that. We are going to go through roll call and as we reconvene. Trustee Barnes? Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Present.
Clerk Venegas?
Present.
Co-President Pizzotti?
Present.
And I too am present. So announcements of actions taken in closed session. E1, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, specifically Government Code Section 44591, Adoption of Resolution number 2021-31 to release and or reassign probationary teachers, non-reelection. The board took action to non-reelect a probationary teacher unanimously. E2, Government Code Section 54956.9D2, pending or potential litigation, information received and direction provided. E3, Government Code Section 54957, Subdivision B1, Assistant Superintendent Human Resources, Assistant Superintendent Business Services, Chief Business Officer, information received. E4, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Superintendent, information received. So moving on to item I, approval of the agenda. Do I have any modifications to the agenda? If not, can I get a motion to approve and then a second?
I move to approve the agenda.
Moved by Co-President Pizzotti.
Second.
Second by Trustee Barnes. Roll call vote. Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Co-President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. The agenda is adopted. Thank you so much. Moving on to communications and celebrations. Dr. Hildreth, nothing was listed, and so I'm going to move on unless we're going to add something last minute. So from there, and so we're moving on to student association reports. Do we have Damien Garcia on for our student board member report? Hi, Damien.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so I'm Damien Garcia, the student board representative, and to start off, we'll start off with Bridger Island. So the seventh grade students were introduced to a section of poems for a deep study into one that resonated with them. Once students chose their poem, they worked collaboratively in poem-based groups to explore unknown words and meaning, discuss theme and symbolism, and raise questions for the poet. As a accumulating project, students were asked to extend and expand their learned knowledge of the poem by memorizing and reciting the poem, as well as responding to questions and finishing with their reflection. And the BWI will be hosting the BWI Virtual Family Literacy Night on March 3rd. Families can download the material from their home or pick up pre-made packets from school. Elkhorn Village has once again been named a school-wide site of distinction by the Avid Center for the 2020-2021 school year. The staff and students have put in countless hours to make this happen, and their work has enabled many past and present Elkhorn Tigers to look towards college and beyond. Riverbank, the challenge has just been issued. Who will accept it? Open to all K-8 students at Riverbank. Everyone can earn a prize, and the prizes are from 10, 25, 40, 55, 70, 85, and 100 units in the Dreambox or Lexia, or or for the 5, 10, to 15 days of consecutive logins with progress towards units earned. And it began on February 22nd and is going until March 26th. And the challenge is an opportunity to push yourself in your, I cannot see. The pre-K skills in Lexia, pre-K through 5, Power Up 6 through 8, and Drewbrox pre-K through 8. For Southport, the 6th grade students will be participating in the virtual Sly Park Science Camp next week. They held their middle school awards assembly and drive-through event for the first semester. The TK had a Valentine's Day party on Zoom and made their own cookies. And the kinders had a red, white, and blue day. And in the right corner, bottom right corner, you could see Miss Martin in her red, white, and blue. Stonegate Elementary. Stonegate celebrated their Kindness Week and students wrote messages to their peers and staff. They will also be hosting a neon virtual dance that will be held Friday, February 26th in their Zoom rooms. 3rd through 4th grade students will be taking the GATE test on March 3rd and March 9th. And they had 70 Lions who submitted t-shirt designs for their 2020-2021 t-shirt design contest. And they were able to get over 260 students to vote for their #1 design. So congratulations to their designer. And then Washington Adult School, congratulations to the recent adult education student, Irma Valdez, for receiving her high school diploma. Congratulations to adult education GED student Brenda Viesca for enrolling at Sacramento City College to begin working toward her early childhood education degree. And congratulations to adult education ELL student Elena Calvanaya for moving on to take a full course load at Sacramento City College. Washington Middle College High School. Math teacher Mr. Ceballos rolled out a Learning Mastery Gradebook this week. Students, parents, and staff can now see specific math standards that need to be focused on to be successful in integrated math. Letter grades are also shown in the gradebook view. Their next step is targeting specific skills for intervention and support. And some students will be virtually attending another College Board college fair this week. And they only have 20 spots left for freshmen next year. March 5th will be their next enrollment deadline. Westfield Elementary. Their 2nd grade scholars are creating Flipgrid advertisements for NASA jobs such as astronomer, engineer, and astronaut. The 3rd grade scholars are writing opinion essays on different topics. Each essay has justification for why the scholars feel the way they do. And middle school scholars are learning about rock transformation and the effects on the Earth's atmosphere. Westmore Oaks. Kindergartners are eagerly learning about some historical figures who helped shape our nation and break through racial barriers. 8th graders in science are currently figuring out why Australia's skin cancer rates are so high. They're using a simulation to test light on melanin, genetic material, and other items. They will report their findings soon to Australia Public via the Australian Health Alliance, and the 7th graders are writing their evidence-based claim on the formation of the Rocky Mountains. And the attendance and wellness team continue to conduct home visits to support students' social, emotional, and academic needs. 25 home visits have been conducted in the last 2 weeks. Yellow High School. Thanks to Kevin Bracey for hosting a virtual music party for their students and staff. The Senior Learning Lab / Club Success has opened and is being hosted by retired teacher John Miller. Welcome back, Mr. Miller. And Ms. Teixeira's class is working on hard skills versus soft skills to get ready for job interviews. In River City, Raider sports are back. Girls tennis had a home match, our first competition of the year, against Laguna Creek, and another match against Davis on Friday, and cross country hosted a team time trial on Wednesday. The RCHS Positive Behavior Intervention Sports PBIS team is hard at work finalizing our in-person school-wide expectations across campus by soliciting feedback for our stakeholders, students in leadership, classified staff, teachers, and parents. This week, all students are taking a general mental health survey. The data will be used by our partners, Mending Matters, in coordination with our youth advisory team. to develop lessons and resources to support the identified mental health needs of our student body. The RC Senior Lab opened last week and we have had steady attendance. Our new attendance system, FlexTime Manager, helps us keep track of how many students attend targeted intervention. From February 8th to the 19th, we've had 367 present attendance marks. 32% were freshmen, 28% were sophomores, 28% were juniors, and 12% were seniors. And students were on campus to take photos for the yearbook and for their student IDs this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Damian. Very much appreciate it. Daniel Gandara, I think I saw you. Now for the CSEA update, a report.
Oh, I'm first today.
You are first today. No pressure.
No pressure. Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, Board of Trustees, and Cabinet. I'd first like to start off by thanking everybody who reached out to me over this past week and weekend and giving me information on COVID vaccine sites to share with my classified members. So I would like to thank everybody for that and keep the information coming, and I will keep sharing. Negotiations is going. It's going smoothly at the moment. We have TA'd, as I'm sure you guys are aware, we have TA'd quite a few articles. We only have 6, I believe, left, but about 4 of those should get TA'd pretty soon as well. So currently it's going smooth, but we'll keep you updated. I'm going to speak on our CBA now, our collective bargaining agreement. And I usually speak about this every year around the beginning of school year. But I do want to mention that our CBA is negotiated between CSEA and WUSD. And it's not negotiated with school sites or departments. So I am reaching out to all school sites and all departments to please follow our CBA. In turn, what that does, it minimizes senseless phone calls and meetings that a very busy me and a super very busy Ms. Gonzalez and HR have to discuss. So again, I would just really hope that we follow the CBA and we don't interpret it to our own interpretation. And also, I would like to say that something has come up where, in light of students returning to school, we will have to discuss at some point, and I talked to Ms. Gonzalez earlier today about this, scanning students in classes. I do not believe we have a game plan for scanning students, temp checks, who are going to be attending classes. When we created our return to work MOU in August, classified due to 100% virtual learning, we agreed to temp check and scan all visitors onto school sites. But there was no language in that on students in classrooms, and there's no language in the current IIPP about who will be scanning students in classrooms. So I know we're going to discuss it early next week, but that's something that's going to have to be worked out and discussed, because, you know, with students coming back, the staff that is on site is going to be doing their full duty and assigned duties. And so I just want to bring that to light, that that's something that's going to have to get discussed. Also, speaking about last night's meeting, and let me first start off by saying this is purely my interpretation of last night's meeting, the budget study. I have not discussed any of this with superintendent or Ms. Gonzalez in HR. So there were key things that came up. We're obviously talking about declining enrollment. We're talking about the whole pandemic and its impact on the finances, and we're talking about staffing formulas. And I can only come up with how I seen that. And the way I seen that meeting was, and discussing it with other classified members throughout last night and during the day, I was actually very proud that a lot of my members actually tuned in and watched it. It was almost a preview of reduction in force. Maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but years to come. And we talked about, or it was talked about, staffing formulas. And that can go both ways. It can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing. But in the climate from early last year, so June or January on, there was discussions when we presented the tiers. If we remember the tiers of the budget, I believe tier 3 was reorganization. So that falls in line with yesterday's staffing formulas and declining enrollment. And so we felt as classified that that was a heads up to things to come. Well, bad fiscal decisions was also a phrase used. And I would like to put out there that classified doesn't make bad fiscal decisions. Management does. We don't get to make those bad fiscal decisions. So if there's bad fiscal decisions, management needs to look at and why those decisions were made. And if we're going to do staffing formulas and a reduction of force classified in years to come, again, I haven't discussed this with anybody in HR or superintendent. We also need to look at staffing formulas for management. We're very management heavy. Over the last 5 years, a lot of management has been added. And if we're going to look at reductions in force, let's look at it across the board. So with that, I also, it was brought up the discussion again of social emotional needs for students. And as all of you up here have known, for months now, I have been discussing about the services that our youth outreach specialists do for the students. And we have currently, I believe we have 8 or 9 youth outreach specialists. One shares a school, Stonegate and Southport, and then there's one at every other site. I know so 2 of those positions are grant funded, which are set to expire June 30th. Again, social emotional needs. Here's some of the duties they perform. They conduct multiple home visits to check the welfare of truant students and students that are experiencing social emotional struggles. Conduct in-person and virtual conferences with students, parents, and coordinate outside resources for intensive counseling needs. Check in and provide support to our students in the Learning Center, many of which are foster, unsheltered, homeless, or living situations, environments that are not conducive to learning. Help students with attendance and academic struggles to improve their grades, tutoring, organizational skills, and general support. And also monitoring the attendance, engagement, MTSS, and PBIS. So these are only some of the duties that our youth outreach specialists do to provide social emotional needs for our students. And again, the 2 grant funded positions, I would really like to see them go on a general fund or be funded somewhere more permanent than a year-by-year basis. And with that, you guys have a good evening and thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Now for the WSTA report. And I see Doug Nepp is on. I don't know if you're going to turn on your video or just audio, but Doug, you're up.
Just audio tonight. I won't subject you to my face. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good. Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, Cabinet, and trustees. In WUSD's history, there may have never been a period in which clear and consistent communication has been more important than now. Information and guidelines from the state change on a daily basis. Folks are on edge. Community members and district employees are grappling with the impacts of this terrible year on a personal and professional level, and are looking for steady, timely messaging from leadership. The challenges of effective communication in this time of constant flux are undeniable. Guidance from CDPH and the CDC are consistently evolving. Rates of COVID transmission have been all over the place. Simply keeping up with what are deemed safe activities is enough to make one's head spin. All that being said, leaders and officials in WUSD absolutely must do a better job communicating with our staff and community members. As a labor organization, we take our responsibility to keep our members informed very seriously. However, we are forced to count on district leadership to keep us abreast of changes in planning and policy making on the district level. I would ask the WUSD cabinet to consider a few options in this area. First, it would be beneficial for WUSD to send out weekly communication to staff and community members with status updates on federal and state guidance and issues affecting stakeholders during this crisis. And I'd just like to point out that our organization has started doing that on a weekly basis, and our members really appreciate it. So just a weekly update. Second, consulting means seeking meaningful impact. Asking stakeholders to sign off on large pre-prepared policy documents with little time for analysis and no part in formation is not consulting. It is proofreading. We are not your proofreaders. We expect to actually have a place at the table to consult. We understand that consulting is different than bargaining, but consulting is also receiving information, and it's difficult to receive information once a document has been created. And I've stated this several times, and my association has stated this several times. If you want true consulting from education professionals, you have to include us in the entire process. We are not there to sign a blank check. I'm a little tired of that. Lastly, please consider sending notification to your stakeholders when planning emergency school board meetings. Many in our community and district family only find out about these meetings after the fact. Vital decision-making is happening in the dark. Unless folks are checking the board agenda page on the website every day, they are likely unaware that issues of great interest to the public are being discussed. Now, I know that it is not the intention of our cabinet or board to hide things under the table. I know our cabinet very well, and I know their positive intentions. However, that is the perception when communication is not there. And you have to dig to the board agenda page on the website to find out that there's been a board meeting. Unless you're checking it constantly, you're gonna miss all these emergency board meetings, and these are critical to public policy and to our community. On another note, WSTA has begun conducting a survey in regards to in-person instruction. We are administrating the survey in order of anticipated grade level return to in-person. So far, we've surveyed preschool through third grades and fourth through fifth. Although not all teachers in these bands have had the opportunity to give input yet, we have already honed some good data. Vaccines appear to be a particular priority for educators who have completed the survey. Our preliminary results for our PK through 3 group indicate that roughly 88% of educators want the opportunity for themselves and their colleagues to receive a vaccine, and they would feel safer returning to school after vaccination. Now, this isn't a question that was included in your survey, but I think it's a very pertinent question. And it also measures the well-being of our members and sense of calm and comfort as we go back to teach the children. So I would encourage you to think about not just what you ask in your surveys, the district asks in their surveys, but the implications of those questions and maybe some pertinent information that would help you understand. Also, about 30% of educators are concerned about adherence to enforcement and safety protocols when we return to in-person teaching. Now, this is particularly interesting because we did not ask this question. This was in a give your comments and feedback section, and 32% of our members in their own comments said they were concerned about adherence and enforcement. And I can tell you this is a direct result of some of the issues that we had with enforcement in the years prior to COVID. A lot of teachers felt like the issues they were having in the classrooms weren't being addressed. And now there's a particular, I would say almost a PTSD or anxiety that now that we're in such a critical time of COVID, we're going to have protocols not being followed either by students or by professionals on campus. And there's not going to be any means to address those issues. And I have consistently, as well as my cabinet, has consistently asked the district's cabinet to consider or start to produce some sort of matrix for procedures when adherence is not followed. And we have yet to see anything on that scale yet, but I know it would give teachers a lot of comfort. Finally, I want to take a second to thank the school board for your advocacy on behalf of teachers in regards to vaccine opportunities. I know firsthand that many of you have been working to secure potential vaccines for teachers who want them. It is the Wild West out there for those who are seeking a vaccine. As you are aware, it is WSTA's position that all staff should have the opportunity to receive a vaccine and subsequent immunity before returning to in-person instruction. As such, access to vaccinations is critical. Your support has helped many teachers, and I am confident that your continued advocacy can help shine a light on folks who want to serve our students and want to do so safely. So thank you for the time tonight, and have a good evening.
Thanks, Doug. We're going to move on to item L, which is public comments. And before we dive into the public comments, I'm going to read our standard disclaimer. So for members of the public may address the board on the topics of our board agenda, in addition to topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda. Although the board by law may not take action at this meeting, the board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any topic. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against a district employee. This policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. The process provides a more thorough opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and others from discussing confidential student information in open session. To this end, please be advised that if you reference a student's name other than your own student, you will be out of order and your comments may not be protected by the privileges that protect public speech. You could be found liable for such comments in legal proceedings. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. So with that, I am going to actually, I know that folks have been waiting, so go to live comments first, and then I will refer back to our submitted comments. So, and I know that Yorgos, is the order in which you've actually listed live comments the order in which I should read it?
Correct.
Okay. With that said, Miss Danny Langford, you're up first. Danny?
President Wong, I actually don't see Ms. Langford on the attendees list at the moment, so I'm not sure if she had to leave the meeting.
I see her. I'm gonna allow her to talk. Well, I saw her. I thought I saw her.
She raised her hand.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I saw her. So that's okay. She moved when she raised her hand.
Yeah, your microphone is turned on and you may begin when you're ready.
Miss Langford, you are up.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, I thought it was going to be at the end of the list. Good evening. First, I'd like to welcome the new superintendent and wish her much success, because that's only success for Washington Unified. I look forward to meeting her one day in person, hopefully sometime soon. I'd like to address a few things. One of them being that the superintendent has been on the closed session agenda for the past 4 meetings. Well, I have read her contract and see you've written in the language to meet with her at least 3 times when she first started, as well as meeting with her quarterly and then for her annual evaluation. At what point will you share with us the expected goals that you're discussing in closed session? And when will you stop meeting behind closed doors with her? Also, at the last regular meeting, Kobe did not report out that item from closed session, nor was it corrected after Tiffany McFadden brought it to your attention, which is a Brown Act violation. This also makes me think you honestly don't listen to the community members when they speak or care what they have to say, or this would have been corrected at that time. This by no means is a reflection on the new superintendent. And I mean no disrespect towards her. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Miss Brianne Dinelli.
Brianne, your microphone is turned on and you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Brianne Dinelli, and I'm currently teaching at River City High School. I know and agree that schools need to shift back to in-person instruction. I do not agree that talking about going back should come before there's a published plan in place to come back. It's like buying the car before it's finished being made and you even figure out if you can afford it. And perhaps the contention that exists and frustration felt by so many regarding this quick move to hybrid has more to do with confusion than anger or willfulness. As a teacher, I'm expected to pace out my own curriculum, backwards plan, make SMART goals, calendar my units, provide clarity on the dates involved, and then make actual lesson plans with details about standards. I'm very clear on the planning part of my job. Aren't we all clear about the role that planning makes when we're doing a job well done? For me to feel safe and prepared to go back, I need to know that my district is prepared to go back to the best of their ability. Since I currently teach high school, urgency is not my personal issue. I feel this way for the people who I work with, for the people who were told suddenly on a Friday at 5 p.m. that we were going to be starting in March, and that it's recommended to go back next Monday to prepare. To prepare for what? Do you even know? I want there to be solid, remarkable, publicly known plan in place, because with all the uncertainty that we're faced with, that is something you have the power to provide. A good, polished, well thought out, safety checked and bargained in good faith plan. Teachers are evaluated using checklists for teaching standards. There should be a public checklist for expectations to be met before we even talk about dates to go back. Educators keep students safe while teaching them how to be citizens, giving them support to be successful socially, emotionally, academically. We differentiate when needed. To do all of this with ease and efficiency, we have to plan. And we're asking that the same care and concern be taken into consideration for going back into the classroom. This is serious. It needs to be taken incredibly seriously, not to win a budget bet, not to be running with the pack, but to be the best at keeping students and staff as safe as possible while delivering the best education we can. Let's practice what we preach. Backwards plan, make SMART goals. Let's have an objective figured out with targets to focus on before diving in the deep end with no life vests. In times like these, when we're all trying our best, showing up each day and giving it our all, we need transparency. We need for communication to be clear, easy to unpack, real and honest. We need to be notified of plans and ideas. We're key players that need to be included in those conversations. The collective intelligence at your disposal is astounding. Be interested in what we have to offer. You won't be disappointed. We know what we're doing too. Include us, work with us, let us work with you, because anything else is just not in the best interest of our students. Thank you. And thank you to those of you who read my email today. I really appreciate you giving me your time.
Thanks, Ms. Dinelli. Now we have Katrina Arundel.
Katrina, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Hello, board members. Good evening. So I'm going to just dive right into this one. So perspective from a second grade parent. As we wrap up this school year, I can't help wonder if we are doing more harm than good at this point. Every morning is a battle to get him ready for school. He yells, "I'm not going to the Y." Throughout the week, I hear him say he hates school, school's stupid, school sucks, and these are some of our better days. As a result of distance learning, we have battled some severe negative speech towards school and himself throughout the year. I've seen my child break down sobbing and refusing to attend class. I've heard him refer himself as garbage and to just throw me away and let me die. Mornings can end up in an hour-long meltdown as an absolute refusal to attend the YMCA because he didn't want to go to Zoom school, as we call it. This isn't normal behavior for my child until now. At this point, he is just burnt out. The spark, the joy, and the excitement of learning feels non-existent. His self-esteem and confidence seems to be utterly crushed in this learning environment. Academically, I am seeing very little progress towards his reading and writing skills since we have transitioned to distance learning almost a year ago. As we migrate to the next phase into hybrid learning, I have more questions than answers at this point. 2.5 hours, 4 days a week, or is it 2 days a week? Who will be his teacher during this time when he's in class? What does enrichment learning look like? How will the group for the in-person hybrid model be selected? What will happen to the full-time distance learning support provided by the YMCA? Are there measures being put in place for students who are already enrolled in childcare in order to coincide with their in-person instruction located at their home school? With both parents working outside the home, we are at the mercy of childcare during the school and after school hours. Currently, my son, along with several of his classmates, attend the childcare support with the YMCA at Bridgeway. However, we are enrolled in the dual immersion program at Elkhorn Elementary, where full-time childcare is unavailable. The lack of clear information during this transition is frustrating to say the least. I have seen survey after survey, and without the feeling of a solid plan in place, puts me in a very challenging predicament. I need childcare to coincide with a healthy learning environment that is given throughout our district, which I'm not feeling at the moment. Thank you. Appreciate you guys' time.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Kenna Cook. Ms. Kenna Cook, are you
Yes,
present?
I'm here.
Perfect.
Okay. So good evening. I'm Kenna Cook. I am a parent of 2 WUSD elementary school students, a community mental health worker in Yolo County, and a current graduate student pursuing a master's degree in applied psychology at the university. As part of my degree, I'm required to develop a social justice special project to address a community need. My project will be an in-depth look at the need for school-based mental health and social services of River City students with the goal of achieving mental health equity for nearly 2,200 students. I will be conducting this project until June 28th, 2021 under the supervision of River City High School student Marlena Spivey. According to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, half of all mental health disorders first show signs before a person turns 14 years old, and 3/4 of mental health disorders begin before age 24. Unfortunately, less than 20% of children and adolescents with diagnosable mental health problems receive the treatment that they need. Early mental health support can help a child before problems interfere with other developmental needs. As part of this project, I will be distributing a needs assessment survey to all River City staff, as well as school board members and administration, focusing on the knowledge of current mental health resources offered, as well as collecting feedback on the perceived impacts that the pandemic has had on mental health of their students. This needs assessment survey aims to take a current snapshot of the current mental health and social services of River City High School and the changes in student access to school mental health services during the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to request that the board considers allowing me to present my final project findings and suggested solutions for the many barriers that prevent students from receiving adequate mental health services, including stigma, implicit bias, and a lack of representation among and trust of providers. Please contact me at kcook@adler.edu to discuss this further. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Kenna. I don't know if the chat function's available to you, but can you either email or send us your email?
Absolutely. I'll also email my comments to you all as well.
Thank you, Kenna.
Thanks.
Next up is Miss Tiffany McFadden. Are you available, Miss McFadden?
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Well, I would like to begin by thanking the board for making the adjustment on tonight's agenda after I mentioned that last week. I noticed as soon as the agenda came out, and it is much appreciated. So thank you for that. I also want to say that I second Daniel Gandara's words about the 2 outreach specialists that are currently grant funded. I have great concerns as the outreach specialists are a pivotal part of our district. I argue that we need more of them. They provide such a service. They've been out there throughout this whole pandemic, serving our children, going to their homes, doing the things that needed to be done. Many of them even having to go to COVID positive homes. These are such an important part of what we have in WUSC. We have to make sure we maintain those outreach specialists. I would also like to say that I hear many teachers talking about wanting the vaccine, and I want them to know the parents hear them. I understand they want the vaccine, and I understand everybody wants the vaccine. I just want you to know that as a parent, when I advocate that students need to be back in school, it is not because I don't see or hear the teachers. I do care about the teachers as well. The kids do need to be back in school in a safe manner for everybody, and that includes you. However, I do have great concerns about the mental health of our children. To hear that a child as young as second grade doesn't want to live has got to say that there's such a great need. Things may not have been done in a collaborative way in the past. Hopefully we can collaborate now moving forward and get through these negotiations, because we do need to safely get our kids and our teachers back safe for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McFadden. Is Ryan Iceberg on? Hey, Ryan.
Good evening. How are you, trustees?
I see your picture, so I thought you were on video.
Thank you so much for allowing me the time to speak this evening. And trustees, thank you so much for those of you who took the time to respond to me in my emails this week. Just wanted to start and say good evening and go ahead and share a few words if I could. We know that this pandemic is testing all of us with volatile, uncertain, and complex times. It's a daunting season of life for everyone, but especially our vulnerable youth. Tonight, I come before you as not only a husband, but the father of 6 school-age children, 5 of whom are students in the Washington Unified School District. At the beginning of the COVID-19 outbreak, we all understood the temporary closing down of our public schools was a necessary step to help contain the spread of COVID-19 and flatten the curve. By early April, nationwide lockdowns in 194 countries left 1.6 billion kids out of school, approximately 90% of the world's students. Here in California, the shutdowns affected 6 million public school children. Decades of experience and research have taught us that when children are out of school for prolonged periods of time, their exposure to physical and emotional violence increases. Their mental health can deteriorate, as we've already heard tonight. They're more vulnerable to child abuse and less likely to break out of the cycle of poverty. For the most marginalized, missing out on school, even if only for a few weeks, can lead to negative outcomes that last a lifetime. Yet here we are, a full year after the flatten the curve movement, with still no form of any in-person learning. What we do know is that the COVID-19 era has lasted long enough for multiple studies to be conducted on the impact for families and children. One thing these studies have shown is that social isolation and deprivation are worsening the emotional well-being of young children and adolescents. The impact will be lasting and deepening divisions in our community and our society at large. One of the speakers earlier referenced the PTSD of staff members. If the PTSD of staff members is a concern, how much greater of a concern should it be for our most vulnerable young children? Today, the research overwhelmingly demonstrates that it's safe to reopen. And yet somehow there seems to be a newfound agnosticism regarding the science everyone once held up as the only compelling truth to follow. The CDC's latest report notes that, and I quote, "It is critical for schools to open as safely and as soon as possible and remain open to achieve the benefits of in-person learning and key support services. K through 12 schools should be the last settings to close after all other mitigation measures in the community have been employed, and the first to reopen when they can do so safely. The fact that our local schools remain closed while scientific research demonstrates that it's safe to reopen. The fact that our schools remain closed while our local elected leaders fully understand the academic, emotional, and mental, physical harm being inflicted on our children make this one of the greatest betrayals of our students in generations."
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, before I turn over to reading the next, I believe, 5 comments, is there anybody else in there in the gallery. I see a couple raised hands, so I don't know who raised their hand first, but perhaps we can call on them.
Yes, all the
Yorgos,
individuals that have raised hands, just for the record, we do have you on the list for public comments. We were just going through some requests for general public comments first, but we do have everyone's name on the list to speak.
Okay. So I don't, we do have you on the list to speak under reopening, not general public comment. And so this is again, for public comment under general comments. As a point of privilege, would it be possible for me to let Ms. Lisa Salinas speak? Because I know that she's going to speak on an item at the end of the night, and that might be closer to midnight. I would just love for Ms. Lisa Salinas to speak first. Would that be okay with the board? Okay. Thank you. If you can unmute, Lisa, that would be great. Lisa, I believe that you are unmuted.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. And
thank you so much.
Yeah.
First, I just want to thank the leadership and all that you are doing for the children in COVID-19. These are crazy times, and you have all been wonderful in dealing with this crisis. I am so sorry to have to report to you, with the rise of COVID-19, there has been an equivalent rise in the racist violence and harassment of the Asian American and Pacific Islander community nationwide, statewide, and also locally. I myself have been a resident in Yolo County for over 25 years and have not faced racial harassment until COVID-19, and I have been a targeted victim 6 times, and that's verbal as well as physical. I'm famous for defending myself with a grocery cart in the grocery store, but as I have shared my story, because I've been concerned about other potential victims of this racist attacks, verbally and physically, stories have arisen, and also stories specifically in West Sacramento. And it is cut to the core. It's affected children, it's affected families, it's affected our elderly. And President Biden on January 26 signed a memorandum condemning and combating the racist xenophobia targeting Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. And I hope and pray that your school district will adopt that resolution. I think it'll make a huge difference for your children and the families and the teachers and the staff. And it will really help the mental health for the Asian Pacific Islander students and staff that you have, because it's really difficult dealing with COVID-19, and you add that extra layer on of the harassment, the bullying, and the potential physical violence that you suffer from random strangers or people that you know that were your friend before COVID-19 and have decided that you yourself are to blame for everything COVID-19. So thank you for giving me the time, and please, with careful consideration, please review and think about adopting this resolution, because it will make a huge difference for your Asian American Pacific Islander students, staff, and leadership. It's a good conversation to have, and centered around bullying, and centered around that every student has value and in this community. Thank you for your time and your brave and wise leadership.
Thank you so much for your leadership, Lisa. And again, thank you to the board for letting me take that comment out of order. I just didn't want her to wait till midnight for that resolution, because it's the last thing on our agenda. So yes, Yorgos.
We do have 2 more requests for live general public comment. The first one is from Lisa Meneses.
Okay.
Lisa, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Good morning, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Dr. Hildreth. I am an Elkhorn parent and would like to share my concerns about the proposed return to school hybrid model. First, this model brings students back to campus for 2 hours in the middle of the day. This presents a tremendous hardship for many working parents, particularly essential workers and those who work outside of the home. One way for this model to work for families like mine is having on-site childcare. Are there before and after school childcare options for families with this model? And will these options be equitable amongst the schools? Because right now they are not. Currently, my kids have to go to the Y at Ridgeway for distance learning because there's no full-day childcare at Elkhorn. Parents who want their children back in school should not be forced to stay virtual because the proposed hybrid model is logistically challenging, if not impossible, for many working parents. Secondly, will this model better meet our children's educational and social emotional needs? The most recent model offers students 2 hours of in-person enrichment but now maybe only 2 days a week. Is this much different than what they're getting now? Our kids need more. My daughters are in the dual immersion program where Spanish and non-Spanish speakers learning and interacting with each other in person is fundamental. Sadly, I can see the learning loss resulting from the limitations of the virtual format just by comparing my daughter's classwork, who are 1 grade apart. This time last year, first graders were reading detailed, lengthy paragraphs, writing 2 pages in Spanish. This year, first graders are reading shorter, simpler passages and only asked to write 2, maybe 3 sentences. This is not much different than what they were doing in kindergarten. Due to the curriculum design, the ratio of Spanish to English instruction decreases in subsequent grades. These students, which include English learners and non-Spanish speakers, need more in-person immersion to help them catch up during a crucial period in their language development. Also, as a pediatrician, I see the physical and social emotional toll of virtual learning on my patients. My colleagues and I are seeing increased obesity, headaches, behavioral issues, sleep and eating disorders, anxiety and depression due to the stress and isolation students are experiencing with virtual learning. In the past year, I have seen more suicidal ideation in my patients than ear infections, strep throat, and the flu combined. While things won't be the same as pre-COVID, returning to school in person in a significant and meaningful way is one step closer to normalcy for our kids. Studies overwhelmingly show that schools can safely reopen with proper protocols in place. Many schools in the SAC area, public and private, have stayed open successfully with students on campus for half or full day. Many WSD staff and students, like my own children, have already been on our campuses all day since August, following district protocols, and thankfully without any outbreaks of COVID-19. WSD, we can do this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Menses. Yorgos, you made note of there are a couple of more folks who hopped onto the live comment. Can you call the next person up?
Yes, the next one is Kenna Jeske. Kenna, it looks like we're having trouble turning on your microphone. The program is asking me to promote you to a panelist, so I will do that just so that you will be able to make your comments.
Can you hear me?
Kenna?
Yes.
Hi.
And we can see you.
Okay, sorry. I don't like looking at myself. Turn this off.
You can turn off your video.
Oh, that's a good point.
Feel free to.
Here we go. Okay, now I can do this. Thank you. First of all, I know I will ramble. I talk with my hands and I don't have to see it. I would like to thank you guys for your time and all your efforts with this because I can only imagine this struggle. The mission statement for our district is essentially to serve our students. So I hear that. And while I respect the hard work of the teachers, while I understand their safety concerns, I think that we missed our students. Now, we've all had the data. We all know the science. I've shared with you before as a nurse, I'm not understanding how our district is not doing this. I'm not understanding how some districts are, and I'm not understanding districts that were to remain in the whole entire time and did not have severe outbreaks. A teacher earlier mentioned that she's worried about what can happen on campus. Well, I would encourage you to reach out to your community because people like me and there's other parents will volunteer to monitor to help if you need. Because you have kids behind and this is not working any longer. And I will back everybody that says the mental health isn't okay. And I would strongly urge our community to look to you guys to what you need to do next, because none of us are understanding why when we got the green light to go, we weren't able to get the plan to go. Yes, there's negotiations. I respect everyone and their time on this, but I don't understand why it wasn't submitted, why it wasn't ready to go. And maybe I'm missing something. But I hope that you guys understand that your community is frustrated because there has not been transparency. There has not been communication. And I don't understand why the choice wasn't given. I don't understand why those that wanted to go back were not given that choice. You have teachers that wanted to go back. And if they didn't want to, they could teach virtually otherwise. But I really think that we can do better. And I've listened to you guys and I've watched you guys this year, and I know that we can do better. So please know my frustration is not individual. But it's personal to me. It's personal to community. And I'm sorry, I have a kid that has health issues now because of this. So let me tell you how personal it is when you're watching people suffer. And I'm sitting here hearing people say, oh, I'm scared and I can't do this as a teacher. Yes, you can. I'm a nurse. We did it. Your grocery store nurses did it. Every single person did it. So I'm really going to encourage this board to please do it too, because what you are doing is failing us. And you're getting paid, not you, generic you, excuse me. They're getting paid to do a job they're not doing. And I'm not saying that they didn't design something online, but I know what I pay in this district, and I want it to be presented for my children and for the children in this community. Because if you don't, you're going to have to provide all of our kids with a private tutor next year for kids like mine that were succeeding and now failing. So let me know where to apply for that grant, because you have single parents, you have guardians, you have grandparents that can no longer do this. So please, please, please put your kids first, and please know that we will support you in any way that we can. And if that means I'm in a hall monitor and a hazmat suit, I'm there. But we got to do something more. I know we got to do something more now, you guys, because you have a community on edge, and you have a community that doesn't trust their teachers, and you have a community that's about to lose faith in our board.
I'm sorry, that's
And I would hope for more. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenna.
Our next request is from Amy Alfieri. Amy, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name's Amy Alfieri. I'm a parent at Stonegate, and thank you for listening. I'm here to advocate for an in-person developmentally appropriate education for district students. Children have suffered through a year of developmentally inappropriate distance learning, and I've observed the stress, sadness, and learning loss firsthand. We now know how to lower risks in our schools, and so in alignment with the CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics, we need to get children back in school urgently. I have consulted with 3 pediatricians. One is my dear friend and my child's godmother, and they are all in support of in-person schooling. In fact, this friend of mine has her 2 children in in-person school right now. The schedule of 2 hours in the afternoon that I've heard about is too short and not timed for working families. I would propose at a bare minimum 8 a.m. to 11:30 daily, or full days on a rotation where some kids go Monday, Wednesday, and others go Tuesday, Thursdays. And then Friday could be a virtual day for enrichment and socio-emotional support in small groups. That's just an idea, but what's currently being proposed is way too restrictive. Catastrophic learning loss will continue as long as children are being taught virtually. Course subjects should be taught in person, and preferably in the morning when students are fresh and ready to learn. I also wanted to ask, is the district arranging for vaccine clinics for staff? Because I've seen other districts like Sacramento Unified partnering with healthcare providers to provide vaccines exclusively to their employees. This would help with some of the concerns that have been brought up. Can the district work more aggressively to get vaccines into arms? And I also share the concern about adherence that was brought up by Mr. Knepp from earlier. I was also wondering, when I reviewed the Cal OSHA COVID prevention plan, I did not see in that plan or in the other guidance documents, how can a parent raise an adherence concern? Because we're part of the solution. We all have to work together to make sure that everyone is using their masks and they're using them appropriately. And if they need a mask, that they can get one. So how can a parent help and be involved with that? I have noticed some classified staff are using cloth masks that look like they're really worn out and they're kind of like falling apart or they're too loose. So they don't fit them properly anymore. So how can we make sure that we can provide that for all of the staff and any students that, maybe they have a cloth one that is worn out or it doesn't fit right. So how can we help with that? And that's about it. I'm just here hoping that we can move forward urgently because the kids are suffering. Thank you.
Yorgos,
Yes.
I don't know if there's a couple more people
There are a couple more. So a couple of our guests actually have some of their students or their children that would like to speak
Okay.
as well. So they've asked if
Perfect.
they could move further up just because they got to go to bed. So,
Absolutely, I understand.
so the first one is Erica. Oops, just moved down the list. Erica Fries. Erica, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Wonderful. I have my two daughters. They're each going to read a letter that they wrote this morning, and then I will do my letter after them.
Yeah. My name is Rebecca Fries. I am a first grader at Bridgeway Island. I want to go back to school so I can see my friends at school. I want to go back to school because I want to see my teacher in person. I don't like being on a computer all day. My teacher glitches a lot on my computer. Sometimes I can't do my journal because she glitches a lot. Please let us go back to school. Thank you.
My name is Savannah Fries. I'm a fourth grader at Bridgeway Island. I want to go back to school because I want to see my teacher in person. I want to see my friends, and I don't want to stare at my computer all day. I don't want to have so much assignments on my computer. I would rather do it on paper. Because I have a hard keeping up with my assignments on my computer, my mom says, "Are all of your assignments done?" I say, "No, it's really hard. I've cried more because of that." I never felt like that when I went to school in person. Please set a date in March, the first week in March, so we could go back to school. Thank you.
So my name is Erica Fries, and I'm a parent of a TK student at Southport, as well as my first and fourth grader at Bridgeway Island. In addition, I'm also a local business owner for mental health services, and my husband works at Nugget Market here in West Sac. I'm writing today to express my frustration with the board, WSTA, and all the numerous meetings that keep occurring while absolutely no positive movement from a parent's perspective is seen. While I would like to write this letter out of emotions, however, I'll try to write by the facts. Yolo County is now in the red tier. With appropriate plans in place, it is safe for our children to be in school. It is also important to remember that many parents in a household are also getting vaccinated, which is another protective layer to our children returning to school. WUSD upgraded their schools and has appropriate PPE, HEPA filters, HVAC systems, social distancing signage, etc. My children have gone to the YMCA at Bridgeway since June 2020, and I have seen these improvements happen, so thank you. The dashboard for WUSD has also shown that the spread of COVID has not been seen within a school setting. The board and WSTA have also had since August 2020 to really figure out a hybrid model. This is where I, as a parent, become utterly frustrated to the point that I'm ready to throw up my hands and move my children out of the district, which is a huge statement because I love our school and community. How have we had since August 2020 to create a workable hybrid plan, and we still have none? I know the current proposed hybrid plan is less than ideal. I actually do not like it, but if my children could get into a classroom on March 8th for only 2 hours a day, I will do just that in order to prove to the district and WSTA that school is safe. Without demonstrating this, I fear meetings and negotiations will continue and my children will never see the inside of a school again. My hope is that we can return on March 8th, ultimately with a full day hybrid schedule. Our children were in school on a Friday in March 2020, hoping to plan St. Patrick's Day celebrations and make leprechaun traps for the following week. That never happened. While that is such a silly statement, it is really hard to think about as we come up on the 1-year anniversary of that day. My first grader knows virtual school more than in-person school. My TKer is suffering with virtual learning. My fourth grader is in tears most days because of the virtual environment. Also, from a 2-parent household, we are both considered essential workers, and we have made this work with less precautions in place than the schools have now. As a psychologist who owns a business, I have seen parents and children struggling with their mental health over not being in school. As always, those who are thriving or do not feel safe going back to school should be allowed to be virtual, but their voices should not overpower science and the government, stating that schools are safe and need to be open now. Other districts are setting dates and have opened safely. We can too. We as parents are demanding that the board make a vote tonight to set a date for school to begin in March. Thank you so much.
We want to go back to school.
Thank you,
Great.
Friese family. Yorgos, next up.
Next one is Jennifer Eisberg. Jennifer, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Thank you. I know that my husband already spoke tonight, so I will keep it brief. I think.
Jennifer, you went on mute.
Sorry. Apparently, while I do Zoom all day, I don't do it well, apparently. So first, I want to say that I appreciate the teachers' creative efforts to keep our children educated and engaged during this pandemic. Specifically, I'd like to thank Stonegate and their leadership. Miss Rab Patterson and Miss Romero are amazing. Our 5th grade team at Stonegate Elementary is also amazing. They have served our children very well during this time. I'm a parent and a step parent to 5 children attending schools in the WUSD, and our 6th child is at Christian Brothers, who's been back on campus since November with little to no catastrophic consequences. As everyone has stated tonight, science supports us returning to school. In fact, the American Association of Pediatrics implores us to return. The county health officials and the state with the strictest COVID regulations in the country says it's safe to reopen. I'm concerned now that the teachers union is speaking with the loudest voice. And as a parent, I intend to change that fact. The union does not raise my child, hug them when they cry about missing friends, or manage their depression that stems from screen time. The screen time for which we preach at them all the time to limit because it impacts the adolescent brain. Other schools have figured this out and have been back with little to no spike in cases. We've had a year to prepare. Exactly what are we waiting for? Pay raises? Employment guarantees? I wish I could count on that, and I work in healthcare. If our teachers do not return to school in light of all the science, I'll be forced to believe that they are not willing to put our children first. The grocery store clerks have gone to work every day without a vaccine. So have nurses and doctors and police and fire. Our children are no less important, our teachers are no less important pillars of this community, and there is no science that says teachers must be vaccinated for a return to safe school. Also, the speaker from WSTA who said teachers returning or the thought of teachers returning has caused PTSD. I encourage you to be cautious with a clinical diagnosis for which you likely have 0 credentials. Our teachers face more of a possibility of harm from laws that have been passed that limit schools' ability to deal with difficult and problem students than they do from COVID-19. Please be clear, our children, my children, hang in the balance of this decision to return, and it isn't about MOUs and negotiations. It's about real kids who are suffering. I've waited this out a year. I filled out every survey. I assumed I would be well represented by our elected board and our school officials, but I will wait no longer. My family and all of our friends in this town and their kids will get louder until we're taken seriously and until our kids are put first. Thank you.
Thank you. Yorgos, I know that Danny Therical has had his hand up for a bit, but I didn't know if he was next. And I know that there is a Nicole who was also had raised her
Those
hand.
2 individuals have raised their hands in real time. I do also want to note that 2 of our public comment requests that were received or pre-submitted via email, those individuals are actually here in real time as well. So do you want me to proceed with them first?
Whoever submitted to you first, because you've been tracking it all day. So I will defer to you on order of those who are live.
So our next comment will be from Jennifer Vigil. Jennifer, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep, you are unmuted, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you. Hello to all. I am the parent of a 1st grade dual immersion student. First of all, I want to say how grateful I am that the district provides such a beneficial program to our community. There are countless articles and studies about the benefits of growing up bilingual, as well as the success of learning a language through the immersion method. However, the success of this program can only be attained if we ensure that these students are provided with a true immersion model of instruction. My fears and frustrations lie with the fact that it seems people do not realize the unique needs of a dual immersion program. These DI students are not simply taking a Spanish class or an elective or hoping to learn a little Spanish along the way. No, these students are being taught all of their content in Spanish. These are language learners, two different sets of language learners. It includes Spanish language learners who come from English only or English dominant homes, as well as EL students who are able to learn in their native language, giving them confidence in their academic abilities. Unfortunately, due to COVID, the DI program now has a huge crack in it. My child, as well as all the other DI students, had the true immersion experience taken away from them. I know that teachers are working hard, and as a teacher myself, I know how challenging it has been during these times. My goal here is not to place blame. My goal here is to ask for your help in mending this immersion program so that it still has the chance to be successful. We need to infuse more of the immersion experience back into these students' daily routines. The immersion model was designed to have kinder and first graders spend 90% of their school day learning in Spanish. These kids did not get that full experience. The percentage is supposed to drop to 80% in second grade and slowly decrease in subsequent years. I'm asking that this reduction be postponed. I'm asking that we think of other ways to make up for the loss of Spanish immersion instruction. First and foremost would be getting them back in the classroom. But in the meantime, we could do other things, such as having their weekly art and PE lessons taught in Spanish, and perhaps providing a summer immersion program to help them catch up. I know that I and all of you want the success of all students in our district, but I'm asking you not to ignore the fact that the DI program has different needs. It just does. They have different needs and those needs need to be met. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Yorgos, who is next?
Yes, our next pre-submitted request that it looks like they are here live is from Zeb Arundo, but I believe it's his wife, Katrina, that will read the statement. Katrina, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. I will work on an intro next time for a little bit better intro, but until then, I will jump right into it again. So I know a major concern in the classroom is having our air quality. New HVAC systems, air filters, proper hand washing stations are being implemented to ensure a safe and clean air in our buildings. However, is it possible to shift some of our efforts to create a temporary outdoor classrooms utilizing other structures, library, multi-purpose rooms, gyms, and unoccupied school campuses in order to have the required space for social distancing? Would a setup like this allow for more in-person instruction? Is this something we can set up for the fall to ensure a full return to school? In addition, I urge the board members to review the dual immersion program independently from the main body of our schools. Our DI program serves approximately 200 students enrolled in the K through 4th grades. Our students have unique challenges that are not currently being addressed. Even outside the classroom, there's a lack of resources in order to complement or used as intervention to aid in the success of our DI students. We have seen our surrounding private schools continue to stay open successfully throughout the school year with approximately the same amount of student body as our program. I don't see why we will not be able to provide a schedule that would allow longer in-person instruction for our students to receive the full benefit of the program. The goal for a DI program is to provide students with a complete academic approach, a program designed to develop oral fluency and academic proficiency in Spanish and English, a feat that feels almost impossible to truly meet with distance learning. My child has experienced academic loss in both languages, and until yesterday, I've only seen one email mentioning learning loss, intervention, and possible summer program for our DI students. As these measures are taking place, please consider the additional requirements and support for students who also need full-day childcare if there's anything that happens during the summer. Last but not least, as we move forward to our new normal of what school looks like, I hope to see our schedules coordinated in a way that provides support to those families who choose to stay 100% virtual, those families whose students need to be in person, and those who rely on childcare. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Katrina. And Yorgos, you saw Juana's
Yes,
note?
we are communicating with Juana, and we will get to her just after Danny and Nicole.
Perfect. Thank you. Can you call up who is next?
Yes, Danny Therical, your microphone is turned on. We haven't received a request, but we were wondering if you're wanting to speak on general public comment, or is there a specific item on tonight's agenda?
There's a specific item that I was hoping to speak on. I don't think I'll be up that late before the resolution is brought up. Is that okay?
That is okay with me.
Okay. Thank you. Again, my name is Danny Therical, and I'm speaking in favor of the resolution condemning and combating racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States. I know it's a difficult time for everyone trying to stay safe, maintain your mental health, and all while trying to do the things you normally do, school, work, or even just go to the grocery store. However, it's inexcusable to harass or assault someone simply because they are Asian. Being Asian does not mean you have COVID. As it relates to our children and students, they need to feel safe, and I hope, assuming this resolution passes, we see guidance come out publicly on how to deal with any incidents around this topic if it happens to our children or even our teachers and classified professionals. With everything virtual and at home, it's important that home remains the safe place. Some students don't even have a good home situation. And the last thing that our Asian Pacific Islander students need is to have their identities be attacked right in their own homes. I myself am a student, I'm Asian, I'm a brother, I'm an uncle, and above all, I'm human. I'm not a virus. And I ask for that I vote and the passage of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Appreciate it. Yorgos, next.
Our next request is from Nicole Curran. Nicole, your microphone is turned on. Again, we have not received a request prior to this, but I believe she just wants to speak on general public comment.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's my first time doing this. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Nicole Curran. I'm a single parent on one income, and my son used to attend Our Lady of Grace. However, now he attends Bridgeway. I pay more now than I did at OLG. I pay around $500 a month for YMCA morning care for 3 hours a day so that my son can sit in front of a computer while I work at home. I also pay $200 a month in tutoring, as well as $30 a month in counseling for his emotional well-being because of our school closures. I want to know why teachers and parents are not being given proper surveys that actually match our real needs to be able to ask us, what kind of needs does our child need? Is your child struggling with reading or math? How many hours a day does your child need? Also, teachers are not being asked if they have already been vaccinated. It would be kind of nice to know how many teachers have already received their vaccines. A child should never have to doubt their own self-worth and to not call themselves smart. My child has been struggling with reading, and I have done everything in my power in order to get him the best tutor in order to help his needs. He doesn't have a teacher right now in person to be able to help with that. And even though he tries really, really hard, and his teacher does try to make the effort in order to make it count, he's struggling. 2 hours a day of enrichment is not practical, especially for working parents in the afternoon. My son used to love math. He used to flourish in math. That was his strongest subject. And now he's actually struggling with math, even the most simple math, such as telling time. Our learning centers and our YMCA programs have been working. And I would hope that this way of being able to come back to the classroom should be able to work too, as long as we have mask and distance. I also would like to find out by chance if we could try and look at switching that language, and so that language and math can be done in person, and the enrichment class and the enrichment could be done through distance learning. I really feel as though that the math and language arts really need to be our strongest part in the classroom, and leave whatever you guys are claiming to be enrichment to be on distance learning. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you so much for allowing me to be here.
Thank you, Nicole. Yorgos, next up.
All right. Our next request is from Juana Ruiz. Juana has actually requested translation and interpretation services, so I'd like to introduce our staff member, Stacy Tran, that's going to assist with that. So with that, I'm going to turn on Juana's microphone, and Stacy as well. You can begin as soon as Ms. Ruiz begins her statement.
Bueno, no puedo oír.
Gracias. Buenas noches a todos. Primeramente, les quiero dar las gracias a los delegados y el superintendente por esta oportunidad para expresar mi preocupación por el modelo de aprendizaje que se está proponiendo. Mi nombre es Juana Ruiz y tengo un hijo en el primer grado de Elkhorn con el programa de inmersión dual. El modelo híbrido no es una solución, sino un problema para aquellos que nosotros ocupamos nuestros hijos que regresan a la escuela. No estamos todos en el mismo barco. En la misma tormenta, sí, pero no en el mismo barco. Algunas familias están en unos yates, otras en canoas, pero algunas de nosotros nos estamos ahogando. Y por eso les pido que se modifique este modelo propuesto para que incluyan más tiempo en persona para aquellos niños que se están ahogando. Solo 2 horas en persona, 4 días de la semana, no es suficiente para los estudiantes, para que ellos comienzan a aprender y más emocionalmente. Lo que yo pienso tener sentido para los estudiantes que necesitan regresar es que tengan la opción de ir 2 días completas a la semana. Por ejemplo, los lunes, martes o jueves, viernes, con todos los miércoles siendo virtualmente. El miércoles será día para desinfectar los salones. Este modelo también permitiría más minutos de instrucción en persona. Ahorita que yo sé que mi hijo se está ahogando, no es lógicamente posible que yo lleve a mi hijo por 2 horas. Este plan no permite que los padres tengan la verdadera opción híbrida. En mi circunstancia, la única opción que tiene mi hijo en este momento sigue siendo una opción virtual. Con 3 meses que falta para el año escolar que termine, solo rezo que mi hijo salga con vida. Para el programa de inmersión que realmente funcione, los estudiantes deben estar en inmersión totalmente, en un ambiente donde los estudiantes puedan tener conversaciones que se lleven a cabo en la misma idioma. No solo escuchar la idioma, pero con continuas conversaciones. Como se dijo en la junta de ayer, el programa de inmersión es un programa que es muy comercialmente para el distrito. Sin embargo, yo les puedo decir que si aprueban este modelo híbrido, el programa de inmersión no es visto como un programa especializado con necesidades especiales. Las familias sacarán sus hijos. Estos primeros años son cruciales en el proceso de aprendizaje a los niños. Actualmente, mi hijo no está sobresaliendo en español ni en el inglés. Yo ya no puedo esperar. Yo sacaré a mi hijo del distrito si mi hijo no obtiene los recursos para prosperar en este programa de inmersión. Por último, esta es una petición para todos los maestros. Les pido que se pregunten, ¿por qué decidieron ustedes esta profesión? Me imagino que fue para servir y hacer una diferencia en la vida de los niños. Ellos los necesitan ahora más que nunca. Entiendo que tengan miedo, pero no podemos vivir con miedo. ¿Pueden imaginarse si todos los doctores y enfermeras fueran virtuales en esta pandemia? ¿Cuántos más muertos tuviéramos? En mi opinión, ustedes maestros son considerados esenciales. Maestros, por favor, los ocupamos de regreso en las clases. Muchas gracias a todos.
Gracias, Juana. Y Ceci, ¿puede
Yes.
traducir para nosotros, pues?
Claro que sí.
Gracias.
Thank you, Señora Juana. Good evening, delegates and superintendent. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my concern with the hybrid model that is proposed. My name is Juana Ruiz, and I'm a parent at Elkhorn Village. I have a first grader in the dual immersion program. The current model is not a solution, but a problem for those of us whose children need to be back in school. We are not all in the same boat. We are all in the same storm. Some families are in yachts, some are in canoes, and some are drowning. And for that reason, I ask you that the proposed model be modified to include more time in person for those children that are drowning. Only allowing 2 hours of in-person time is not enough for students to begin to bounce back academically and or emotionally. What makes sense to me is for those students who need to be back to have the option of going 2 full days a week. For example, Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday, with everyone being virtual on a Wednesday. That way Wednesday could be a disinfecting day. This model will also allow more minutes of in-person instruction. At this point, even though I know my son is drowning with virtual learning, it is not logistically possible for me to take my son and pick him up within 2 hours. This plan does not allow parents to have a true hybrid option. In my opinion, the only option my son has of right now continues to be a virtual only option. With 3 months to go before the school year is over, I only pray that my son makes it out alive. Another thing that I would like to address is that in order for DI to truly work, students need to be in a truly immersed language setting, a setting where conversations are occurring with each other in the same language. Not hearing the language is not enough. As it was said yesterday at the board meeting, the DI program is a marketable program for our district. I can tell you though, that if this hybrid model is approved and DI is not seen as a specialized group with special needs, families will be pulling their children out. These first years are crucial in the learning process for children. My son is currently not excelling in Spanish or in English. I cannot wait around. I will pull my son out of the district if my son is not getting the resources needed to flourish in the DI program. Lastly, this is a plea to all of the teachers and the union. I ask you to reconnect with your reason behind why you decided to become a teacher. Most likely it was to serve and make a difference in children's lives. They need you the most right now. I understand your fear, but we cannot live in fear. Can you imagine if all the doctors went to virtual meetings to address their patients? How many more people would have died? In my eyes, you are considered essential. We need you back in the classroom. Thank you for your time.
Gracias, Stacy. ¿Es todo, is that all, Yorgos?
We have one more request actually from one of our Spanish-speaking parents.
Okay.
Stacy has the request in writing, so she will actually read that statement right now.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll read just the English version. This is from Mrs. Maria Farias, also an Elkhorn parent. We're all working to support the education of our children. School does not just exist for learning, but also to provide emotional, mental, and physical assistance. These are the tools that help us believe in our children and help them to be better students. My son is at a very low level academically and needs help. I do not have the same abilities as a teacher, and being at home, children don't have access to the tools they need to improve their education. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all for those who are live commenting, Yorgos, before I get to?
Correct. That is it for the live request for general public comment. We have 3 pre-submitted written requests for general public comment, and they've requested that the board read those comments for the record.
Okay, and I have them in front of me. So I'm going to read the first comment from an anonymous individual. I'm writing to you tonight out of pure frustration. It has been almost a year and our district still has no real plan or set date for returning to the classroom. The overwhelming majority of doctors and mental health professionals agree that children should be back in the classroom and that it is safe to do so now. The proposed hybrid schedule is ridiculous. The in-person classroom portion is at the most inconvenient time of the day, but maybe that was the point, to make it so undesirable that families will not be interested. Our students deserve better. They need full day classroom instruction, or our own board is holding in-person meetings in a classroom using the same PPE and guidelines that will be followed by teachers and students. One of our own board members has been back teaching in-person instruction for weeks. It appears the return to school will be delayed at least another few weeks, according to WSTA. Why is the district continuing to negotiate with WSTA? They have already spent millions of dollars to comply with the previously negotiated MOUs. For what? We still aren't back in the classroom. WSTA is constantly moving the goalposts. Teachers are the only profession demanding to be vaccinated before returning to work. What about all the people who have been working tirelessly this whole time without demanding that they be vaccinated before returning to work? Have the teachers not been grocery shopping? Returning to the classroom can be done safely. Schools all across the country have been doing it for months, if not the entire school year, without vaccinations. We need to look to surrounding districts, other cities, other states who are making it work and adapt to fit our schools. As a community, we elected each board member to make the hard decisions and to do the right thing for our students. If the board members are worried about the political fallout from doing the right thing for the students, then they have already failed in their duties. Give parents the choice to have their kids back in the classroom. Give our kids the opportunity to have real in-person instruction. That is that for public comment number 1. Ms. Jennifer Vigil already went. Public comment number 4 from another anonymous individual. Hello, I would like to bring up the topic of state testing and ask that the board to suspend the test for this year. Administering the iReady test took longer than anyone had thought, and we lost 4 days of instruction. From the students' perspective, they were exhausted, overwhelmed, and stressed. Please do not do this to them again, especially if they have to get used to a new routine and a hybrid model. Last night, the superintendent mentioned listening to student voice. And I can tell you now that students would not want to go through more testing after such a traumatic year. If you plan to go forward with state testing, please make it known to parents that they can opt out this year. State testing is not mandated in California, and there are no consequences to the students if their family chooses to opt out. Additionally, in the past, the state has not penalized any district for not administering the tests. So there's no reason why the district is not capable of suspending state testing for the current year. Next public comment from Ms. Sharon Council. Dear members of the school board and superintendent, I'm one of the many parents that are hoping for the opportunity for in-person learning for my daughters. I have 2 attending Southport Elementary and a sophomore at Washington Middle College High School. I want to know if Washington Middle College High School will be granted the opportunity to go back in person learning soon, perhaps in March, because it's a unique charter in our school in our district. The charter school at Washington Middle population is very small in comparison to the neighboring River City High School. I think Washington Middle would serve as a perfect opportunity for the district to test how students are able to return safely to school, especially due to Washington Middle's already modified school schedule due to being a blend of high school and college classes. I've attended various school board meetings, filled out numerous surveys in hopes of schools being permitted to be open in person learning soon. Currently in our district, high school sports have returned and only a small population of students participate. And I'm sure it serves as a great boost to these students' athletes' mental health, as would in-person learning in school would certainly do, especially for those who don't participate in sports. I really love WSD and took my daughters out of private school to attend school in this district, but it appears I may need to enroll them back into private school. I believe my kids incurred a learning loss during distance learning, although I'm very proactive with them in their education. I appreciate all their teachers because they're doing a phenomenal job under these circumstances. However, I refuse to stall their education in waiting for WSD to realize that a learning loss is happening during distance learning. There are public, private, and charter schools in West Sacramento, as well as neighboring cities that are reopening and trying to reverse the learning loss. And I hope WSD is on the path of reopening for all their students soon. I would like to thank the entire school board and superintendent for all that they do in trying to provide equitable education. And I hope you will really consider reopening schools soon. With gratitude, Sharon Council. And I believe those are all the comments generally.
One more, I believe.
Sorry to interrupt, Co-President Wong. We do have one more request from Annie Chisholm. She's joining us via telephone, and she was having issues connecting, but she is available now.
Okay.
And your microphone is turned on, and you may begin.
Okay, Annie, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much for taking my comment. I appreciate it. My name is Annie Chisholm. I am an employee at WSD, and I'm speaking as the bargaining chair for WSTA at this moment. And I appreciate everybody that's taken the time to call in. I know it's a hard thing to do, and this is an emotionally challenged time that we're in. But I would like to kind of clarify some things. When we were negotiating with the district back in the summertime for a return to school, my team and I worked countless hours alongside WSD during the summer months to get able to open up our schools in August. And at that time, our team worked hard on coming up with a comprehensive MOU that would apply to any type of model. But the district was at that time not ready to do that and wanted to focus on working with just the virtual model, which we complied with and did. And we were able to successfully open up school and give teachers time to get some additional trainings in order to be prepared for the virtual model. And I would like to applaud all of my colleagues across the district at how hard they have worked. And I would like everybody to know not only has this been a strain on the students, but it has been an enormous strain on CSEA, our support staff, as well as the certificated staff that are part of WSTA, and our administrators as well. It's been a heavy lift for everybody. Then we came ready to negotiate for SDC and TAL and our opportunity programs in the early fall. We were once again ready to negotiate for other models, hybrid and in-person. And at that time, we were limited to just working with SDC, opportunity, and TAL. We have been ready to do this the whole time, and we have come to the table every time we need to. So we just need to get perspective on what's going on. I think a lot of people are assuming that certain things are happening or that we have the power to hold this up. We do not have the power to hold this up. We can negotiate based on what the district proposes on the impacts of teachers, but we cannot in any way say, no, we're not coming back. And that is not what we've been saying at all this whole time. We do want to be back. We would prefer to be back in person. Ideally, that is the way we have designed our education system here and across the world. And it's best for students and for teachers. It's best for teachers social emotionally just as much as it is for our students. And granted, the plans that are coming forward are frustrating for a lot. They're frustrating for teachers. They're frustrating for families as well. And we are trying to work in good faith with the district to try to come up with a solution that will be best for the students and for the people that serve the district as employees, whether they're CSEA. All right. Thank you so much for the time.
Okay, one last caller, Yorgos. Anybody in the public or anybody?
Yes, we have one final request for this particular portion of the agenda from Colin Malik. Colin, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Okay, go ahead, Colin. You need to unmute yourself, Colin.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Colin Malik. I've been a West Sac resident since 2001. I've taught at River City High School since 2010. I've been a WSTA site rep since 2012. I'm currently an executive board member since 2016. The level of miscommunication and lack of communication from WUSD should be appalling. I won't assume it's willful or malicious. I certainly hope it isn't negligent, which unfortunately only leaves us with incompetent. There seems to be a lack of thought to the needs of students and parents on the part of WUSD when it comes to taking about or sharing schedules, articulating language or receiving feedback, establishing what school will look like upon return versus wishful thinking ideas, or simply having a plan that would actually work. WUSD will be disrupting the current routine of VL learning, which has been at least somewhat successful, in an attempt to shove through a hybrid schedule with different teachers that fails to accommodate social, emotional, academic, or childcare needs. This creates even less flexibility for parents who will be relying on this model for work. This hybrid solution does not help our students, parents, and community return to anything resembling normality. All of this for what? The public perception of a successful return to school with little more than 9 weeks left of the year? This is not collaborative or transparent. Parents and members are both confused and unsure about the schedule overall, and rather than making a plan public, soliciting feedback, and integrating concerns a la quote unquote rough draft style, quote, we are instead bombarded with emails regarding how and when it will happen. This is not collaborative or transparent. Why is this current survey to parents only open for 72 hours? Did it even reach everyone? We know there are invalid emails out there, yet those parents will have no voice. Has WUSD ensured the survey is translatable to all our varied language speakers and barriers within the community? This is not collaborative or transparent. There has been zero collaboration on the questions being asked on surveys between WUSD, WSTA, CSEA, and the community, which indicates that at least 3 major stakeholders are being excluded even from the process of creating the surveys to address needs of our students, parents, and families. There is also zero collaboration on data analysis as well. This inherently creates bias, either intended or unintended, when you're the only one asking the questions, interpreting the data, and sharing results. Attempts to create a progressive and collaborative team of West Sac stakeholders to handle surveys has been met with deafening silence. Again, zero actual collaboration, all while giving you, the board, the illusion of transparency. Off topic because of what has been said tonight, some bullet points based on previous speakers. Teachers are busting their butts, students are learning, and school is still happening, just maybe not in the way folks are used to seeing. As a person who has had PTSD, PTSD is deeply personal. You can get it falling off a horse. I encourage people to look up the DSM-V criteria and see for themselves. I just did, and it was pretty obvious. Teachers can certainly get it from the stress of dealing with COVID. Finally, a huge shout out to Jackie Wong, Sarah Kirby Gonzalez, and Kobe Pizzotti for tirelessly working to secure vaccines for teachers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. That's time.
Thank you, Yorgos.
Yorgos, anything else for before we hit 10 o'clock?
That was our final public comment for general public comments.
I am going to just, I don't know if folks need to take a stretch break before we go in. I'm going to pull the board. That was a lot of comments. I don't know if you want to take 2 minutes, stretch, and come back with your cameras on, or we can push forward. I'm seeing a yes from Co-President Pizzotti. Anybody else? 2 minutes, just 2 minutes, because that was a lot to process. Is that okay? Okay, so back at 9:13. Cameras on is the Brown Act rule. So we, sorry, Sarah. We can move on to item number M, which is public hearing, and there is nothing in public hearing. Dr. Hildreth, welcome back. Sometimes it's just good to take a stretch break, so hopefully people feel a little bit more energized to for the rest of the evening. So we're moving on to N1, the COVID-19 safety plan update. Dr. Hildreth, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Co-President Wong, and good evening, everyone. And we want to start with talking about our COVID-19 safety plan. First, we really appreciate the feedback and the information that has been shared thus far this evening, and hopefully what you're going to see will give some additional information for everyone tonight. So let's start with the presentation, Yorgos.
Give me just a second. The computer is frozen at the most opportune time.
Okay. So we want to start with, well, what is the COVID safety plan? And it really is based on what's on the State of California Safe Schools for All hub. And it shares on that hub that school district should have a safety plan with two components. There needs to be a COVID-19 school guidance checklist, which gives details about safety protocols, and then the COVID-19 Cal OSHA prevention plan, or otherwise known as the CPP, that gives some more detailed information about injury or illness prevention on a campus or a district office. So wanted to show you what the checklist looks like. This is on our website. We've had it up as in draft form because it is a lengthy document. Wanted people to have time to review that before anything is actually finalized. And with a safety plan, before there is any type of reopening for schools, this needs to be posted to the website and submitted to the county health department before any in-person instruction begins. Next slide. And so the contents are, we wanted to list the topics, and I'm going to have Yorgos go over this portion for us.
Yes, thank you for that, Dr. Hildreth. So as you can see, the contents of the school guidance checklist are rather lengthy. The categories that you see there bulleted out are pretty straightforward. It's essentially what it sounds like. It's a series of checklists of specific categories for what a school district needs to do in order to prepare for reopening. The important thing to really note here is that many other districts surrounding this region and even across the state, they are very much using this just as like you would have a laundry list checklist where they can check boxes. And they're not actually offering a lot of detail or additional depth to those responses. And you can see the actual document. We'll show you a snapshot in a minute. It does literally have boxes for a school district to check. What Washington Unified has done and differentiates us in terms of the preparations and the resources that we're providing in this document is that we've offered actually a lot of depth in terms of each category of what it looks like in Washington Unified, things that we've done to date to prepare for the return to school or for our next phase. And it actually lists out another series of supplemental resources that are also available on our website as well. So with that, we're going to also show you that within that document, actually embedded in it is, it's essentially a guidebook that we've titled the School Site COVID-19 Protocols. And this is actually a document or a guide that's been in place and available in the hands of our school site administrators since school started this year in August. This particular document is essentially a list of scenarios of what someone might encounter on a school site during COVID-19, whether someone shows up to the doors with symptoms, whether someone is on campus with symptoms. It's just a different set of guidelines for different scenarios. And it was actually put together, it was a collaboration by the COVID-19 Response Operations Center in Yolo County, together with the Yolo County Office of Education. And it was specifically designed to assist schools to navigate these kind of very difficult waters during this time. So with that, we wanted to show you essentially a quick snapshot, especially for our community as well, to see kind of what this looks like. So you can see in the screen or the screenshot to the right, it says scenario 1, and it's a particular scenario whether or not a student or staff member responds yes to any one of the screening questions that they're prompted before they enter onto a school campus or one of our school district facilities. Scenario 2 is essentially if a staff member or student becomes symptomatic while they're at school or on a facility. And you can see in the middle section, there is a series of actions, and those are actions that the school site lead or the school site administrator at that point would need to take in order to resolve that particular situation or issue or provide the appropriate course of action. Now, the column to the furthest right, you can see that for these two particular scenarios, it actually says that no communication is needed. What it's implying is that no communication is needed outside of the immediate group or individual that's been impacted in that particular scenario. And that's because it's not a situation that would necessarily affect more people than the one that the individual that is being screened before they come onto campus. Now, scenarios 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, they do have templated letter communications that we have also reviewed and have actually used throughout the school year already when that particular scenario requires us to communicate on a larger level, whether it's to staff impacted, to all staff on a school site, or to the entire community of the school community if the situation calls for it. So on the left, on the bulleted list, you can essentially see it's the same examples that we were talking about. Really, it's the actions in there are supposed to be a guide. It's important to indicate that these scenarios don't cover everything all the time because there's a number of different things that come up with any given scenario, but it is a guide to at least get us in the right direction. In this COVID-19 school site protocols, there's also helpful information in terms of advice numbers to call. These are advice numbers to COVID-19 experts at Yolo County. If there is a particular gray area where our scenario might not apply, there's people there waiting to pick up the phone to walk us through a particular scenario. There's other advice numbers in there in terms of if a community member or staff member sees that someone is not adhering to specific protocols related to COVID-19, there's numbers that they can call, like a reporting tip line as well as some other helpful information in terms of definitions for what it means to quarantine and isolate and how you would define a small cohort. Even more specifically for quarantining and isolation, there's links to helpful how-to guides. So typically what would happen is if someone does need to quarantine, we always work with our school site administrators to make sure that they basically print out this graphic that talks about what someone needs to do when they're home quarantining. And it's a good process to also make sure that they go home with that particular document and they follow the additional procedures that are listed out there. There's a lot of different scenarios. They go into a lot of detail. And again, it points us in the right direction. And before we go to the Cal OSHA, the CPP, I do want to point out that one of the main requirements from Yolo County and the County Office of Education when creating this document was to essentially develop a framework of response at a school site, even at the district office. So each school site in the district office is required to have a COVID-19 lead. And typically this is the school site administrator or one of our administrators at the district office. And they work closely with the folks at Yolo County, students, parents, everyone that's involved in a particular scenario to make sure that the appropriate course of action is taken. And that's a quick snapshot of the document itself. The nice thing is that for individuals in our community, staff, even yourselves, if you'd like to look at this document in more detail, it is embedded and hyperlinked in the school guidance checklist itself. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Hildreth.
Thank you, Yorgos. The second part of the plan is the requirement to share what is the district's plan or a school site's plan if there is an injury, or how we can ensure that we have protocols in place to prevent any type of illness. And so this was an additional component that goes along with the school checklist that we wanted to share with you. Next slide. As Yorgos mentioned, similar to the school guidance checklist, the CPP contains information regarding how we're dealing with hazards, how we're investigating things that we're communicating, what happens when there is an exclusion of COVID-19 cases, et cetera. And this plan was developed strongly with our HR team. And so I want to ask Norma Gonzalez, our interim associate superintendent, to share a few details about this plan.
Good evening, Presidents Wong and Tazadi. I'm sorry, I wasn't. We have been working very diligently, and Wong, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to exclude you both. But yeah, so we have been working very closely in updating the Cal OSHA Prevention Plan, or the CPP, in alignment with the Cal OSHA guidelines. And this template has been provided by our property and liability provider, which is Keenan and Associates. And basically by providing this template, we've been able to fill in the steps that WSD has been taken. And we did in fact have some meetings with our labor partners and afforded opportunity for input. And the documentation is drafted and has been posted to our website. So I'm not sure exactly what, but basically as bulleted there, the identification and evaluation of COVID-19 hazards and the correction measures of these hazards, investigating and responding to COVID-19 cases, and also the systems of communication. We have been very, very hands-on with regard to contact tracing and following all of these protocols since the very beginning. We've been hands-on because we've had staff from the very beginning, staff that have never left. So we've been fortunate to mitigate these potential exposures as they arise. If you have, I think that's it. I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Norman. I think the big piece of this as well is going back to the information in the checklist, and the CPP has been based on things that were set in place since the beginning of the year, because safety has constantly been the priority, and our goal has just been to be getting better and better at making sure that for any employee who's on campus, any student who is on campus, that we are providing them with a safe work and learning environment. And so there's a new part of our website that I'd like Yorgos to share with the team.
Happy to do so. So directly on Washington Unified's homepage, all you have to do is go to www.wusd.k12.ca.us, which I know is a mouthful, but it's easy to find. We are the Washington Unified in West Sacramento, just not to confuse it with Fresno County or anything. But on the main menu bar, that red banded menu bar at the top of the homepage, to the far right, we have included a new quick link titled COVID-19. This will essentially take you to our newly designed COVID-19 Return to School Resource Center. There's a lot of great information in there in terms of resources for students and staff, whether it's for virtual learning, social emotional support, with quick links to our COVID-19 dashboard. These two documents are actually hyperlinked on there as well as some other great information that we want to make more readily accessible to our community and to our staff. So again, all you have to do is go to the homepage for Washington Unified, look for that red banded menu bar at the top, and go all the way to the right for COVID-19. Click on it, and there's a lot of great information on there.
And as I mentioned at the beginning, that draft has been posted. Our plan is, after we get feedback from this evening, to incorporate any feedback, and then we plan to submit that to our county health officials for their review. And that's our COVID-19 safety plan presentation. Are there any questions?
Looking to the board. I don't know if
Co-President
Pizzotti, go ahead.
Yeah, is there any public comment on this first, or is this for the next one?
I'm sorry. There is one public comment. Miss Tiffany McFadden is who I have on deck. If she is still, I do see her. Ms. McFadden, you are up.
Thank you. So we have a COVID safety plan. We have a comprehensive COVID safety plan. I believe what I just heard Dr. Hildreth say was we have to post it and wait 5 days for approval to be ready to return to school. My challenge to you is post it. Finalize it, post it. That will give a show of faith to all of us that you're serious about getting our kids back to school. Once it's posted, you have 5 days. Anytime after that an agreement is reached, there's no reason to wait. We should post it now so we're ready. Just like we should have made a plan before so we were ready now. Give us a show of faith. Post this so that when there's a contract in place, when there's an agreement in place, there's no reason to wait any longer. Thank you.
I will open it up to those who are on the phone who might want to make a comment now. Yorgos, I don't know. I haven't received any comments via email regarding this, but I will let folks raise their hands.
We
Now
have
is the
also
time.
not received any additional requests for this particular item, nor have we received any via the Q&A feature or in real time right now.
Okay. Last call. No raised hands. I will. I see Sarah, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm trying to remember how to raise my hand on this format since we were on a different one earlier.
I don't know if we have that format available
okay.
to us.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing it when we changed platforms. But thank you for this. And my only question, and I don't think it's a change for the document necessarily, and this may come into our next presentation, is the definition of stable cohorts. The only thinking I'm doing here is that we have families that also have children in childcare on campus, and some of them were concerned, is that a different stable cohort? And I do know that districts are working to have hybrid model, and the student can also go to the school student care or whatever it may be, childcare program. So that would be just a point of clarification, I think, for our community of what that means in terms of stable cohorts, or when you can move kids around. For example, if it's an after-school childcare program.
So we know that stable cohorts is we are trying to ensure that the students, when they are in the classroom with their teacher, that is consistent in terms of the learning setting. We recognize, however, that students, when they're coming to that, those who are choosing to come to that in-person instruction, they may have been in a child care setting, in a learning center, and the YMCA. So we recognize that students will be coming from different places, including their homes, but the stable cohort is meant to keep the same group of students together during their in-person instruction, and making sure we're not continuously mixing new students on a like daily basis.
Okay, are there any other further questions? I am looking, I'm seeing Clerk Venegas leaning in, but no unmuting. Co-President Pizzotti.
Yeah, so to piggyback on that point, in terms of mixing cohorts, when you have kids that are going to be in, well, depending on scheduling, whatever schedules look like, it looks like there may be YMCA kids that either go there in a morning session that will then go to an afternoon session, and mixing with different cohorts of kids because they will be in a different class. That is I don't know how we consider it a stable cohort if, if we know while on our campus, they're going to be mixed in with other kids. And then, again, I'm wondering about mixed afternoon play or any sort of, exercise that may have to be done outside with potentially other groups of kids.
That is something that we have talked about. Originally, we had again wanted to focus on the stable cohort of the same group of students we know interacting on a daily basis in a classroom. However, we did begin to get input and hear from some of our health experts to recognize that you're going to have students who have been with a different cohort. So it's really difficult to just say they're only be with their students in their classroom and not have been with any other student during the morning. And so we want to make sure what we can control is making sure that that group that's coming into the classroom is a group of the same students on a daily basis.
Gotcha. I'm going to take a pause for a second. I believe there was a hand raised, Yorgos, and so I'm going to shift to that public comment or question. I'm not sure.
Yes,
for a quick second.
The hand raised from Nicole Curran. Nicole, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
I just had a question in regards to the distance between desks. Is it going to be 4 feet or 6 feet between the students in the classroom? I've seen 2 different versions, so I'm just trying to see what the final outcome is going to be.
So as a reminder to the public, this is a conversation amongst the board and not necessarily a conversation with the public, like a town hall would be. And so with that said, if a board member would like that clarified, they can so ask that question. So I will ask that question, but as a point of clarification, public comment is for public comment and not our interaction with the public during this time. But I will, for the sake of that question, I think that is one that many are thinking.
I would ask Dr. Hildreth to answer, is 4 feet or 6 feet the appropriate distance? I've heard 4 feet is minimum guidance.
Yes, the original guidance was 6 feet, and as the tier level requirements have changed, it is now 6 feet is still the ideal, but the minimum is 4 feet distance between for social distancing or physical distancing.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hildreth, for entertaining that question. Do I have any other questions from Clerk Venegas?
And I guess I don't know that it would really be a question, but as you know, as a school and as a district, providing many different layers of resources and support, I think when it comes to the cohort question, you know, from what I'm understanding, instruction time, in class time, that's whether it's those 2 hours or whatever it is that we continue to mold, that is a cohort. But again, you then start to add services like transportation, childcare, lunch, social emotional learning, after school care. You obviously, from what I'm hearing, we're obviously going to, in order to provide these resources and provide support to our families, there's really no other way to provide that than to intermix. So I think the importance of entirely using our resources and our capabilities, we have to come to the realization that it's clear, you know, if we're saying we're providing transportation and we're going to provide more than 2 hours on campus, as we're hearing the parents, right, the different layers, obviously following protocol and disinfecting and using as many preventative measures as possible. But I think it's very clear, as we provide more resources, we're going to have to intermix in order to serve our students. Am I clear in kind of seeing that? Because I'm attempting to imagine, and I know we don't want to jump the gun, but it is the reality of seeing our students go in the bus, then going into their instruction classroom, then whether it's after school or before, being in different programs, there is going to be intermixing, correct?
That is correct. And that is why we have been so focused on the safety mitigation pieces for so long, because it is do we have the PPE needed in our schools, in our classrooms, in our learning centers when students are on the bus? When we have our students on our campuses and our staff on our campuses, we have been focused on, do we have the safety measures in place? Is there hand sanitizer? Looking at that spacing, because just as you shared, we know we're trying to contain as much as we can with putting groups of students together in a classroom with a teacher. But because they are coming from different places, and when they leave, they're going to different places, we recognize there's only so much that we truly control. But if we have safety in place, and as we've seen, and when we go to the next presentation, for our many students and staff who have been on campuses, especially with the learning centers and the childcare, and we haven't had outbreaks because we have been focused on that safety measurement since August. And that's really what gives us confidence that when we return to school, we're going to be returning everyone into a safe environment, because we've been having people in a safe environment thus far.
Thank you, Dr. Hildreth. Any other? Go ahead, Clerk Venegas.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on that. Just maybe paint the picture and kind of ease. I did have the opportunity, obviously, to visit Alcorn Elementary today. The staff were all wearing the protective gear. And they have been, right? We've mentioned that they have been open themselves. They've been exposed. They've been out there serving with lunch and in the cafeteria. Just shout out to the cafeteria staff and our classified staff who was out there. And apologies to whoever I missed and was not able to visit. But there are our learning center looked incredible, and just really, again, there has already been. We've had these staff on campus, and they are taking those preventative measures in order to best serve our students. So fully trust our staff, and looking forward to seeing this in-person reality come to fruition.
Any other questions? We're good. Go ahead, Co-President Pizzotti.
Sorry, just one more quick question. This kind of goes back to the question about spacing. Trustee Wong and or Co-President Wong and I have actually discussed this a little bit about classroom sizes, the actual physical classroom sizes, and you know, I'm sure we had to have gone out and done some measuring in terms for physical spacing, and what's been able to be established, and are we able to meet the criteria for physical spacing by our physical structures, like the structure of the classroom? Are they big enough to meet the criteria set forth?
So I know that we have our Director of Maintenance, Operations, Transportation, and Facilities, Terry Souza, is on our meeting, but as well, his team has been focused on this from the very beginning. So Terry, do you want to share a bit of an update?
Hi, Terry.
Sure. Hello. Thank you, Dr. Hildreth, and good evening, Co-President Wong and Co-President Pizzotti and board. Yes, so we've gone through and laid out many of the classrooms, I think the majority of them. with the current furniture in them. And we've used a sticker system that's color coded as well as a shape. So when students come, they'll sit in at minimum every other desk. They'll probably be more spaced out than that, but at a minimum every other desk, and we will meet the distance. And so it'll be like Sunday, a yellow sun, and I think the other one's a star. We did the same thing on the busing. So when they get on the bus, they have the same shape and same colors on the bus, and it'll be every other seat. So yeah, we've been working through a lot of those interesting little formulas, and we're going to come up with some basic drawings we'll probably have next week that we can share with you to kind of show you some measurements of rooms and layouts of rooms.
Terry, can I just ask a more level of specificity? I know that you all have been working on this, is that we all have been into a lot of different classrooms that are not all the same size. And some of them, quite frankly, my daughter was educated in a first grade classroom that was the size of a closet. They won't be able to actually hold 15 at 4. I know that. But there are a lot of classrooms that are larger. Have we actually done the measurement, the physical plan of each campus and the facility? Do you know what I mean? What is the actual capacity per room? Is that what you're talking about in terms of just one site map example, or have you done the entire district? And with every single classroom and every single campus?
We haven't done every single classroom. So we're going to take our average classrooms at each site to start with, and then we'll work on a more in-depth version. We already did it early on, but they were based on taking desks out of the room. So we're going to kind of remap it and show it with the color coding system. So it'll be more actual. And then some rooms have casework in them, you know, cabinetry and stuff. It might be the same size as the room next door. Portables are a good example. Some of them came with casework, so that might eat up a little bit of space. But I think most average rooms are close to the same size. K5, they're even smaller in high school. A little bit,
really?
not a lot, just a little bit.
Interesting.
There was a larger requirement for the younger age group. I just can't think of the square footage off the top of my head. But yes, we are working on that for you.
Okay.
And then when we're done, we'll probably compile it all and put some kind of a maximum occupancy, temporary maximum occupancy on the door.
Gotcha. No, that is definitely really helpful. So, but you did do the actual square footage and kind of calculated from there, but you just now have to kind of figure out desk size and et cetera. So, okay. And PPE and the HVAC system and the HEPA filters that we put in there, all the things that we've already purchased. So I hear you. So I just wanted to make sure, like I said, I think to myself, when we even just the bare numbers of, again, my daughter's first grade classroom, and I know that Trustee Kirby Gonzalez has been in it, and it's like, that's not even possible. So in any case, so is there, thank you, Terry. Trustee Barnes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump kind of the line. If you have any questions about Nope, no questions. Any other questions before I ask my questions? Okay, so Dr. Hildreth, I just want clarity. When you say experts, part of the requirements, and I think peace of mind for some people, is did you run this plan by our public health experts? And the questions around mixing and all of that, so.
So we've had discussions with our Yolo County Office of Ed staff, and they have been in conversations as well with Dr. Sisson of getting this information. Our plan, our next steps, I should say, is, again, the goal was to get the input by having the draft available for people to review, and then we will be reaching out and getting some additional input so that when we do submit that final document within the next few days, that if there's anything that's missing, we'll know that ahead of time.
So I'm not sure if that was a clear answer. So Yolo County Office of Education isn't Yolo County Department of Public
Right,
Health.
but right. My point
Okay.
being that we have been in conversations with Dr. Sisson and bringing questions to her through conversations with Yolo County Office of Ed meetings, where they'll take our information, take it back to Dr. Sisson, and bring answers to the entire team.
Okay, because I know that in the past, when it wasn't Dr. Sisson, but health officers said that they would actually look at plans and provide advice directly. And so it seems like there's an intermediary now that you've just how you
Yes, so
described
that's
it.
the person from the county office, Department of Health. That's the next step, who, once we have this conversation, we'll be sending this draft to get a final review before it is submitted for that final posting.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hildreth. Thank you for that clarification. I mean, I agree with Clerk Venegas, is that the idea of just living in a bubble with the same 8 people, just not because they just go home and then they have their play groups and they go to parks, let's be honest, or they're doing gymnastics, or they're doing Girl Scouts, or they're doing, so I just want to, like, the idea of really, we can control what we can control, right? And so, and I think that's for my peace of mind in terms of the experts and the public health and the communicable disease experts, that will bring me peace of mind when a public health officer who has had training and experience in this says, yes, this is reality, and answering those questions of how do you, because I don't want people to have the false impression that we are going to create real bubbles, right? So that's just, I'm just going to put that out there. That's just not a reality. We don't live, we go grocery shopping, all those things. We don't live in real bubbles ourselves. So for most people, I shouldn't say there are some people who have, but from what I've seen, for most people, as we move into the red tier, I don't see that as something that is realistic. So any other questions about the safety plan? I think I agree generally with the public to get it up and adopted by the health officer would bring just a lot of people peace of mind. And if we can get that done. Clerk Venegas.
Last question is languages. Is it available in multiple languages? Then if so, which ones?
So we need to get that translated, and usually it will be in Spanish and Russian. Those have been the 2 languages that the district has made sure that we have documents provided in, and we will be looking to have these plans translated as well, because we want all of our families to have access to this information, so that, again, the goal in submitting it and sharing it is so people understand what is in place and how we are prepared for students and staff to be back on our campuses.
Great question. Thank you, Clerk Venegas. Any other questions? I am going to put something on the table that is, I know, unprecedented. It's 9:51, 9:52. Does anybody want to make a motion to extend past 10 p.m. at this moment?
Let's do it now. I'll move.
Okay. Do I have a second on extending past 10 p.m.?
I second that.
Okay. Moved by Co-President Pizzotti, seconded by Clerk Venegas, that we will extend this meeting beyond 10 p.m. Roll call vote. Trustee Barnes?
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Co-President Pizzotti?
Aye.
Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Thank you for that. Thank you for entertaining that. So if there are no other questions on N1, the COVID-19 safety plan, and there are no other public comments, I'm going to move on to N2, return to school update. The floor is yours again, Dr. Hildreth.
All right, thank you. And we're going to share this presentation, and our goal really is to provide ongoing updates of where we are, taking what the district has developed starting over the summer with meeting with different working groups to get to the point of opening to where we are now. And our goal has been to provide these updates to the board so you have information about the different phases of our plan to return to school. So what you see here has been our phase plan since the very beginning, is to start in that virtual learning model. The goal next was to return to learning centers, have our in-person assessments, get small cohorts in, then get to the hybrid blended model. And then what we all want to get back to is a traditional full-time in-person learning model every day. That is our goal. Next slide. So listening to the feedback from especially the last board meeting, and again with what we heard today, it's clear that we want to focus on communication and how we're getting information out to our families, to our teachers about what's going on. So first we wanted to start and really think about where this journey began and where we're going and where we're at now. And so we took those checklists, those phases, and put it in more of a visual form for people to match kind of an icon to where we are in this journey, and then created a bit of a timeline of how we started. So if you look at the beginning, on August 19th, 2020, that's when school began. Yolo County was in the purple tier, and we started in the 100% virtual model. On September 30th of 2020, Yolo County moved to the red tier, so things were improving. Those discussions began to happen with our SDC work groups, and on November 13, WUSD had a tentative agreement for our SDC and Opportunity Program students to return. But on November 17th, Yolo County went back into the purple tier. So we were doing well, and then we had to look at the guidelines changing. Because of the guidelines changing and we went into a surge after Thanksgiving, there was a decision to postpone SDC and the Opportunity Program return due to safety concerns. On December 10th, there was a stay-at-home order issued because of what was happening with the increase of positive cases. On January 6th, 2021, that's when the vaccinations began, and they rolled out with the phase 1A, the groups in phase 1A, tier 1. On January 12th, the stay-at-home order was lifted, and we went from the deep purple to the purple tier. All of this time, we're trying to bring back students in small phases, and throughout every single month, we know that we have had our students and staff on campus in small groups. So we were really pleased that last week on February 17th, we were able to start the SDC classes and our Opportunity Academy classes. They returned, and we were in the purple tier. Things are changing constantly, that we've seen that, we've heard that, and we're all aware that as things change so rapidly, we are trying to be flexible and even keeping up with the information. So speaking of changes, on February 24th, meaning yesterday, Yolo County officially moved to the red tier. So we wanted to just see where we have been and understand why there is this feeling of, things happening and things changing so much, because we are following that data, and every tier has different guidelines. And those are the guidelines that we're using to make the decisions about safety and when students and staff can return to a hybrid or blended model. Next slide. So as always, we want to share with you the latest information that we receive from the county and we post on our dashboard. So Yorgos, if you could share the data on our dashboard, please.
Thank you, Dr. Hildreth. As is customary, we like to take some broad strokes and just do a flyby of the major metrics that are depicted on the Yolo County dashboard and the Blueprint for a Safer Economy dashboard, specifically focused on Yolo County. The biggest change, and really what you're going to notice, is over to the right-hand side. This is the typical graphic that you see on the state's website. All of these metrics now are changing colors pretty drastically. So you can see that just last week we were in the purple, this week we're in the red, and the specific metric categories for case rate, positivity rate, and the healthy equity quartile are all moving in the right direction. And again, we always want to emphasize that this is just a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. It doesn't mean that we're relaxing our efforts or that we're getting comfortable. This is just really motivation. It should serve as motivation for us to continue driving things home, continue being safe, but we are moving in the right direction, and that's a great thing. Next, we always want to show just a quick weekly snapshot of what's going on at our school campuses and throughout the district and the district facilities. So again, this is directly from our COVID-19 dashboard specific to Washington Unified. And we always want to highlight that it's for the 1 week increment of February 18th to the 24th. In this particular time frame, you can see that the totals are 0 across the board for in-person students and staff. On our next slide, you'll see that we have been highlighting the cumulative numbers as well since February 2020. And even though our weekly snapshot for in-person staff and students shows 0, I believe there was actually 1 student case related off-site, and that is depicted in these figures that you see here. But for that particular snapshot, we always like to show what's happening on our school sites in the particular week that we're in. Additionally, we also want to remind the community and the board that we have made adjustments to our Washington Unified COVID-19 dashboard. And that was really because originally we were showcasing metrics specific to West Sacramento. The way that we were kind of gathering that information was essentially through internal memos and reports from the County Office of Health. The one thing that we want to point out is those metrics are typically 7 days old. And because we wanted to move in a direction, it was the desire of the community and the board to move in a direction of depicting cumulative data from the time that we started with COVID-19 last year in the spring. We essentially wanted to make sure that we were showing the most relevant data as a snapshot in time of current day. And that's why we moved in a different direction in terms of depicting the cumulative information, as well as the information from the state dashboard as well.
Yorgos, as a point of clarification, our WSD actually includes folks who live in Sacramento, for example. So it's actually our little even microcosm, very specific to us, right? Because even West Sacramento doesn't include, because we have so many staff. I think that's important information to know.
It's a great point to highlight, because if you look at the little graph or the table above where it shows the Washington Unified versus West Sacramento versus Yolo County, you want to think of it as a bubble within a bubble within a bubble. We're trying to show as much information of what's actually happening in our micro community, like you just titled it, so that we have the most accurate snapshot of what's really impacting Washington Unified in our schools. And it's also important to highlight too that, you know, with a lot of this data and the metrics that are out there, we are not the data specialists that are collecting this information. We're trying to gather the information that's being provided by Yolo County, the state departments, and everyone in our circle of support in order to show the best snapshot that we can to our community. So with that, you can see on the table the difference from just our previous, the reason we showed the +7 since February 11th is because we always show these updates at our board meetings. So you can see that just in the difference from February 11th to February 25th, our cases have gone up, our total cases have gone up by 7. But again, we always want to underscore the fact that most of these right now are related to off-site cases or positive cases. The real good thing to always highlight too is the hospitalizations and the death category is always really low and 0 for deaths in Washington Unified. Very fortunate for that. And it's not necessarily indicative of what's going on in the community around us or in the larger community in Yolo County as well. So again, these are just kind of like the 3 key categories that we're able to kind of compare. Even the Yolo County dashboard, even though they show a lot of great information, the only categories that they show specific to West Sacramento are total cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. And that's essentially what we wanted to show across all 3 levels there. So with that, that's another snapshot of just what's going on in terms of our current day metrics in Washington Unified and in our city and in the county. And I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Hildreth.
Dr. Hildreth, you're on mute.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One of the things we wanted to be able to highlight in these presentations is how quickly information changes, or the updates that we receive change. And so there were 3 key updates to school reopening guidance that occurred this week, just since Monday. And so the first one is what is considered the first day a county has an adjusted case rate of less than 25 cases per 100,000 people in the population. So now the new guidance says the first day is the day after the qualifying case rate is released on the Blueprint for a Safer Economy. And so that is the website that we use to get our information. And this website is updated on Tuesday. So usually new guidance will come into effect the Wednesday after any updates have been released on Tuesday. Next slide. And so if we think about what changed, what does this mean? And so our guidance, the school, the COVID-19 safety plan, the checklist, all the guidance was updated on January 14th. And so this guidance clarifies that schools can reopen the day after the criteria is met. And so just there's text here to explain really what that means. And I'm going to read it in case there's anyone who might be listening by phone, just so you have the most recent information that was posted and we have taken from that guidance. And so the Blueprint adjusted case rate reflects a 7-day average and a 7-day lag in its calculation. And so it reflects consistent and ongoing downward trends of being below a case rate of 25. In addition, counties need to have met red tier criteria for 2 weeks prior to entering into the red tier. So the red tier status captures the time period in the prior 14 days. Using the Blueprint calculation, therefore, captures more than a 5-day period of lower and downtrending numbers and simplifies the process of sharing that information and determining whether a county has met the criteria. And using the Blueprint calculation allows for transparent and predictable access to information for all interested parties. Next slide. So where are we now? We always want to go back and just mark what have we accomplished, thinking about our checklist, and what are those things we still need to do. We said we wanted to have in-person assessments as we started this slow phase-in approach, and that began during the week of January 28th. We gave our WSTA and CSEA employees an option to teach on location or report back to the school site. Athletic conditioning, cheerleading, and VAPA began last week of February 8th. Our SDC and Opportunity Academy small group cohorts resumed on February 17th. And youth sports, cross country and tennis occurred at our high schools, and those students were in competition. And so now we are looking at middle grade sports returning after spring break. Football should begin in mid-March, baseball and softball the end of March. And we will continue to increase in-person support for additional small group cohorts. Our next steps in phasing in our grade level cohorts is our primary grades. That's our preschool and TK3. We've done our work groups, and we've used that information for planning, as well as the information that has been shared with our work groups for grades 4 and 5. We are now starting the work groups for our secondary students, our middle grades, and our high school 9 through 12, getting that information. So those meetings have occurred this week. We're beginning our additional support for small cohorts. For example, we have an EL Newcomers Learning Center starting next week at Riverbank. Senior labs at Yolo High School and River City are starting for credit recovery. That began last week, and we are planning more small cohort groups for students who are disproportionately affected. As we have prepared for reopening, we've had several meetings for conversations and feedback with a variety of parent groups, teacher work groups, and we know that the conversations with our labor partners are ongoing, and the list is here with the dates for everyone to see. Next slide. Again, we're focused on the safety, the mitigation using our Swiss cheese model of when we have all of the right safety mitigation in place, that is how we know we are doing everything we can to create one block, one strong layer of protection. Next slide. These are, we will always want to highlight the PPE preparations that we do have. We have disposable masks, cloth masks, N95, we have the face shields, gloves, so many things that we have been purchasing, making sure we have readily available for our schools so that when we reopen, everything that our teachers and our students need is already ordered and ready to distribute. We have ventilation in place, and I'm going to ask our director, Terry Souza, just to explain a little bit about the importance of the ventilation purchases that we have done thus far.
Thank you, Dr. Hildreth. Good evening again. Yes, so we have multi-layered ventilation products to mitigate any potential airborne virus in the air. The first one we did was the MERV 13 filters, which is your general HVAC unit. We're filtering at a much higher rate. Traditionally, we had a MERV 8, which was 5 steps below that. So we went to the recommended MERV 13 by ASHRAE and the CDC. We've upgraded our mechanical units, and we continue to upgrade them. And they will now maximize their outside air coming in instead of bringing in a minimum. So normally they figure a formula on how many the maximum occupancy is. And we're going to ramp that up quite a bit. And we're going to use an algorithm that'll take the temperature of the room and bring in the max amount of air it can and still keep the room comfortable. And then the HEPA filtration units, they're the small standalone units. You may have saw a small one in the room you were in last night. There was also a large one. The small ones, they're high efficiency. The large ones are also very high efficiencies. They're actually a medical grade air scrubber. Both their filters are have a 5-year life expectancy. So the maintenance, their main filters is relatively low. And they have a pre-filter that will maintain on a regular basis. In addition to that, we are in the middle of a MERV 13 filter swap. We're doing those quarterly to make sure that we are keeping them running at their highest efficiency and changing them probably a little bit sooner than we necessarily have to, but that's okay. And that's our upgrades in a nutshell.
Thank you, Terry. And we wanted to highlight that piece so that there is a better understanding of the planning that has been happening over the year in terms of how are we using the additional funding that we have received, how have we been looking at our classrooms to see. We've had filters, as Terry mentioned, but we wanted to upgrade them. So are we having the best possible safety mitigation or equipment in place? That has been a focus of the district for these past few months. Now we want to go to our learning environment. Again, as we prepare to come back, we want to be able to show the board, we want to be able to show our staff and our families what a school environment will look like. So Stan, if you can lead us through this, Stan Moisich, our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services.
Thank you, Dr. Hildreth. Greetings, Board of Trustees and all our stakeholders. So what you're looking at on this picture is one of our SDC classrooms with students in it. And as you can see, it's very well spaced. This room happens to be very well marked. And in this particular picture, you can tell students are actually even further than 6 feet apart. And so, you know, if there were more students in there, there would be definitely tighter spacing. But as you heard earlier, it's 6 feet spacing has been the standard. However, the minimum is 4 feet. So if you had a higher number of students in the classroom, that would limit the amount of students we can actually have in capacity due to that spacing. But right here, you can see this room's got clear space. Kids are in their trifolds. And on the right-hand side, you can actually see SDC students arriving. I believe that was the first day of school. So they're getting off, as you can see, they're getting off the bus. They're spaced. I can see the principal there waiting for them and eagerly happy to see them. I can tell you that day was a great day for a lot of us. I felt like the adults on the staff seeing that bus, it was almost like being in your neighborhood when you see the ice cream truck. They were so happy, you know, that it was coming by. So it was definitely a joyous moment for everybody here. As you can see, when students get off the bus or if they're getting dropped off, they go through a temperature check. And that's the first thing we do before they come into the classroom. And you can see students outside of across the street here. These are opportunity students. They're waiting to gain entry at YOLO. And as they're waiting for their screen check, you can see they're spaced appropriately. This is one of our learning centers at Westfield. As you can tell, there's a lot of space here. The guidance when we were in the purple was that even in a big facility like this one, you could only have a minimum of 16 people combined, adults and students. At this point, because we are in the red tier, you could foreseeably actually put more students in that in a building as long as they have the proper amount of space. Currently, Westfield uses this as one of their learning centers. And the picture on the right is also another learning center. And you can see this in this particular instance, there's not a large amount of students in this class. So there's a lot of space in between them. As we've started getting into the red tier, as we've started talking about bringing our students and staff back for in-person instruction, of course, those of us who have been on site this time for most of the time, we've done most of our work virtually just to mitigate any contact. However, this is an administrator training that just happened last week. As you can see, the administrators are there in person with their masks and with their devices, and they're all undergoing training at the same time. On the right-hand side, that is our Opportunity Academy. Again, this is one of our smaller classrooms, but because there's not a large amount of students in this classroom, we are able to space it effectively. This is just something that's very recent. We just had, as you heard during the River City High School student report, we have started some sports back in terms of competition. So this was a tennis match that happened earlier in the week where the River City Raiders destroyed Laguna Creek. So this was our first match of the year, first sporting event of the year. We look forward to many more.
Thanks, Dan. There have been questions, and we just want to give updates as well about our COVID-19 testing information. So I'm going to ask our Interim Associate Superintendent Norma Gonzalez to give us an update.
Good evening again. So yes, we have been proceeding and moving forward with our testing of COVID-19 for staff. First, before I go into the Binax information, the testing for staff has continued. We have not stopped except for that brief period in December. So we are fortunate to have a partner that's been able to provide the testing for us. It is, as mentioned in our last board meeting, it was at no cost for our employees, and it is by appointment. And at this point, we're anticipate that we probably will expand that as more and more staff do return and they do have that opportunity. And we've provided that information for staff to access that. By way of the Binax cards, staff continues to move forward with that. We do anticipate bringing forth an agreement that was received with regard to the software program, and working with the provider, has been in close communication with HR on setting up HR did provide the the student numbers so that we can plan for when the Binax tests are received, then we can begin the rollout of the training and the administration. Still not certain exactly how many we're going to test for students because we're still getting through that cycle of how many will be returning at this point. Next slide, please.
Norma, for the edification of the public, can you explain a Binax card, what that is?
Absolutely.
I know we've been talking about it, but I think that they're new people, and so it would behoove us to actually explain what a Binax card is and what it does.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. I'm not a medical expert, but we did put a little picture of it up there. So in essence, it's a self-administered test. And of course, I know we have a medical professional on our board, so feel free to correct me if I speak out of line. But from what I understand, it is a little, not a device, but a card that can be tested immediately. The individual can be tested and then the results would be entered into a processing platform. But it is a mechanism that one can get tested on site. I'm not sure if that answered your question. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and with regard,
I'll ask Christy later too.
Yeah,
I'll have her explain it.
Thanks. But with regard to the vaccination information, we did have a successful event last Friday. Little bit of speed bumps working through a little bit of the traffic and the navigation, but once it was up and running, heard several compliments on how it was very well operated. And it was a success. In fact, it was a nice place to have it at our River City High School. It was a showcase or a nice thing for our recipients, or rather residents in our county, to come through and see our Signatures high school. So understood that it went very well. And we are looking, I am communicating with our county communication or coordinator to see if we can. I did express that, not the question that one of our trustees mentioned a couple weeks ago about having a vaccine clinic at one of our north sites. So I haven't heard yet if that's going to happen or when it'll happen, but it has been communicated upon based on the request. And effective March 1st, I understand that 10% of our vaccines will be slated for state teachers and educators. So I've already started to receive several communications from our County Office of Education, as well as from other medical providers. And we did send out a survey for staff earlier this week of those that might have an interest that haven't been vaccinated already and want to be on a priority list, for lack of a better word. We have about 200 employees that have expressed interest by registering. So when we get this, drop up moment, say we have to get you registered ASAP, like for example, this weekend, we immediately notified them as well as sent that information to the medical provider. So we hit it two ways. So we let staff know, please sign up, here's the link. And so we did take care of that. So we're trying to be on top of it so that our employees can have that opportunity.
Yeah. And I also want to know, public to know transparently, you have been working with Dignity Health to get those lists of names of people who are opting in.
Absolutely.
And so I think people are asking, what are we doing? And you're doing this in addition to actually providing those lists to the providers so that they, when they can, contact our staff.
Thank you for that. We actually provided, well, I shouldn't say multiple lists. Well, yeah, multiple lists to our county office when they were requesting it, because again, it's through different venues, and we did, yes, we did provide that information to Dignity Health. Thank you. And turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Moisich.
Okay, thank you, Norma. Greetings again. Some of what I have for you is a repeat, but we think the information is pertinent to our community, and it will help with clarification and relate to many of the public concerns. As we look at possible hybrid instructional schedules for the return of in-person instruction, we've been getting lots of input, and many of our stakeholders, particularly parents, when they hear the words reopening schools, they're really thinking about our traditional model. But in our phased in approach, the next step is a hybrid. And so I want to really talk a little bit about what is a hybrid. And basically, a hybrid is often defined as something combining different elements or parts. In our case, a hybrid is combining virtual instruction and in-person instruction. We've been 100% virtual up to this point. And as we move toward a more traditional in-person model, that is the last step. That is where we're trying to go. Which is more similar to what we did before COVID, of course. The natural stepping stone is a blend or in-between phase, which is in accordance with the phases in slide 2 of this presentation tonight. One important reason for this type of phased approach is that there are still some serious challenges and restrictions to what we can currently implement for in-person instruction, such as social distancing and safety guidelines, which limit the movement on campus. And it also limits the number of people that can be inside a classroom or building space. In addition, we also know that not all our staff and not all our students will be able to come back to in-person instruction at this time, which means that we will have to include virtual components in our program in various ways. Lastly, the amount of people who want to be in person has a huge effect on the planning, because as I said earlier, we are restricted on how many students can be allowed to use our spaces. So we can look at the next slide, please. So these are some of the different models that are out there when it comes to hybrid, and I want to just kind of explain it for everyone a little bit. So we talk about an AM/PM model where you have some group kids that come in the morning and then another group that come in the afternoon. We've also talked about AB groupings. A lot of people reference those, which is where people rotate day to day. So one group of students comes on a Monday or a Tuesday, then another group of students come the next day on Wednesday. So it's basically alternating days for students. We've also talked about a virtual only academy, which is basically where we take students and we remove them from the main part of our schedule and we assign them to a virtual only teacher. At this point, we are not looking at a virtual only academy simply because that would mean we would have to scramble our schedules, and many of our students, most of our students, would not have their same teacher with only 8 to 10 weeks left of the school year. Another term, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later, is simulcasting. And that is basically when you're doing direct instruction or synchronous instruction, both in-person and virtual students at the same time. So that's when a teacher is teaching virtually, but they may have students in their classroom with them, and they may have other students that are home distance away from the school. And we can, and just as we talk about our preparation for changes from being 100% virtual to any in-person hybrid experience, we're not looking just to change. I want to emphasize that. What we're looking to do is change for the better, especially from what we are currently doing. So as we've been getting lots of feedback and input from working groups, there were some key considerations that stood out that we needed to check off as we made a future instructional schedule. And they're on this slide right here. So number one, of course, was always safety for staff and for students. So everything we do, that's always the first thing we check off is, can we be safe with this? In addition, one of the biggest concerns that didn't happen maybe in the fall when we were first contemplating these hybrid models, but later when we got to December, late fall, it became very clear that our parents, our students, our teachers, they did not want to lose the current students that they had on their roster. They wanted to keep consistency of schedules as much as possible because they felt that that would be the best way to ensure success going forward. So that became a very big consideration. Wasn't quite the same consideration in the fall, but since we were several months into the school year when we got to December, that became a number one. In addition, we are looking to provide more social emotional support for students. We know that students are not in the same place as they were when distance learning started. So we do know that we have to be very intentional with our social emotional support. It's not, we have personnel on our campuses, but the personnel that are most impactful to our students are our teachers. So we were looking to create a direct time to better support our mental health of our students and reinforce them and also just engage them in general, because you can do that together with academics and social emotional support. It can work together. We also wanted to really be conscious of our minutes to our students. We think one of our strengths of our virtual program this year, especially when you compare it to distance learning, but overall, we have put structure in so that our students could experience direct instruction from their teacher, not large chunks of asynchronous time. So what I mean by that is when I say synchronous, I mean direct teacher time with the student, and asynchronous being independent practice. So we were very conscious not to create a schedule where students had huge chunks of asynchronous practice. For example, on certain A/B schedules, if a student is in person that day, even if they're getting more hours that day, the next day or several days later, they would be asynchronous during that time, which means they would pretty much be independently working. So just because they're on when they're not in person, there's a very strong possibility that they're not getting direct instruction. And we were very concerned about that, especially when those students would be virtual. We know that teachers are going to need a lot of preparation, so we wanted to make sure we included the right preparation time for the teachers. And of course, logistics for an operation like this, all the sanitizing, the transportation, food services, all of that is quite a task because we were not set up for that in terms of our program. So we've had to really recreate everything to make it work so we could bring students back on campus. And MOT has been working really hard with us to make sure we can do that. And what we wanted to show you, as you think of these considerations, we want you to look at a schedule sample, which we sent to parents yesterday evening. And our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Matt Ainsworth, is going to take you through that.
Thanks, Dan. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, co-presidents Wong and Pizzotti and trustees. Thanks for allowing us to share a little more information about our sample hybrid schedule. And like Assistant Superintendent Moist said, we wanted to share this with families along with a link to the survey to be able to help our families make an informed decision on what the school day may look like. And really going off the considerations that Mr. Moisich just shared, we wanted to make sure that we could check off every box from those considerations with a schedule and really make sure that we would have a complete program that's going to support students and teachers. So looking at our students and staff safety measures, just knowing that there's only a certain amount of students that would be able to fit in any one classroom really takes, is a big hill to overcome, because that the number of students who choose to return is going to greatly impact the model that we're able to do. So we wanted to highlight that and be very transparent about that as a key consideration. That would be a reason why we can't just go straight back to traditional, every kid, every day. We would love to, but we're not there yet. And so as we're developing a plan to be able to have space and social distance for the students, that was one of our key considerations. And then like Stan said about the consistency of student teacher placement, we wanted to make sure that the relationships and the skills, connections that our students and teachers have right now can continue. And so that was the heart of this model, was to keep a core block of time for students to be with their current teacher. And then to be able to provide social, emotional, and improving our instructional minutes while be able to provide an in-person option for the students who want to come back. That's where in this model, again, the sample model, with the afternoon time for the students to be able to get that in-person support with a classroom teacher. And this is where things get difficult. And I really appreciate the public comments and all of the feedback we've got from our working groups, because it really is a challenge of you know, if it's 2 hours, could it be 3 hours? Could it be 4 hours? And as we look at this to do the math, everything you add, you have to take away from somewhere. So an extra hour in person would be one less hour with their current classroom teacher receiving that core instruction. One thing that is out of our control is we know that some staff members for medical reasons will be unable to return to the classroom. So in those cases, the one thing that we do know is that every teacher is able to instruct their students virtually. And so we want to, again, honor that connection and honor that time that they have together, and have a consistent virtual time for those students. As we're looking to improve our instructional minutes, right now in 1st through 3rd grade, they're synchronous, they're online together for 230 minutes, all virtual, you know, all connected together in a Zoom or Meet call. What we wanted to do was be able to improve on that. And so by having a 2 hour and 45-minute block in the morning, and again, we've heard from so many parents that they're just on the computer for too long. We wanted to condense some of that time to be able to accurately, you know, target that instruction and reduce some screen time, and being able to still have the afternoon session for the students to be able to have in-person support with a classroom teacher. For the families who choose to be virtual, that we wanted to also provide an afternoon opportunity for those students to be able to receive support and enrichment. And so we're very proud of the fact that we're able to improve on our instructional minutes while being able to keep that consistent core with their teacher. And without having to turn large groups of students away for asynchronous learning. We've seen in a lot of models at other districts that, you know, they might be able to bring back a group of 14 kids for a whole day. The one thing that those districts don't advertise, the other 7 kids in that class don't have a teacher that day. They are working asynchronously, and we've tried very hard to make sure that our students and teachers are connected every single day. And again, looking at the teacher prep time, we know that teaching virtually is an incredible challenge, and our teachers have done such an amazing job, and it takes more time than any of us could have ever imagined back in summer when we were developing. And we know that doing a mixture, again, the hybrid is a mixture of virtual and in person, we know that's going to take additional prep time. So we wanted to honor that and make sure our teachers know that they're supported and have everything they need. And then logistically, again, like Stan said, we've been working very closely with our MOT departments to make sure that we're able to sanitize before another group comes in person, that this works with our transportation and food service schedule. So again, looking at that list of considerations, this is the only schedule, and man, we've made a lot of them. We really have gone through a lot of drafts. And again, this is all based on the input and feedback from our working groups, from our teacher groups, from our parent groups, from site administration. It really is a team effort to come up with a plan that checks every one of our boxes. And so to help our families make an informed decision on their survey, we wanted to identify what some of these terms mean on the survey. And so on Monday, we're kind of treating that as a virtual minimum day, again, with virtual instruction for all groups, and to allow that teacher prep time for the rest of the week. That would be the only time, one of the only times in the week of a big block of asynchronous time. And that's where it would be independent time for students to work on their own needs. So this is where a lot of teachers recommend Lexia or Dreambox or individual reading or writing assignments. And so that's what we mean by asynchronous learning on those Mondays. Obviously, virtual instruction is what we've been doing all year. And then the afternoon portion, and I'll get into this a little bit about what we mean by support and enrichment, and we'll define that in a couple more slides. But if you can go to the next slide. So as we helped our families make a more informed decision, these are updated survey results from all grade levels. And again, the recent update went out Tuesday evening to our TK5 families, again, with some sample schedules, because we've been hearing from the community that's what they want. They need to know what the day could possibly look like to make that informed decision. And so we've been holding pretty steady. We were earlier in the fall. Again, this is the same survey that we've sent out in November. And so we've sent multiple updates in November and December and throughout January and February. The link goes to the same survey, and we want to provide families an opportunity to make new choices when they learn more information or change their mind. And so it's been about 60-40 over in December. It went down to 58%, 42%. You can see this recent swing has gone to 59%, 41% across the district. And again, we have it broken down by grade level, and we have additional information that we're happy to share with the breakdown of every school site and their grade level. And so if we go to the next.
Trustee Pizzotti had a question, but I mean, I'm wondering if we're just holding questions as we traditionally do until the end. But if it's
there's one more slide about survey data, and so the next slide might answer it, and if not, then I'm happy to answer.
So why don't we go through the entire presentation and go back and make note of the slide. We also have a lot of public comments that are after this, so please do write down your questions as you see the slides.
And so here's just a little information about the update that was sent out on Tuesday. Again, we shared that draft schedule, and we gave them a target date to get their surveys in. This again, the update and the schedules were both translated. Stacy Tran and her team have been working with the homeschool liaisons to make sure that all of our non-English speaking families, regardless of their language, are able to access and understand the survey. They've made hundreds of phone calls, hundreds of texts to make sure that they're reaching out to all of our families. Since Tuesday, there's been over 1,000 responses, but there was 782 updated responses. This is as of this morning. 328 of them were brand new responses from families who had not responded in any of the prior surveys, and 454 families changed their response. And you can see after giving the community some information on the survey, on the possible schedule, you could see the results have come in very heavily on our families choosing the hybrid model, with 83.5% of families who changed their response chose the hybrid model. And so we're still collecting those information. Since this morning, another 120 have come in, and so our staffs are busy sorting those. Our administration staff and support staff at all the sites are doing an amazing job following up on all of those to make sure we get a response from every single student, because it's really going to determine what the model looks like based on how many students want to come back. And then there's been a lot of questions about that on that model schedule, that 12:30 to 2:30 time. And so we're defining that. It's something new, right? The whole idea about a hybrid schedule is something that we've never done before. And again, we're trying to identify this time in the afternoon for support and enrichment. And so For support, it could be reteaching, reinforcing, it could be academic support, but it also could be social, emotional, and highly engaging support for students. We've been very clear that in the afternoon that there's a possibility that that's when a student may be regrouped with another teacher, depending on the choice of the family, and again on the staffing available for our students. And we've done a lot of work. Our site administrators have started creating sort of a menu of what that afternoon time can look like. But we really want the teachers to be able to provide that information. Tomorrow is actually going to be the first of several workshops where we'll be meeting with teachers who are choosing to participate and work on and create that time, and really what could it look like at each grade level. We are also looking at having this same type of workshop with our families to get their input on what that time and how it can be used to best support their students. So again, thank you for letting us share.
Thank you, Matt. So we also wanted to, although we do not have a secondary schedule model to present here tonight, we hope to have one for the next board meeting. We are currently working with secondary work groups, or I should say we started working with secondary work groups. We haven't completed that yet. But one of the models that we're considering for that is simulcasting. And that is when you have synchronous virtual instruction to both an in-person student and a virtual student at the same time. One of the reasons why we're considering that is because we're very concerned about changing everyone's schedules at this point. We know that secondary would be the last group of students that we bring onto campus. And with that amount of time left in the year, we don't know that the best thing for the students would be splitting away from their current teachers or schedules. In addition, there are very big implications to transcripts for students in grades 9, 12. And for that reason, making a widespread schedule change is something that we don't think is very responsible at this point. What we are going to do as we wait or as we move our other groups and the secondary lines up waiting their turn to get started, we will create more learning centers. We have already created some hubs at Yolo and River City High School. We are working with our site administration, and we're planning to design more learning centers for the students of most need on campus, particularly English learners, students with disabilities, homeless, and students with credit recovery, and anybody who's struggling. Really, we're looking to expand learning centers. One of the things that is going to help us right now is that we are in the red tier, which means we can have more people in some of our bigger spaces than we could before. So we've got more of an opportunity to open up these learning centers than we did when they're purple, when it was very restrictive and people were in a very, they're in that small cohort guidance, which meant that they couldn't make contact with anybody. So we can do a lot more now that we're in the red. Some of the things that we're doing involving intervention. As you all know, we always do a summer school, EL, ESY summer school. And it's always been a very big success. Stacy Tran, our English language coordinator, she's done a great job putting that together. And the teachers who participate love to do it every year. So they're getting a lot out of it. So we decided, because of the situation we were in this year, why wait till summer? We can start doing this now. So they've been working in the species unit of study this year or during this time is honeybees. And they're focused on oral language production. They still have a lot of coaching support, demonstration lessons. So all the things that you all have been seeing during summer school, we are continuing that, but we're actually doing it during the school year. So this is an after-school intervention. So we have 10 teachers involved with this, with instructional coaches. They are working with 125 students, and 3 of those classes are dedicated to newcomer students. In addition, they are opening up aside from this program, we are opening up a English Learner Newcomer Learning Center at Riverbank on March 1, and we're hoping to open up additional learning centers as well for support for students. All our sites have interventions going on there. This is a specific program, but all our school sites have different intervention programs going. I know that this evening in a lot of our public comments, DI was mentioned. And I do know that the principal at Elkhorn, he is planning to have a specific DI intervention that should be starting really soon. So, and again, all our sites have interventions that are going on after school and supports that are in school as well. And I believe that's the end of our presentation. I think it's right, Dr. Hildreth?
Yes, that's it. We always want to end with a huge thank you to everyone involved in giving us input, filling out the surveys, looking at updates. We know that it's a lot, and we so appreciate all that you do in giving us the information that we need to provide an academic and social emotional supportive environment. But as we get into the red tier, and we're now in the red tier, we know we just need to keep focused on the things that we are doing well, not only as a district, but clearly as a county. And with the hand washing, covering, face coverings, keeping everything clean and sanitized, and physical distancing, we hope that we can continue in the red tier and go into orange and yellow and get back to some sense of normalcy as soon as possible. So that's our update, and we're looking forward now to hearing additional public comments and answering questions from our trustees.
Great, thank you. And as a reminder to the trustees, the presentation was emailed to us. If you need to go back and take some notes, pop into your email and just to review that. Now is the time for a public comment on this item. As with previous practice, I will start with live comments. And Yorgos, the first person I have who has not yet spoken on this issue. I know that those who already spoke have children, and their children are probably in bed at this point. I may take a break after public comments. I'm seeing the board yawn a little bit. I don't know if we need a stretch break, but I will offer that after public comments, if that is okay with folks, because this is a big discussion, and I think that a lot of folks want to hear from us. So the first public comment I have is from Miss Tiffany McFadden. Unless I'm incorrect, Yorgos, but that's who I have.
You are spot on, which is amazing at this hour. So Tiffany McFadden, your microphone is on and you may begin when ready.
Thank you. We've listened to a lot of presentations tonight. There have been a lot of questions asked, and there's been a lot of information given, but I don't feel like any of it's new. I've been really disappointed in a few things tonight. One, I'm extremely disappointed to find out that we don't have room measurements for every classroom in our district. We have had too long to do that, knowing where we were headed. There's no reason for that to not have been done. And I'm extremely disappointed, and I apologize if I offend anyone, but I am extremely disappointed that we have a nurse on our board who has made no comments about the safety presentation. I haven't heard her make comments on anything, and I'm sure it's hard stepping into where you stepped into, but one of the reasons that was given was because you are a nurse and you have valuable input. Don't be afraid to share your valuable input. And with everything we've heard tonight, I feel like there's no time soon that we will be at agreements. At this point, we're allowed in the red tier to reopen schools for in-person learning. So I'm going to put a challenge to the board. Somebody, for the love of all that is holy, call a vote tonight. Call a vote, see where everybody stands. Just send us back to school in person with two choices. You say everybody should be able to have a choice. Give us a choice of full in person or full virtual. And it can work. You can teach simultaneously. Everybody gets a choice. At this point, we don't have choices. And I say this as somebody whose children have said they want to remain at home, but I'm still advocating for all of those that that's not working for. Do you know how many children have been removed from their homes in the last 2 weeks? 15 children removed from their homes. And a lot of that has to do with the mental and emotional strain this is taking on all families. Call for a vote tonight. Try to stop this from happening. Thank you.
Yorgos, that is the only one on the document that I saw as a but at this time, anybody who is on the phone may raise their hand and we will take live comments from, I want to say, the virtual gallery.
That is correct. I was comparing the list to the attendees that we currently have live on the Zoom webinar. I don't see that any of the comments that have been pre-submitted actually have a corresponding name with us live right now. So the rest of the comments look like oh, there we go. I see a hand raised from Christy McKinney, and she did actually have a pre-submitted comment as well, but she might want to read it herself. Christy, your microphone is turned on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Good evening. I'm a Southport 8th grade parent that has been actively participating in work groups since March and speaking today to voice my frustration that we still don't have a definitive plan to safely reopen our schools for all grades, TK through 12. I've been vocal, provided public comment and feedback over the last year at several board meetings. Like many parents, I'm exhausted and frustrated that we still don't appear to have a movement and consensus to bring our teachers and students safely back to the classroom where the real learning happens. The district has spent over $8 million on PPE, HEPA filters, HVAC system updates, and childcare for our teachers. Our district presented their safety plan, just needs to post it. The district has also developed and published a COVID dashboard on the district website. What more is there to do? We've asked our teachers and our students to pivot at a moment's notice in the middle of a worldwide pandemic. They have risen to the occasion in a big way. It's time for the district to reciprocate and develop a full-day hybrid schedule for all students that includes in-person PE. We don't have time to recreate the wheel. There have been other districts like size to our district, private schools and charter schools in our region that have opened safely and created equitable full-day hybrid schedules that have met the needs of their school communities. We can do the same. The district always talks about the importance of equity for our kids within the district and has made a significant investment on equity issues and development. However, over the last year, we haven't taken the steps based on equity of our school community. Our children are struggling with anxiety, isolation, and mental health. Parents don't want school to reopen because we need a babysitter. We want schools to reopen to educate and provide the on-site supports and services that our kids need, especially our kids with IEPs and 504s. As a two-parent household that are considered essential workers, we both have had to adapt with much less precautions than our schools have in place today. We had to adopt a new way of working using PPE and safety protocols. Not returning to work for my husband and I was not an option. Our school administrators and classified staff had been working on campus the entire time, staffing learning centers and taking on new roles as needed. Our on-site childcare centers have been open since June with no outbreaks. The data, science, research, and the movement of Yolo County into the red tier all support reopening schools. We need our board to do the right thing, and I call for a vote tonight to reopen our schools. Our kids and their futures are depending on you. We elected you to make decisions on behalf of our school community, even when those decisions may not be the most favorable. Please consider reopening our schools for all grades with equitable full-day hybrid models that meet the needs of our working families and community. Thank you.
Sorry, Christy, that's time.
Yorgos, I think I see another hand up. Just want to make sure that I'm following the queue.
Correct. We do have a comment request from Kenna J. Kenna, your microphone is available to you and you may begin.
Kenna Jeski again. Thank you guys for all of this work. I can only imagine. It's like Greek. But I do have a question, and if I missed it, I pre-apologize. The model that you're using the design, was it designed off of a school district that's using it that already has an effective model in place? I'm not trying to be insulting. The examples that you guys are proposing, were they based off of any examples on districts that opened already and are having a successful run with hybrid in-person only? Because many districts are, and not just private schools. So if anyone can just let me know this model that I can see took a lot of work, but is very confusing only because I'm not sure as a single mom how I'm going to balance 2 kids at this program, 2 hours at different times per day, per week. So can someone tell me if it's based off of what data? I just want to know where this one came from. That's all. Thank you guys so much. I know everyone's getting tired. I'm trying to keep it quick. We just need more information. Thank you.
As a reminder to the public, this is not a conversation with the public. It is a conversation amongst board members, and to the degree that board members want to respond to that, we will, and during our discussion time. I see another hand raised. I believe, if I'm correct, Miss Laura Jameson is next in queue. And if that is so, can we unmute Miss Laura Jameson?
Laura, your microphone is on and you may begin when ready.
Miss Jameson, please unmute yourself. Okay, perfect. Go ahead, go. Miss Jameson, we are unable to hear you. I'm not sure if it's an issue on your microphone's end, Miss Jameson. We will hold the floor open, and we know that you're in queue.
Co-President Wong, it looks like she dropped off the Zoom webinar.
Okay, great. I do have some public comments to read, and if she pops back on, Miss Laura Jameson is back on. So let's see if this works this time.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay,
Thank
sorry
you.
about that. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I just have a really quick, I guess more of a question or get a clarification. During tonight's presentation, it was said that the survey is due tomorrow at 8 p.m. for TK through 5, but that wasn't clear in any of the communication. So I think it would just be helpful to get a clarification of really what is due tomorrow by 8 p.m. And then if that is the case, that only up to grades 5 are due by tomorrow, what's the status for getting the schedules for middle school and high school? And if parents make a choice for their middle schooler and high schooler by tomorrow, can they actually change their mind down the road when those schedules come out? So that's, I'm just hoping to get some clarification on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. One last call for live public comment from the virtual gallery. If there are none, I will move to the pre-submitted comments. So Yorgos, can you confirm there are nobody else in the queue in the virtual gallery?
You are correct.
Thank you so much. So a public comment from Wim van Ruin. Many of us essential on-site workers have children currently in childcare and learning centers on campus. Will children in Champions, YMCA, ACES, etc., be able to participate in the hybrid schedule? I would love for my daughter to participate, but cannot afford to give up the 5 days a week, 8 to 5 care Champions offers. Thus, this information would impact how we respond to the return to school survey. Clarification ASAP would be much appreciated. I hope that the district will find a way to allow children in the child care programs learning centers to participate in hybrid learning, because they are already on campus and very used to all of the safety protocols, masking, hygiene protocols, etc. They can effectively model those practices for their peers who have been learning from home this past year. Thank you very much for all you do, and we eagerly await the important clarification. Public comment number 2 from Wendy Conklin. Good evening. I am writing to you to request that the board vote to reopen WSC schools immediately for in-person learning. We can no longer use the argument that we shouldn't open WSC schools simply because there are no other public schools in Sacramento or Yolo County that are fully open. The argument is invalid at this point, given recent CDC guidance and the broad spectrum of science indicating it's safe to return to school. My daughter is a freshman at River City High School. The excitement of being on campus this week was palpable for both sports practice and picture day. It's extremely difficult for our students to see their friends across the country participating in classes, games, cheerleading, and social clubs in states where positivity rates are more than double California's. Our kids need to go back to school. Their mental health depends on it. Teachers argue that they would return to school if the union would agree to it. But the union is teachers, so who's really driving the messaging at this point? The answer is simple. Teachers and their messages of not wanting to return to school is coming through loud and clear to parents. I understand some teachers are really enjoying remote work and don't want to lose this perk. I've heard many voices aloud. Some teachers have said they don't want to go back because they like not commuting from Elk Grove. There are teachers at the high school who are traveling and simply cancel class because their internet in Tahoe might be sketchy. Roll is taken and kids log out after less than 5 minutes of class. The teacher resumes the day off without having to take a sick day. There are teachers running their side businesses during the day, leaving students to fend for themselves and relying on the teachers to cover that for them. High school classes are already cut 35 minutes, yet my daughter seldom has a day where she attends every class for the full scheduled hour. What's going behind the scenes at River City High School shows a complete lack of integrity on the part of many teachers. It's time for this behavior to end. It's time for the dumbing down of River City High School students to end. Please vote to reopen schools full time and help our students get their lives back on track. Thank you. Wendy Conklin. Public comment number 3 from Ms. Mari Ruiz. Dear board members and superintendent, I would like to first thank you for your public service to the district. It is much appreciated. My name is Mari Ruiz, and I'm the mother of a first grader in the DI program at Elkhorn Elementary. I write to you today to share my concern about the new proposed return to school plan and the dual immersion program, or the lack of. My husband and I chose the dual immersion program for our daughter at Elkhorn, not our home school, after much research on the benefits of having a child not only growing up bilingual, but the advantage of learning in multiple languages. Truth be told, we originally planned to enroll her at Lighthouse Charter School, but then found that our very own district had this unique and beneficial program right at home. Fast forward 7 months and COVID hit, schools closed, and her kindergarten school year is cut. I appreciate how fast the district was able to react and adapt to a new learning model, virtual. I think it's safe to say virtual was the most used word in 2020. Unfortunately, virtual is not the best learning model for an immersion program. In order for an immersion program to succeed, the child needs to be immersed in the language, not only by the teacher, but by the peers of the two languages. This is impossible with 2 hours of instruction in the morning and then about an hour in the afternoon. And this is if we were lucky not to have internet or connectivity issues, which leads me to my next concern. I reviewed the new proposed hybrid model, and I almost feel as though the model was intended for parents to be forced to choose the virtual only option. I'm lucky enough to be able to work from home 3 days a week, but only because I have to be at home for virtual learning. I need to return to work full-time. My questions are, will on-site childcare be offered before and after in-person hours? Will the same childcare options be offered at all schools? What is the reason why only 2 hours are being offered per day? Why not 4? Why not 2 to 3 full days instead? Planning childcare is nearly impossible with this model. I feel as I'm being punished for 1, being a working mom, 2, not going to my homeschool, driving for a half an hour in the middle of my workday is an incredible nuisance. Did I mention I also have a 2-year-old running around? But I may do it only for the sake of my daughter's mental health. In the past year, she has had 3 major breakdowns, crying and questioning why she can't go back to school, especially as we drive by Our Lady of Grace and she sees kids playing outside. It breaks my heart to tell her that those people are lucky enough to be able to afford to. Is there any possibility of us returning to school 100% or even 50% of the time? Our kids are supposed to be receiving virtual class every day, but I can list out 18 days where my daughter did not receive a full day online instruction. 2, teacher called no afternoon class because she was sick. 2, teacher called no afternoon class because she had to be on campus to hand out classwork. 4, no instruction all day due to the district internet being out. 2, no instruction all day due to the substitute teacher was not able to log on. 8, either full or partial day of no instruction due to her teacher losing connectivity or her internet being choppy. How is my daughter not receiving 18 days of full day instruction? If I didn't send her to school for 18 days, I would be fined and found guilty of a violation, which brings me back to my initial concern. How is the DI program going to
President
succeed?
Wong, that's time.
Oof, that's long. Okay, public comment number 4 from Ms. Laura Pulis. Please open high school as soon as possible. Students are suffering academically and emotionally. Public comment number 5 from Aram Sarkisian. I apologize now for not pronouncing names correctly. Honorable trustees of the Washington Unified School District. My name is Aram Sarkisian. My wife and I have 3 children, Alec and Lori, Stonegate class of 2020, and Taylor, Stonegate class of 2022. We lived in West Sacramento for the last 17 years and truly love our West Sac community. I'm writing to you ahead of your meeting tonight. I want to encourage you to take proactive, decisive steps to reopen schools safely in light of Yolo County's entrance into the red tier. This morning, in an interview on Cap Radio's Insight Show, Yolo County's Public Health Officer, Dr. Amy Sison, made it crystal clear, saying schools can open safely in our community. Her quote was, "It's great news. K-12 schools can open for in-person instruction. There is no state barrier standing in the way. They can reopen immediately." I say this because our daughter, Taylor, has been home for a year. She's a straight-A student and played on Stonegate's basketball team. Thankfully, despite sitting in her bedroom in front of a laptop for the last 11 months, she is at the top of her 7th grade class. But the lack of social interaction in sports has noticeably impacted her. Taylor loves being in class. She loves her teachers and her friends. She wants to go to school. We filled out the survey the other day and are 100% on board with the hybrid schedule. Taylor's older siblings, Alec and Lori, are at Christian Brothers and have been on a hybrid since August and has worked very successfully. That's all we are asking for. Give the kids a chance to get back into class, even for a few days, for the rest of the year. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our concerns. We look forward to getting Taylor back to school as soon as possible. Regards, Aram Sarkisian. I believe those are all the comments. All right, I'm gonna take a poll with the board. You want to take a 5-minute break at 11:10 p.m. to stretch, or you guys want to just power through this whole conversation? I'm seeing some nods. Can we take, I mean, at this point at 11:10, I think 5 minutes to stretch and get our minds active and up would be good. So why don't we take 5 minutes? Get some coffee? 3 minutes. Okay, I'm here. I'm seeing it 3 minutes. Get some water, go bio break, all of that. All right. We are back. And while we were waiting, Yorgos, I'm going to confirm we didn't get any more requests to speak in live form. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a no.
President Wong, I see a comment from Kenna Jeske at 10:56. I don't know if she already made a comment.
She did.
Okay.
She did. So we will wait for Dr. Hildreth to come back for staff discussion. Looks like she is back. Everybody has their water, their coffee. And so let's open up the floor for questions and discussions. Again, we have the presentations emailed to us. And so that might be a good reminder after everything. So Co-President Pizzotti. Now, thank you for your patience and time for your question.
Trying to whittle down some of my questions because I have a lot of them, but I'd like to first take issue with one of the written submitted comments. It just left a very bad taste in my mouth, and it was almost accusatory towards teachers. I'm trying to word this right. Teachers have been busting their rumps to make this work, this virtual learning work. And, you know, they're the ones that are going to be in class with our kids. They're the ones that are going to be teaching our kids. So I just want to take umbrage with the way that it sounded in hearing that that written statement. I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep composure here because it was frustrating. It was very frustrating. You know,
you want to?
Many people don't understand. I got it. No, many people don't understand what goes into bringing kids back. It's more than just the teachers. It's also the classified. It's also trying to find all the, you know, changing guidances and put them into place in order to make something work in a model that everybody can stand by. And I just really have to say that I personally was a little offended by it, and I'm not even a teacher. So I'm just going to stop there on that point. I just want to take that point of personal privilege to make a comment because it was really concerning. So first, I want to start in. We've seen this model, the AV model, a couple times now, and I have some concerns about the model because, well, first off, there's no plan of childcare to come with that model, and we've heard from a number of parents how that model is going to be. It's going to be structurally untenable for people, especially as we're in the red and people start coming back to work. You know, I can see this as being something that just doesn't seem to work very well. And this is going to lead into another, and at first I want to say, I know that, you know, Stan and Matt, you guys have worked very hard on this model, and all of our staff and all of the focus groups and work groups. I totally understand that. So please take my words with a grain of salt. It's just my personal perception of how these things are going to mesh together. Because when we talk about this AV model and you're going to have a morning virtual and an afternoon in person, and it could be potentially split into an AB in person, we have to be able to say this is what we're going to offer in terms of, you know, childcare or learning centers for those that are going back to work. So I'm just something that I think I need to hear a little bit more on. And then about the survey that went out to teachers. It's been said that there's a lot of teachers that are not a lot, but some. There'll be some teachers that just medically can't come back. And do we have an idea from that survey how many that is? And if so, if the number is statistically significant, doesn't that mean that many kids will not be able to keep their teacher in the AV model? If there's a large enough number, especially at certain grade levels, that aren't medically able to come back. So I guess that's a question that I'd like to ask.
Hey there. Thank you, Co-President Pizzotti. I don't know if I'll be able to capture all your points, but you know, the childcare is definitely something that we are really focused on as well. And as you know, we've offered it from the beginning of the year. So it is definitely something that we're aware of and we cared deeply about. We've done some surveys earlier in the year. The bottom line is when we're doing a partial schedule, there is going to be gaps in what our traditional school day was. And that is going to make childcare difficult for a lot of folks. And so, you know, in terms of, you know, I think it's just a decision on our part. Are we going to provide childcare as we normally would during the school day to cover the school day for folks? And so that's one of the questions, you know, when you have a partial day, that's the difficult part. So, you know, whether you have things in the morning or the afternoon, A, B, that's always going to be an issue, as it is now for people even in the virtual. So, but we do have a lot of childcare considerations. We still have room in childcare at a number of our sites, so there still is opportunity for people to take advantage of it. What I would say is that when anyone has some sort of issue where their situation might prevent them from getting the best out of our school district, we always recommend they talk to the school site administrator, and then we try to give them the best options. We'll always look for options for people to have that, and we will fight to expand our childcare if need be to help people.
To follow up on that, in terms of learning centers, the learning centers are for those with inadequate, internet capabilities, for foster youth, for homeless students, for any essential worker. Is there ability to expand on that in terms of if the AV model is the model in which we go into, to expand that to parents that are returning to work?
There is an ability to expand.
They're not essential. They may not be essential workers. They just may be returning.
There is an ability to expand. I hesitate to say we could, meet everybody's demands, because there's so many different schedules out there, work schedules of a lot of people. And I think, that could put the district in a very difficult situation, regardless of what model, what we did. But our definite plans are to expand learning centers, as we've said before, and expand our childcare as much as possible to help people so that they can participate fully.
Okay.
And that's during the school time and off school hours as well.
Okay. So my next question is more of, I think I already know the answer, but I don't think the public does. can you please clarify why we can't bring all the kids back full time like some of the private schools that have done already?
Yeah, I don't know every private school and what they've done, but what I do know is that there are different community expectations in terms of what, in terms of safety and how it's done. There are different agreements between their labor associations and ours. And so the guidelines that we follow may be stricter in some cases than theirs. So I don't want to make assumptions because there's a lot of different private schools out there, but in general, we're following those guidelines that were put out by the health department. And the biggest roadblock to having more kids on campus at the same time for longer hours, the biggest roadblock is the spacing. That is by far the biggest difference, because once you can only have our teaching staff was meant to be at a certain level. Our FTE, et cetera, was meant to be staffed at a certain level. Once you cut that in half, you're almost ensuring that you have to split your classes to make sure they fit into the rooms. And so that becomes a very big handicap in planning. And that's where you have all these other models that have come up, AM, PM, AB, just so they can split their classes so that they can fit them into schools. And when they do that, but you only have so many teachers in so many rooms. So, when you split the class, you still have one teacher for that split class. So it's not like, okay, we've got all these extra teachers and all these extra rooms that can put people in. And so that's where you have these split models. There are school districts that are not, that I know of, that are reopening just normal. And they've chosen, for whatever reason, they're able to just do, they don't have to abide by those spacing guidelines the way we are right now. So as long as we are doing that, precisely, there are some limitations.
Okay, thank you, Stan. And there was on one of the slides, there was the mention of a simulcast, but
Yes.
it's not presented in any of the models that we've been presented.
No.
And I would like to understand why.
Sure. One is we're trying to make it as best version as we can. So we, as we've talked all along that our rollout was in phases and that the primary grades would come first. And so we were definitely much more intensive early on the primary elementary portion of this. And so, just as our phases have gone for when we bring back students in school, some of our work has gone that way as well in terms of our intensity. And so we've come up with, we do have a model that we have shared with teachers, and it involves basically the idea of the periods where teachers would be in their classroom and or at home. All instruction would be virtual, but students would be allowed to come to school in classrooms. Of course, there would be probably an A/B type of schedule that goes with it, but kids would, because you would only have you still have those social distancing requirements, but the mode of delivery would be virtual instruction, just like it is now. The only difference is that you would have kids actually in the classroom, so they would be able to preserve their schedules. Even if the teacher went virtual, we would be able to preserve their schedules because we would either fill those slots with substitutes or make our learning centers larger, which we can do much easier at this point. And teachers would be teaching some of their students who were in the class and then some of their students that were at home, whether or not the teacher was in person or from a remote location. We've seen this model at several different schools. I know that some of the secondary schools further inland, when they wanted to reopen in a hurry, that's the model they went to. So this is a model that's being done at a number of secondary sites, even private schools, and again, it preserves that schedule with the teacher. And going back to, I think one of your comments was, how are we able to preserve the integrity of the teacher if we have some teachers that are not coming in? That's how we would do it with secondary. In the elementary model, I just want to draw everyone's attention to the fact that in the morning, the virtual instruction is with the primary teacher that they currently have, that virtual part. So the regrouping would be with the in-person. That's where we would do the regrouping. But the major block of core instruction would be with their primary teacher, whether that teacher was virtual or in person in the classroom.
Okay. I'm just going to cut off most of my other comments and just ask about a couple of safety kind of considerations. One is, the temperature checks once kids come on campus, the scans. I can see that as being a little bit cumbersome. I've seen some things at certain offices that I've been into where they have the wall-mounted temperature scanner, temperature reader, instead of having a big roadblock or traffic jam at any one entry point where somebody is sitting there with a laser thermometer. Would it be, I think, maybe a little easier to do a wall mount right in front of the classroom or right by a classroom?
I'm not particularly aware of that technology. What I can tell you about I visited a school doing a hybrid, and what they had done is they set up 3 kiosks. So it was multiple points of entry for their staff. So it wasn't just one main entry, it was multiple points of entry. And one of the things that we're looking to do is stagger our schedules so that you're not having everybody come at once. So you wouldn't have all your 6-8 people coming at the same time as the elementary people. So we think that'll alleviate crowding. I will talk to our MOT people and see if they have some idea of this technology that you're talking about. I'm not personally aware of it, but I have seen that people can do screen checks if they have multiple kiosks for people to get in. And one of the things too to consider too with the afternoon piece is there is a block of time from when their virtual instruction ends. So hopefully that will give people a little bit more time to, that staggered time will help alleviate any kind of lines.
Right. And then the last question is about N95 masks. So in order for an N95 mask to be effective, you have to be fit tested. And I was just wondering who's going to be doing the fit testing. Also, are those that want N95 masks aware that you can't have a beard? So they don't make a seal. I can tell you that from experience. So are we going to have them fit tested for an N95? And if so, who's going to be able to do that? Will our school nurse or school aide be able to do that, be trained in a way in which they can do that?
I think that's information that we'll get back to you in terms of the fit. I know that in terms of the mask, there is a way for employees to request those specific types of masks, but in terms of getting fitted and the whole process, we'll bring that back at the next update.
Thank you. That's good. Thank you, President Wong.
Any other questions? I am seeing Clerk Venegas lean in. I'm going to see him unmute.
I have a bunch, but I was just going to comment on the Alcorn actually has like a standalone scan kiosk. Looks like a camera. I thought it was a camera, but you walk up to it. It's right in the front. So one of our schools here in the north area has one of those in the front.
The floor is to you with your bunch of questions.
I'll wait. Let me organize them a little bit more. Thank you.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez? Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Barnes unmuted first. So we'll go ahead. Trustee Barnes. Is she frozen?
No, I
Oh.
was I that still? Yeah, I think I have more comments, but I think one question is, so it sounds like the blueprint calculation is what's really going to help guide us as far as, you know, who comes up with these models for how to get us back safely. I wonder where the, you know, restricted number of students, whether it's spacing or if there was something published by the CDC that said you can only have 14 or 16. I know we're doing it with, in some SDC, paraeducator and educator, people to a classroom. Is that spacing, or was that a recommended by the CDC guideline?
I can answer that. So when we were in the purple tier, there was a cohort guidance that was out. And so that was, yeah, at that point, we could only have 16. So the spacing, social distancing component was there also. But even with that, you could only have 16 in a building. So for example, even if you had a big space that was indoors, you could only have 16 adults and students combined at that time. And that was during when we were in the purple guidance.
So can you clarify that that is because small cohort limitations no longer apply, correct?
Correct.
I just wanted you to be clear about that.
Correct.
So what are you using to apply numbers then? Because these models are based off numbers, but then
spacing.
again,
Spacing.
just spacing, but we haven't yet measured spacing.
So we kind of did, we did kind of a general pool of about, we estimated when you put it all together that probably 14 to 15 students would be kind of the general.
So you use small cohort measures. You didn't, it wasn't spacing then. You actually used.
But we measured earlier in the year too. So we measured early in the year and looked at classrooms and thought, okay, how many kids could we safely put in here based on this guidance? So the general number that we're looking at is 14, 15, but we're aware that some rooms might have more or less.
And are we considering using the bigger spaces for, you know, the cafeterias and the?
Yeah, yes, we are. But I think those would be probably best served for things like learning centers. That would probably be a better place than, let's say, a classroom, because we have the classroom spaces, but if we wanted to add or expand our use of learning centers, we could probably get more people that way if we use those bigger spaces.
And I also, I'm so sorry it's so late and I'm so tired, but I do also want to say thank you to the teachers and to the staff and to all of you, Stan and Matt, everybody working so hard, all the work groups and parent groups. I know there are a ton, and so I hope I don't miss that step, because I really want the teachers to hear, oh my gosh, I'm so emotional, that we understand how hard they've been working, and that we love them and that we appreciate them and that we are thankful for what they've been doing. I know there are some one-offs that don't always exhibit the best behavior, but we're humans and that's what happens in any large group. So thank you to everyone who's been working so hard to keep our kids, you know, in this virtual learning model. My next question is, why are there only 2 hours? I think you kind of touched on that with Co-President Posadi's questions, but I'm confused about why there are only 2 hours and why we're not doing more of a block. 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, a block is possible, but a big part of our consideration there is, again, you only have the same amount of staff altogether. And so to get these 2 hours, we're throwing in the kitchen sink to get those. But as you get further, if you create these blocks like an A/B, I'm just to kind of give you a visual. So let's say a student is there for 4 hours on Monday, and then they kind of switch alternating days, and that's a good chunk of time, 4 hours. But the next day, they would be at home and that teacher that they had, that they would be teaching that B group. And so when that A teacher is teaching that B group, those A students are home basically on their own doing independent work. And we felt like having that much independent work was not a really great model right now at this point. So that was one of the reasons that block of time didn't work that way. It is possible, and we know, and people do the same thing with AM PM, right? It's basically just flipped. So students come in the morning and they go home in the afternoon, and they go asynchronous in the afternoon, and vice versa. So even though we know there's always some asynchronous time, even in our model, there could be some asynchronous time. But we were really trying to avoid those large blocks of a day or a whole day where a student was asynchronous. And that's why if you look at hybrid models, including some of our there's a neighboring district that's made a lot of headlines lately. I would suggest look at that model, compare that to ours, and see which one you think really is got the best, does the best for our community, because it is, there was a good question by a parent, about research on hybrid, and it's such a new concept. And, we've done research on it, but, in terms of research-based strategies, it's hard to really kind of like say, wow, this is the best hybrid model. We created a hybrid model based on what we heard our community say. And what we heard them say is, we really don't want to switch teachers at this point. So don't mix us up, create something where we get to keep our teachers, but we get something in person as well. And so that's what we came up with. And the reason we chose the virtual part to be academic is because we feel like currently we're addressing the academics. I know we could do it better, and I know people would like to see us go back to in person, but the social emotional part is probably the piece of this that we're having the most difficult time with. That's the part that's most difficult. And so we decided to make that the in-person so that we can get the most out of that component. That's why we decided to make that in person for that reason. So that was our thinking. And there's a neighboring district that looked at our model and they want to use it too. So it's not that we copied it from someone because we liked it. We didn't make it from someone else. We made it basically based on the feedback we heard from our people here in West Sacramento. We didn't want us to say, well, this is an easy model or it's very implementable. On the contrary, we're going to have to really work our tails off to make sure we have enough people so that we can have those full 2 hours. You're probably going to see me teaching class again for a little while. So hello, Southport. So that's where I taught last time. So that's why I said that. So, and I won't be alone because we're going to throw the kitchen sink to make sure the kids get that quality couple of hours a day. I'm very confident about the primary part doing that. And I think we're really working to do everything to make that for 4 or 5. But I know I said a lot there. And your question was just about that 4 hours. But I'm just trying to give you a personal view of why we chose that. And honestly, I would never want to put my every schedule I make, everything I do in my team, Ed Services, we do it as if our own children were in that schedule, and that's very important to me. That whatever we do is better than what we're currently doing, and we're not just doing something just to do it. And because we can easily do things just to do it. There's a schedule. I'm not going to point to the district, but they're just getting people in the room, and they're even simulcasting elementary. And so that just to give you, there's different models. Everyone has their reasons. Different communities. I never judge. We built our model based on what we heard from people here in West Sacramento.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think, it sounds like we're just going to have to be really aggressive with planning still, continue for a while. We heard a lot of, concern about lack of planning and lack of dispatching information and potentially lack of transparency. And I feel like it's unfortunate because I hope that people understand how hard we are working behind the scenes. I've only been here for like a month and I've already feel like I've put in a ton of effort to help with all of this. So I do want that to be publicly heard, that there is just that fluctuation that was seen in the presentation as well of we're in the red, we're in the purple, we're in the rainbow, and that's what it's going to look like for a while, possibly. So we have to be prepared for that. And so I think we are all committed to that aggressive planning that we'll have to keep doing. You also mentioned that, that you do things, based on what your own child would like to see, what would benefit from. And I think that brings us back to the loud voices tonight about the DI. And I appreciate that, since Lucy is in the DI and program. And I think that this model is not great for them. I see how it can work for English learners, but when you look at asynchronous time, that doesn't work for an immersion model, especially kinder and first and second. There isn't an hour that they have that would benefit them with asynchronous work. They don't read well in English. So, having them study on their own without somebody helping them is not going to work. It doesn't work for them. So we have to hear those voices, because it's not wrong that this program is not going to succeed if we don't. They need to be back, and they need to be considered. And I want to see them on the screen the same way that we see EL, and the same way that we see any other disadvantaged group at this point. I realize that, they are different, but I think that we do need to consider that, because they are not the same as the rest, and we need to hear that. And we need to fix that if we can.
Trustee Barnes, can I ask for a clarifying question? You're saying something completely different from everybody's standard. Is that the suggestion? I'm trying to understand your comment.
Yeah, I think it became clear to me tonight that we actually weren't considering DI as a separate cohort, especially with some of the presentations where I didn't see it listed. And I think it's being lumped in with the general education system, and they will not work with asynchronous learning. The little ones, especially. Maybe third grade could, and I fully want their safety, and I fully want the teachers' safety, and I want everybody to, do this well together, but there has to be a better plan for them. We're going to have to start thinking outside the box with them. We don't have a choice if we want that program to succeed. So that's what I'm saying.
So similar to our SDC or our opportunity class, is it what I'm hearing? I just want to clarify the direction, because
yeah, I see what you're asking. So exactly, take them out of this. They can't go into this hybrid model. It won't work for them, mostly because of this Monday asynchronous time, when there's already so little time, 2 hours a day in person. The virtual is okay. I think we heard tonight that we're still not opposed to it. I think they would prefer more time. Obviously, we still have to do what's best for the whole, and we want that. But I think we really need to take them out of that model and create something different, because we can't expect them to teach themselves. We can't expect any kids to teach themselves, but I'm thinking about what in the world are they going to do when they already have this, English learning model where we don't have class from 10:30 until 12 or whatever, 12:30. I can't remember the cutoffs, but there's a big gap of time there where they're not hearing Spanish. And I think what a lot of the parents are saying is they just need to hear Spanish. I don't know if that needs to be more virtual, which sounds awful, but it can't be the way that it is now, where they're not hearing it, because they're falling even farther behind. And that's very evident in the reports that were given tonight on, Lisa Meneses talked about the paragraphs, writing paragraphs, where most of our kids in first grade are writing, a small paragraph, but paragraphs. And ours are writing very simple. They just finished a project on MLK, very simple sentences that they should be writing, more of, but they don't have the language skills to be able to do that in those languages. So we have to put more effort into getting them that support in that language, or immersed in that language, I think. I don't have a great solution right now.
No.
But I want
So I mean, I just hear just treat the schedule needs to be distinct and different for children, both English language learners and Spanish language learners for DI. That's what I'm hearing, that if it's a small enough cohort, treat it similar to our opportunity program or that aren't actually, they don't get lumped into actually our major model, because they actually are going 5 days a week with their current model, right? SDC, et cetera, is what I'm hearing, because we're doing that for a distinct program elsewhere.
Correct.
I just want to clarify.
Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
And I think as far as questions, I think Co-President Posadia asked the same one. I think the last question would be for the general public too. What will the time frame look like when we say that we're going to present and then come back and reconsider? Now that we're in the red tier and we see this is going to continue, right? We're going to go, like I said, from purple to red, maybe, hopefully not. But if we do, what is our backup plan so that we don't have to keep reconsidering? Do we present a few plans for when we're in each tier, or do we, say this is how we're doing it moving forward, no matter what tier we're in? Because the last thing we want is to get back into that tier that shuts us down and then not have a solution for schools. Because like people have said, we have across the country lots of open schools, not just here in our neighborhoods too, in our neighboring communities, but across the country we have many open functioning schools.
Trustee Barnes, this was a question that was asked months ago. So, and Dr. Hildreth, you weren't on board yet, but Stan, my understanding and clarify is that once you open, you actually stay open there, no matter what tier you're in. So
Yes.
Once we commit to a date and I shouldn't say, I'm trying to avoid the language that we open in-person instruction, we don't go backwards. We just apply our safety plan and everything else. So the campuses will not be fully closed, if that's helpful to you, Trustee Barnes. So that's my understanding, is once we decide on a date, and I think NHSM says, like, we decide the date, we negotiate the impact. We decide the date, we negotiate the impact. But we can't decide a date without a plan. I hear that as well. So we got to figure out the plan, which is the hybrid schedule, whatever that is, right? So there's a couple of steps in there. But once we decide the date, we don't go backwards from that date. Is that correct?
Yes, once you open school, you're good to go. Of course, there could be temporary closures if there was some sort of outbreak, but that doesn't stop you from reopening, going right back to where you want.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
If anyone wants clarification on the antigen testing, I'm happy to.
Well, I was going to ask Binax, since your mic is on, so just really fully understanding the Binax process. We talked about it a couple of times, and I know you're an expert in this field. So please do explain to the public what the Binax thing is, because I know I'll be really transparent. I'll nod, and I think it's testing, but a detailed understanding what Binax is would be helpful.
Yes, it's testing. And there are a lot of different options for antigen testing, which is what the Binax is. The Binax Now card is something that has been provided by the government, so it's free, which is awesome to us. But it is a card that is just like any, if you've seen an antigen test, it looks a lot like a pregnancy test. So it's something that is a stick with, you saw probably in the card, two little windows, and the kids and the adults, it's very simple now because you can do it anterior nares. So you can stick it right in the tip front of your nose. You want to get it up there a little bit, but that's easy to do when it's yourself. You swirl it around for a bit. You hand it to the person who is processing the test, and they basically mix it with some solution, once that solution's been mixed appropriately, they drop it onto the card, and the card will show that result, whether you're negative or positive for COVID-19. Within 10 to 15 minutes for the Binax cards. Every antigen test is a little bit different. The benefit of the Binax card is cost effective, and also that it is very accurate. It's potentially the most accurate outside of the PCR test, which is the gold standard. The PCR testing is something that has to be processed in a lab, but the antigen testing does not and can be done quickly right there on site.
Helpful. Thank you for the detailed explanation, because I was nodding and going, I'm going to ask Christy later.
Yeah.
So, all right. Any other questions, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Yes, thank you. It's a fine balance to be aware of everyone's time. I know it's late, but also ask the important questions that go. So apologies in advance, but I'll try to be concise. Thank you, of course, for all of this. Thank you. For the TK5 survey, it was said due, well, I want to make sure, is it TK5 that's due? Let's clarify that right now for people for tomorrow, because it does have other grades that you can check off. And so let's clarify just to make sure we know, and then we can maybe push some message out of due Friday TK5 or due Friday everyone, and middle school and high school, could they change if that's the case?
Yeah, at this point, this is only TK5 that were needed, because that's our first groups that we're hoping to get started. So our secondary families will get another, once we have something updated that's more succinct in terms of a schedule, which we hope will be soon, which we think will be very soon. We will put that out to those families, could be by the end of next week, so that they can also have put their choice in and update their choices from previous surveys. Perfect. Or not previous surveys. We only had one survey, but from the previous times we've sent it out.
So maybe principals can maybe clarify that tomorrow and push out a, hey, don't forget to get this in by 8 p.m. And for middle school and high school, you have another coming with a schedule attached. That might be helpful, I think. Okay, that would be great.
We'll make that happen.
Okay. And then the piece about childcare, first of all, I'm so grateful for Rahale and for the district. I don't know very many places that got one-on-one phone calls of where can I put you? Let's move you to this school. Let's make room here. I mean, very grateful for that. But now, because all that work was done and people had their childcare spot, and now they really want to do a hybrid, and now anxiety is there, right? Of how am I going to be able to move my child? So there might not be an update right now, but that is information that people are going to be looking for who are in those programs. For example, the full day YMCA at Bridgeway, if that is not your home school, was one that was brought up. I think one thing that I heard that they were concerned about was, for example, Monday, because Monday's kind of a different day. Would there be childcare? Would that be at one school and then the other school? So I know that that is not something maybe that is ready yet, because we have to know how many kids say yes to come back. I know it's a big project, but that families need to know that. And I do know that the patchwork is hard. I know it's very hard on our community in terms of families when they hear this school district's doing this one's doing this. The governor said, a long time ago, you need testing, you need all these things. No, why aren't you open yet? Why? I mean, it's hard on everyone, and it's very hard on the staff and the community. And so to that point about losing time, and we hear families loud and clear about wanting to not go to school and just sit on a computer. And that's what some models are, because they're just trying to get kids on campus. And so it's sitting in the classroom on the computer, similar to our learning center models. Or others, I've said these minutes and they always shock people. And so I'll just say them briefly right now, because I know people are listening. For some hybrids that are open, it's Monday. This is a neighboring school district. Monday, 20 minutes with your teacher virtually. 20 minutes. The rest is all on your own. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you get 2.5 hours, either in the morning or afternoon. 2.5 hours with your teacher. The rest is all on your own to be independent. And when we talk about supporting working families, oh my goodness, if I'm working, my husband's working, who is going to help that child for all of those hours? And so those models are incredibly hard also. There's no perfect model here. They're all very challenging because, as you said, a partial schedule is not a whole schedule. But the work that has been done I am so grateful for. And I had some teachers write me and crying seeing these models because, and it wasn't because they were anything other than worried that they were not going to give their children the very best they could, because they're working really hard. And that is what the motivation is of our staff. And they're doing small groups in the afternoon, and they want to be sure that they can still do that and meet their needs. And so thank you for this. Thank you for maximizing the time. I know it is challenging for families, but it's really maximizing the time in a challenging situation. And I know that you, the people doing these schedules have kids too. We all have kids. So we're in terms of the lens of wanting to make it work for students. I know that emotions are high and that people want something concrete. And I know that that is important for planning. As we look at our school year, that families are going to need that, and our staff is going to need that too, to wrap their head around what exactly does this mean and how can I make this happen. And so I think that is the conversation that as a board and district that needs to happen next. This is not an action item today, but it's heard loud and clear that people are wanting to know how to plan. And then I will lastly just say, when we hear about equity, I have two last things and then I'll stop. For our community that does not know, roughly, we have 764 students, students who have learning disabilities, identified learning disabilities, 1,295 students who are second language learners, 61 students roughly who are foster youth, roughly 4,920 students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and roughly 249 students who are experiencing homelessness. And our outreach specialists, everyone we've had on the ground, the learning centers that started immediately for families, your plans of talking about how do we meet and expand learning centers now that we're in red for our most under-resourced students are all incredibly important. Neighboring districts that went to hybrid models, it was who could come to that model, no learning center options there for them. The most under-resourced stayed home. The most under-resourced stayed home. And I appreciate that we are working. I know that that is still a challenge here. I know with transportation, I hear people loudly, but that we've been trying to get our most under-resourced to school. And I commend the efforts. And again, thank you. And thank you to our community for being engaged, for calling in, for sending us your thoughts, and for being partners in this, because at the end, even though emotions are high, we are all on the same team. The teachers, administrators, our families, and the school board. We are all on the same team working here for our kids. And sometimes we need to remind ourselves of that. And so thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, my very last one.
You had two. So I was like, you had one more. I'm like, that was one. This is your second to last. Yes.
My last one was the high school and middle school working groups. Do they have any students on them? And that is my last question.
We actually met with students today. So today was our first day actually doing 912, and we met with parts of the leadership class at River City High School. It was great, very uplifting. They were very thankful that we were trying to get them on campus. We asked them what kind of, we basically, just so you know how it worked, we showed them our safety guidelines, much as like in that you saw earlier in the other presentation. We showed them, we talked to them about what social distancing and those guidelines. And so they were really, they understood a lot of that already. So they may have done some research before they talked to us. And we asked them, we actually didn't start off with a model saying, hey, here's our model, what do you think? We actually asked them and said, when you see these things, what do you think would be possible? And they started coming up with ideas. Some of them have relatives at other schools. One of them had a sibling at a private school. and they were using basically what we thought would be the best model that was in our planning as well. And so we let them come up with the ideas. They just happened to be very similar to some of the thoughts that we had earlier, because we've had discussions, even though we haven't had a formal working group, we have had a lot of discussions with our principals, with some teachers as a focus group in terms of what could this be. And so we did talk to them about that possibility. So they were just really happy that we were trying to get them on campus. So they weren't thinking, oh, this is going to be very hard to learn like this. They were just really happy that they could get on campus. And so just to kind of give you the thoughts of that, but we did meet with students today.
Clerk Venegas?
Yes. Thank you for allowing me some more time to, and actually some of the questions were answered. So thank you. Thank you for the fact that everybody else asked questions. So, I'm going back into education, so I know we all love acronyms. So I'm going to go ahead and share this one with you all, which I learned when I was doing a training with the military, with the Air Force, Travis Air Force Base. And the acronym is LEAD. And the L stands for listen. And I think that we're listening to data. Tonight we listened to parents, and we've been listening to parents even before I was on the board. The reason I got on the board was listening to parents. We're listening to teachers. So I want our teachers to know we're truly paying attention, and we listen to students today. We heard students' voices, as well as being able to know our youth out here in West Sacramento. The four areas that we're listening to is data, parents, teachers, and students. The E stands for empathize. So after we listen, we pause, we take a moment to empathize. And I empathize with the teachers that want to come back, that genuinely have been wanting to come back. I also empathize with the teachers that cannot come back because of a condition, or do not feel stable or mentally prepared to come back. For whatever the reason is, I can empathize. I can empathize with both. I can empathize with parents that see their students or see their children struggling and are frustrated and are done. They're done waiting. They see us going into the red. The time is now. It feels like, it seems like in many parents' minds. And I also empathize with students feeling like a failure.
Ooh, Al, you cut out. Somebody, let me send him a note. I will send him a quick text to let him know that we can't hear him. While we're waiting, Al, you totally cut out, and you were on E, empathize.
Yes, empathize. Was I on students yet? Was I on the students yet?
You started. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So empathize. The students. When students get frustrated, it's quickly, it's a behavior issue, and they've got to hold it together. Failing, not being engaged, feeling like they're not getting it can be very frustrating. We all know the feeling of just not getting it right. So I empathize with the students. The A is for align. We're paying attention to the data. We're attempting to align a plan, and thank you all for, Stan, you've been doing an incredible job attempting to put this together from 2020 and not knowing that we would be in the red. We're in the red, so I know now I don't know if the plan that was presented, right, is now with the idea that we're in March, we're about to go into March, and we're in the red. As you know, some of those things can be obviously are changing. And then the D is simple. It's the hardest one, but it's decide. And I believe that our community has felt that they've voiced their opinion. I don't know how many have felt listened to, but I want to speak clearly to the fact that before being on the board, I did not do 6-hour meetings and 5-hour meetings. I'm a 30 minutes to an hour business owner. Call to action. Let's go. Obviously, sitting here, I'm as I'm listening, and we've all been listening. So that's been it. It's been listening, empathize, align, decide, and then live with that decision. And I think that I'm looking forward to coming together to that decision that our parents are going to make decisions to not return to in person. Our teachers are already making the decision to not return for whatever reason, whether it be medical or any other reason. They're making a decision. And what we heard tonight and everything that's been echoed has been 2 hours is just not going to 2 hours in person with my community that elected me as to be their voice. It is not a solution. It seems like they've been waiting, and then it seems like if this is what they're getting, it doesn't work. And you know, that's with all the work being put in. I have to voice their concerns. And you know, it sounds like minimum is 4 hours. And what I want to again focus on is it sounds like the 2.5 hours is the social emotional. It's because of the social emotional learning time. It's the in-person time, because that's the part that we wanted to address. If I'm correct, Stan, it seems like that's the in-person with the teacher. I would say that it goes beyond the teacher. Like I don't want to put more on the teachers. That's for sure. There's SEL happens it's the smile, it's the bus driver that's going to be taking care. You know, like it's all of us that are a compassionate community. It is not just the teachers, and I want to again to the teachers. It's not just. This is where the campus comes back to creating their culture, rethinking their culture on campus. And you know, if we're still at the 14, 15 is max, and I know if this information came out before being in the red, but if it's still that, then it's got to be clear. I think people want to know that this is the max. This is the capacity that we can take moving forward. You know, if then childcare comes into play and it's more of an add-on resource or an add-on to the day because it's needed, that is based also on staffing. You know, that we've got to be clear that we're not going to be fully staffed when returning in person from what it sounds like. So being able to now understand that and our families understand that we as we open, it sounds like again people would think lunch, some sort of outdoors, even independent time where students are reading or anything like that, like a 4-hour extension, and really coming up with some sort of way to bring that forward. I think again on this end, and I have talked to again the South as well, talk to everybody, but I've got to just echo that because it's not my opinion. It is the parents and the families that are essential workers that are in need of that time at minimum. And I don't know, you know, not to put any pressure on principals or step out of line, but I don't know if, you know, in the next week or so, they call an in-person PD and start there. And the individuals, the teachers that show up in person, as we did yesterday for the special meeting, we showed up in person. and did a virtual. But that's how surveys and thinking, decisions have been made. Decisions have been made. People are clearly going to return, or are willing to return, or are clearly not going to return, from what it sounds like, from listening. And if principals were to see who is my in-person team and who is my virtual team, and make a decision and move with that capacity in mind, because again, safety comes first. And we have to know how many staff we have in order to serve and how many we can serve, at least in the K through fifth. So I don't know if the first step is to have the in-person meeting or PD. So this way, as I believe one of the teachers jumped on, and they want to start getting creative and planning, and they want the time to be able to organize themselves. If it is going to be a 4-hour day or a 2-hour day or a 3-hour day, they need the time. And what better way to demonstrate that they are going to show up in person than to show up in person? You know, we did it yesterday, and that was the first one. I met Superintendent Hildreth for the first time in person.
And we had a lot of hiccups with me staring into the screen.
We had a lot of hiccups, and I think that's going to again ease some of that, because then our teachers can they've been doing a lot, but there is, like I said again, there is those teachers that are looking forward to coming back, that they're suffering from a lack of at times is connection with their students, that have been wanting to come back. So we do have the both sides. And again, people have made their decisions and will continue to make decisions based on what's best for themselves, which is great. I will say this, and I know we've talked about, we're all in this together. Completely agree. One of the parents that called in Spanish, I didn't hear the translation, but she did say, we are not in the same boat, but we are in the same storm. And she did say some are in a well-protected submarine, in a yacht, in a boat, in a canoe. And then there's those of us who are drowning, who don't have a boat. So with that analogy, I feel that 100%. And I want to know that parent, and I want to tell that parent that I empathize with that. And I felt that hit home. We've got to make a decision, because yes, everyone's at a loss of something, but we cannot lose the entire child to wanting to help everybody. I think one of the greatest ways to help everybody is by listening, and then ultimately coming to some sort of decision that serves. And again, we must listen to the fact that parents are deciding to not go in person, and that is going to be real. And also that we will not be fully staffed right off the bat, and that is okay. We can then take the necessary steps in order to fully see this through. So that's really it for me. That's what the word lead was. That's how it was taught to me by our people of service. And as we've seen, our doctors step into the front line. We've seen our police officers step to the front line. We've seen our military continue to serve, and our nurses. And it's definitely time for in education, in my opinion, to join those of us who've been on campus, our lunch cafeteria, our classified staff who've been on campus. It is time for them to rejoin with some of their in-person staff. And it's okay, and no hard feelings to anybody that is not coming on. But I hear it loud and clear. And when I hear drowning, it's I thank the parents that came out and spoke in Spanish and were vulnerable enough to, and thank you to the district for having a translator on hand. As we're here now in day 2 of this meeting, Thank you for being the example of the word lead. And it's just that final part when it comes to decisions. Thank you.
How do I go after an acronym at 12:20 a.m. on now February 26th? Thank you. And it goes without saying, everybody's been working really hard for over a year, right? Over a year. And we got to acknowledge that. We're all traumatized and we're all tired, and we're all extremely tired. And I want to say that I don't want us to get stuck in analysis paralysis, because that's a thing. Because we get more data, more surveys with more data and more surveys, and more research with more data and more surveys with more data. And we can go on that like that forever. And I do agree that we need to make a decision on, again, I heard loud and clear from bargaining chair. Okay, if it's a decision, our decision to open, let's eventually decide on a date to open and negotiate the impacts. That was very clear to me. Okay, that was said, I hear that. And so, but you can't negotiate impacts until you have the models, right? I also hear that, because everyone wants to see and commit to the models, right? And so that we need to kind of figure those things out together. That's just it. That's how you make a decision and you backwards plan, right? And those are and whether or not you carve out small cohorts of DI, English language learners, however it is, like, do you do a small cohort that is 5 days? I have no idea. That's what I trust staff to do, right? Like, those are complicated things, because there is no one size fits all. Let's just be honest, right? And every campus and every culture is different. And we've seen the surveys of campus on, what teachers may want to come back, and every campus is absolutely different. And it's okay, like you said, like Clerk Venegas said, if you don't want to come back and you have medical reasons, that's okay too. If there are parents who don't want to come back, that's okay too. But we can't take choice away from people, right? Because we're living in this storm together with different tools, right? Early on, hopefully I've been consistent using the data and the science and CDC about why can't we mitigate. Those are my questions. Everyone knows that. Everybody has watched me, right? We are now in the red tier. We've done, kind of shut down, and we've mitigated accordingly. So, and I want to just, just acknowledge and continue to acknowledge mostly classified staff and administrators who have been on campus ever since March. Right? Without vaccines, without HEPA filters, without HVAC. Right? Right. Like, I've heard people don't want to be our heroes. They are our heroes right now, right? Like, we gotta acknowledge that people on this screen have actually, if you want to call it risking their lives, they're risking their lives. They've risked their lives, right? But they've actually done all the mitigating steps to not have outbreaks. Right, they've shown and led, to Clerk Venegas's point, by example. Right, not perfect. Nothing is ever 100%. Like, if we're going to pretend anything has 100% fidelity, that's just not true in life. That's just not the math. Right, but again, people are getting tired of the Swiss cheese model. But every piece of mitigation leads to a more solid barrier. Right, and so, and I agree. At some point, where this is not up for a vote, but we need to actually be clear about the date and the plan, right? And if we're going to carve out anything for any specialized program, those are the things that people want. Because you can't plan on childcare or any of that until you have a model that we say, yes, we want 2.5 hours, 4 days. We want 4 hours, or like 8 hours, 2 days. We can't do anything until we actually commit. And it's not going to be perfect. I'm just going to be clear. It's not going to be perfect. And not everyone's going to agree. And that's okay too. Right? And so going back to the discussions I've had with my community, the 2.5 hours in the afternoon also doesn't work, right? The question I have is actually, Stan, is why is the in-person? I know I heard you that the virtual is more core, but why can't we have the in-person be core in the morning? And I know you said that the academics, but my children, I'm sorry, they're actually suffering at this point in virtual academically. Like their grades have dropped severely. Right.
So here's another part to that too. When we because we have virtual teachers and virtual students and in-person students and in-person teachers, we will have to reshuffle the deck when they return. So when we reshuffle the deck, then there's going to be, when we regroup them in the afternoon, those students would be on campus, but they wouldn't be getting their core. And so so regrouping students with different teachers didn't seem to be as bad an effect. But when if we change that to the academic component, then we're going to regroup the teachers during that academic component. And so that's when they're going to get their different teacher.
Okay.
And so that's where, because we thought it's safer to regroup outside of the academic than during the academic.
And this is kind of hinting before, and I'll just be transparent. I talked to Co-President Pizzati about this simulcasting, right? With our lower grade levels, that wasn't a consideration. My understanding is yes, to your point. I think I want to say Dex or Lighthouse does it, right? You have kids who are simulcasting within our own community. So yeah, I'm happy to label who it is because we all know who they are.
We have districts. We do know districts. We really felt pedagogically that was a tough model. I can tell you that we're having because and just so you know, we did share possible schedules with our work groups, and there is a lot of discussion even at the secondary level. There's a lot of concern about simulcasting as a model. And I think early on, I think I spoke to all of you and said, that was something that we talked about, but we didn't really think that it would be a really good elementary model. And yes, you can preserve schedules that way. I do know we could do that model. I am very concerned about that, how that would work pedagogically. That's just my opinion.
Okay. No, I know that, again, just wanted to kind of put that because I know just transparently that President Pizzati and I actually talked about it. And so just would want to bring that to discussion because that is something that's in our community. And that's actually a model that my nephew is using in first grade in Southern California. And
right.
So, that works for them. And actually, in our family of four, every single one of my nephews and nieces are back in person in different cities and settings all around. And they all have different models of how they do this. They have AB, they have the 2.5 simulcast, and they have, I think, just what we have. So definitely I can guarantee that no one's ever we're not gonna meet everybody's needs. It's just challenging. And so I do appreciate that and you guys trying to play Tetris, but what's coming out of this for me is that, I will work hard for those who want vaccinations, I will try to make that happen, right? Because I think that's another layer and I'm doing that and that I'm doing that. With that said, I do think we need to eventually commit to a date and commit to a plan and live with it. Because everyone is anxious because we're not clear. We're just not clear, and we're creating that anxiety, right? And to be honest, we're gonna upset some people because it's not gonna be perfect. But once we commit, everybody knows, right? Whether or not they're gonna stay, where they're not gonna go, whether or not they're gonna stay in the district or leave the district. So those are my comments. I know we keep having it on here. I don't know if there's direction to try to come back. Like what the board wants to ask for direction from staff to say, what is a feasible date to come back, right? And then negotiate the impact, right? I don't know if that's something the board is considering, because again, I think I personally I'm done with analysis paralysis and more surveys. I'm done. I think this community is done. I think the teachers are done, right? Like, I think we're all done. Like, let's just do something. And that's up for discussion. But again, I know I've said a lot, and you have Jackie at 12:30 at night. So that's just me. I've been consistent with my questioning the entire time.
So I appreciate all of the comments, and I've been writing notes throughout the whole meeting and listening to perspectives and really thinking about how we have been trying to gather that input. And so I agree that we need to come back to the board with a specific, we've heard from families, we've heard from teachers, we've explained rationales, and this is what we're landing on that we believe that we can support so that we can move forward and give people the opportunity. I think based on what we heard this evening, we want to be able to include in whatever model is what we land on is what that means before school or after school in terms of having those options. Because what I do want to make clear is we know whatever model it will be, it won't be full-time. And I think that's the most important piece of anything that I just want to share with the community now, that hybrid is not full-time. And so hearing the other information people need to make their decisions has been helpful, but what we will land on will not be able to be a full-time model at this point. So I think helping everyone understand what the day could look like, what the week would look like, and giving more information about what are the options before school or after school, that has been very clear of how that will help everyone be able to see and have a better idea of what the plan is.
And Dr. Hildreth, we can't have a plan until we commit to a model, right? Like, I just want to be clear that we need to commit to a model, and then everything else falls in place.
Yes, yes.
So, any further discussion? Sorry, I know it's late and we have a lot on the agenda. Anything else for the good of the order? I'm seeing glazed over. Okay. Co-President Pizzotti, you're looking, I don't know if you've.
I'm trying to stay focused on this at this late hour. I concur with, a lot of what you said. There's a lot of pieces that still need to happen, that in order for a plan to come together, and I really just, in order for a plan to come together, there's other aspects that we really haven't seen yet, like the childcare possibilities, or at least a little more specifics. If this is the plan, if this AV model is the plan, we haven't seen specifics about that, that really do kind of, impact my decision on whether or not I would go with this plan. So there's a lot of aspects of it that I think are really still outstanding. So I would love to be able to say, yeah, let's just make up our minds.
Yeah.
But
so
we need a little more.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if an easier thing is, now we've seen an AV model, would it be helpful to see a different model of a, and then make a decision? I know, I hear Trustee Kirby's and all this, but all I hear is that's all you've seen, Co-President Pizzotti. Are you saying that you need to have like this model or this model and move forward?
No, I'm just saying with the model that's being presented, that's been continued. I've seen the AB models. I've seen how they work. I understand what they are, but this is the one, the AV model for the younger groups, which would be coming in, which we, or at least would be presented to us right now that we keep talking about, I should say. There's pieces missing to the full picture, and this, this model doesn't seem like it's working for many people, like the majority of people. And that seems to be the issue. The only people that it seems to be working for are the people saying, just get my kids back. So I'm a little concerned about, would we be doing something just to be getting our kids back? I mean, that is a huge part of why we're having this discussion in the first place, is the social emotional welfare of our kids. But at the same time, we also have a responsibility to make sure to give them the best potential education they can receive. And I don't know if having them back for 2 hours in the afternoon or 2.5 hours in the afternoon for non-core, and enrichment is the best path forward. So anyway, I'm struggling with that, and so I've stated my piece on the AV program. I would love to see another option that also considers, the childcare issue or the learning center expansion issue, because it's necessary. These are all facets to this puzzle. We can't just say, here, let's go with this model and then patchwork the rest, which is parents are going back to work, right? They're not going to be there to help their kids out. And then you also have the issue of, well, if you're going to have a couple of days where, YMCA or Champions are the third-party providers for the childcare, and they have 3 kids that are going to be needing those services, that's going to be cost prohibitive for families, like really cost prohibitive. So, there's a whole other aspect that I haven't been hearing. Like I've been I've been making the point that childcare or after school care for a long time, basically since I first got on the board, to expand the YMCA and to expand to even bring Champions in. Like that was one of my main issues that I was focusing on early on in my term on the board, and not hearing enough about that and how that's going to look if we go with this model or if we go with that model is something that concerns me. So anyway, I'm babbling and it's 12:36, so I'll just take a breath.
Yeah, no, thank you. I thought you had a question, but valuable. Clerk Venegas.
Yeah, I'll just make this quick. From what I wrote down and the conversations I've been having, it sounds like what the community and teachers, from what they want, a model that includes more than 2 hours. It's like that's, I think if we come back with a model that's 2 hours, but it's just it's different everywhere else, it's going to appear. I think people are fixated on that, and then that's just, we've got to decide that, like Dr. Hildreth, you said it's not going to be full time. The fact that I think you said that tonight is clear. That's a clear decision, even without planning. After looking at everything, it's clear it's not going to be full time. I think the community has spoken, and they're like 2 hours is just, I don't know what to do with that. So if there is a model, one, that is more than 2 hours, two, is somehow incorporating childcare, whether it's through Kids Zone, Club West, the YMCA, and I'm not sure. On this side, I know it's all a lot of Kid Zone, but it includes that. Of course, putting safety first. Then I think people want to see a model like that. I didn't even hear 5 days a week being an emphasis. It sounded like the emphasis was about the 2 hours. And if we were to say, I mean, people were giving, like parents were giving suggestions that I'm good with 2 days, like just longer. I think even when parents are at that point of suggesting less days, or even suggesting options, it sounds like it's clear that what they want to see is more than 2 hours, something where there incorporates the option of a special enrichment program, or dual immersion as an example, or a Club West or Kid Zone, or it includes that for the individuals that have that option, just like the opportunity, and just it's looking at that wide scope throughout the day. But it sounds like that's gotta, there has to be a model if another model is going to get presented, which I believe it is.
So Clerk Venegas and Co-President Pizzotti, I just want to be clear that when you're talking about just direction for staff as they think, when you're talking about aftercare / enrichment, right? Because I think they do more than just watch kids, right? They do more than that. Is that you're looking for to fill up time that is not teacher time in the same day they're on campus.
Yes, at least that's the part that, at least that's the part.
Yeah,
at least that's the part that I'm looking at is, again, not putting more on our teachers, but understanding that if our teachers are teaching for 3 hours and there's 1 other hour of something else, or 2 hours, and we're building the day out, again, not being full-time, not coming back completely full-time. And if that model is 4 days a week, 5 days a week, or 2 days, whatever that is, it sounds like that's the direction, from the voices that I heard tonight and the voices that I've been hearing and listening to, and then making a decision about the day that we're moving forward. And this way principals can ask their staff to come on campus, and those who show up, and that's their team, and people can start now leading their themselves. They could lead their classroom, and now it doesn't just all depend on one decision. It's multiple decisions on how to get to the same place. So I think that's what I wrote down, at least, as to what that other option or the new way of thinking, people want to see in this new model, if there's one.
Yeah, no, and Co-President Pizzotti, I just wanted to clarify that it's the childcare piece is wrapped around only the time that they're on campus, or also would encompass, if there was an asynchronous day, also asynchronous time. Just wanting to know. Okay, both. Okay. Gotcha. That is interesting. Okay. There is this whole conversation about there is childcare, aftercare when there's no instruction happening, right? Just to extend the day. That's one thing. But there's also another layer of like asynchronous time in a learning center. That's a whole nother thing too, right? That's why I'm just asking for the clarity of like, are we talking about outside instruction time, enrichment, childcare? Or are we talking about if there's asynchronous hours, if there are asynchronous hours that we are, or synchronous hours, we're looking at like a learning center?
Are you talking to me?
I am talking to you. Yeah, because you said yes to both. Yeah. Like Co-President Pizzotti. Yes. I'm asking you specifically.
My question was kind of more guided towards YMCA provides asynchronous time, basically all day, right? Or not asynchronous, but they provide time that's, partially asynchronous when the kids are in the YMCA right now, okay. Right? So that was part of my
gotcha.
Point. You're still going to do the same thing.
Okay.
There's enrichment programs that can come on an AB schedule, right? can come after school.
Yeah. So your mind is actually for that care to make the experience look like a 5-day full-time program.
Right.
Okay. That's different. Okay. Okay. That I just needed clarity that your desire when you're talking about childcare, after care, is that it's just it would be a 6-hour block, whatever our schedule looks like, to fill in those times with ACES, YMCA, or whatever.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's going to have to be something. There's, you know, there's going to be enough kids needing that they won't be able to go home, right? Say 2:30 rolls around after on the AV schedule, and this is their day to be there. If we don't have to do AB, then they're going to have to stay, or they're going to have to come early and do their virtual early.
Gotcha.
Right. So either way we look at it, we have to think about that, because that's what parents are thinking about.
Yeah. So the question is for those to actually just provide an in-person experience, period, all day, even though it's not full-time instruction, in-person instruction.
Well,
Okay.
it's.
Yeah. No.
I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking to me
No,
again?
no. Yes. So kind of like, and I don't even know if this is helpful, because I think, again, it's going back to analysis paralysis, see how I can get into this. So it's yes, but hopefully just, okay. But I hear you, like how YMCA works right now, we're fully virtual, but they go there all day and they sit there all day on their computers. Is that but like, so your idea is like, okay, they would be there all day, but during that in-person, they would just go pop over to their class and then pop back. That's what you're saying. That's your idea. Okay.
Well, that's what I would imagine, that it would have to have some sort of, the model would have to look like that in some form, because I can't imagine how the parents that need I mean, there's parents that are paying for this for a reason, right? They're paying for this service because they can't be at home with their kids, you know. So there's a reason why this YMCA and Champions and ACES are available. And my question is, like, how are we going to maintain that during class time, right?
Yeah. Well, and it's just, so that's the current model. My thinking was, while they're on campus, if it's a 4-hour block for 2 days, is that you're trying to just extend the 4 hours to 6, or say it's 8:30 to like whatever, 8:30, 9:30, whatever, right? That you're actually just trying to extend it to childcare on that day, not for 5 days a week or whatever. It's just a different type of way to plan. Same thing. Never mind. It's late. I apologize. So, okay. Any other questions about childcare and seeing a model that, again, same with parents, 2 hours a day just doesn't work, but 2 hours, of in-person something, right? That kind of builds it out is what I've heard from people, like a core instruction and something. All right.
Can I ask a clarifying question? May I?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, good. So what I got here is we don't want something that's 2 hours a day. We would rather prefer something that's a 4-hour block 2 days a week.
That is not my consensus.
Yeah, that's what we're hearing from the community. Yeah, that is not Trustee Kirby Gonzalez's preference. No.
Because then they have 4 hours by themselves, independent, to be very clear.
We're also before, about a month ago, probably the biggest priority from our groups was keeping staff and students together. Is that less of a priority now? It's just really about the time.
Parents, I think at this point, I mean, the kids are so resilient. Somebody who can teach them and love them, yes, would be great. I think they will. I have heard from multiple people that even if it meant you had to switch it up a little bit in the end, if it meant coming back, we would switch up. We don't have to stick with that teacher. We would love to stick with that teacher. So let's try for that. But we understand, like, they're splitting classes and, this is going to be difficult.
No, I understand. It's contrary to the data that we ran earlier. So that's
I heard a lot.
Wanted to make sure everyone understood.
Yeah, and I heard a lot of the people, just like we've said tonight, that there was just not enough information to be able to fill out the surveys appropriately and to be able to even make comments. I know I felt stumped in the very beginning. I mean, I feel differently now than I did 3 months ago, but I did definitely fill out the survey maybe differently than I would, or at least not put comments on it like I would have then. And I think a lot of what I've heard is, no, let's get them back. If we need to switch up teachers, that's okay.
Can I make a comment? So I want to be very clear that we're going to switch up teachers that have core instruction, not to get more time. It's not to get more time. It's to get core instruction. And let me just tell you, because I tutor on Fridays, second language students, that our teachers know our kids like no other. The first grader I work with, she knows every single sight word he has a hard time with. I write her what they are. We go back and forth. That's her lunch break. Our teachers know their kids inside and out. And now we're going to change them for core instruction. I want to be clear, it's not for more time with a teacher. It's to have the core instruction in the classroom. I personally am not okay with that with my first grader or with any.
And just so we're aware, so we look at this from a weekly standpoint and not just a daily standpoint. And I understand some of the considerations, but I just want to make sure everybody understands that 2 hours a week, 2 hours a day for 4 days would equal 8 hours a week. What we're talking about doing is the same amount of hours in a week. So just so everybody's clear on that.
Say that again, Stan, please.
Yeah, if you do,
It's late and
sorry.
I'm getting fuzzy.
Me too. I'm probably not doing so well myself. So if you have 2 4-hour blocks for kids in a week, that equals a total of 8 in-person hours of instruction. If you do 2 hours a day for 4 days a week, that also equals 8 hours of instruction.
But that's not including if the possibility of simulcast, right?
That's without simulcast.
Okay.
That's an elementary, that's the elementary piece. So I just want to make sure everybody was understanding that piece as you guys discussed this.
I mean, Sarah's point is valid. You are losing 2 hours. I'm not opposed to the AV model. It just, the way it's structured right now doesn't seem to look like it's going to benefit most people. Run it past me again. I'm sorry, my ADD is kicking in. The reason why the core couldn't be done in the morning in person?
We did not. I mean, it could, but what we didn't want to switch teachers. We wanted to keep the core component with their current teacher. We wanted them, since that's who they've been bonding with, that's who they've been working with, that's who knows how they're doing the best. We wanted to keep that component together. So we didn't want to mix that up.
Okay.
It's almost 1 a.m. I think that this is not the best thinking that happens at 1 a.m. And I think we're trying to get to a level of detail that maybe we just need to revisit. I think it's also just clear that we need to, during daylight hours, come back and look at the models and have this conversation in a substantive way. I think that many of us are just expressing concerns from a lot of different community members about a 2.5, 4 days a week. That's all we're saying, right? And at the end of the day, if it is 2.5, 4 days a week, because the counter argument is that we don't, the asynchronous, for the public who's hearing, asynchronous is independent study. We've experienced asynchronous when the power went out. And I don't think that when we use these tricky terms, people aren't understanding that's what we mean. It's independent study. It might be easier to actually have the public understand that's what that is when we say, we don't use these fancy words, right? That were given to us by the governor or whoever, by legislation. Let's just call it what it is. It's independent study. And so, so again, at 1 o'clock in the morning, the lights in the club turn on at 2, so about an hour from now. But in any case, we're not in a club. Too late. I know, Jackie. So in any case, let's revisit. You've heard us. I don't like Stan. I think what we need to do is just see what 4 hours would look like and be very clear. 4 hours of a person means 4 hours of independent study. No, like I think that's what we're trying to struggle with as we have these conversations with our teachers, right? Like the AB model means this, and it means that your kids will be in independent study these days. I know. And at the end, they, like I said, my nephew likes the 2.5 hours at first grade, 4 days a week. Like he's okay with that, right? Like it's not horrible, but just again, as we're reflecting back our community voice, this is what they're hearing. And I think we just need to be clear of like, this is what we're juggling here with your request. Does that make sense?
Yes. So okay. We'll send you the models. We did have a group of models that we had presented before. We will send you the whole package so you can look at it with minutes and the whole breakdown.
Yep.
And just, I know we talked a lot about childcare tonight. I just want to reiterate to everybody that no matter what model, it's partial and a hybrid. So those childcare considerations, they exist in any model that's chosen. Right. And so everybody just has to be clear of that. Not one is not more child-proof friendly than the other, because it just depends on the family's considerations.
I suppose I should have been more explicit. You had the PowerPoint. Like, I think we just need to show that and just show people the minutes, right? Like, I feel like that would be helpful, because I think we may have seen some of it, but to have the minutes.
I was just wondering. I'm sorry, President.
Go ahead, Kobe.
I'm losing my mind at this point. Have you looked at Lighthouse's model, because they have champions on site and how they do their childcare and after school and programs?
I'll take a better look for sure. I don't. I did take it originally in November. I did, but I'm gonna have to get reacquainted with it.
Last thing, I just don't want this to stall us too much, because I think that I hear what you're saying, and I think that you've been very clear, Stan. It's switching around the time is not going to provide us more childcare hours. So again, that's something else that we need to focus on. I think what people are implying is that they just want more FaceTime, and we've heard that. So, right. I mean, I think we've heard that. So, if that needs to be an additional, whatever we do, moving forward from here, then that needs to be what we do moving forward from here, but we have to move forward. And so I think don't let this stall us, because I do think that if this is where we land and we cannot get any more time at all, obviously we're going to have to consider childcare. We're going to have no choice, and figure out how to make that work. But I think if it meant changing teachers from just the block to the 2 hours a day was not what I was thinking. So the Tuesday, Thursday, Monday, Friday, or Monday, Wednesday, whatever, was not what I was thinking. I was thinking more time is what they were saying. So if it means that I can get more time in the core curriculum and change teachers, that would be okay. But if it doesn't mean that, then, don't change me. And that's the same. It was the same answer, which was what I was trying to say. I don't even know if I'm making sense, but which is what I was trying to say with the virtual 3 months ago, those surveys versus now. Like, we have to stop. Jackie, the co-president, not Pizzotti, the other one, has said that we don't want to get into this analysis paralysis, and I think we're there. So we've got to make this choice. I think it's a great model if we can implement some other things.
Yes. So, anything else for the good of the order? Yeah. And Stan, again, it's not reinventing the wheel. You've shown it to us. I think we just need to publicly show it. And go ahead, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Can I just ask that board trustees, since it was presented, I think 2 meetings ago, maybe they can go and look at the schedules versus another. I don't want to spend another meeting on this to the point of everyone else on schedules that we saw 2 meetings ago. So I'm just making sure that we're correct on that timeline, that maybe people are going to revisit it on their own and ask questions of Dr. Hildreth maybe, or if we need to have a special board meeting, but I don't want to wait 2 weeks to relook at schedules we saw 2 weeks ago or more. I think it was longer than that.
Was that an open session? Both models were in open session?
We've presented twice. We've presented this model twice. We presented at the last board meeting. We had a version of some of our considerations then too. And then I know that we did I did share one other time before that as well, where I had several different models up for you.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, because the sequencing is wrong. So just to be it fresh, if you can email us a side-by-side comparison, because I know that you had that.
Yeah. We're gonna send it. We'll resend it. So we'll reshare
so it's
it.
Fresh.
So it's fresh.
Yeah, it's not to want you to do, because I know you've done it and the minutes and all of that. And so I think that would be helpful. And then that to which we can actually share and share to the public, because those are public documents that we can share to those who are asking and curious. So, all right, if there's nothing else, when you raise eyebrows, I think you want to ask a question, Co-President Pizzotti. Okay. Thank you so much for staying this late. I think we can close out this item and move on to board and superintendent comments, but I suggest that we can, unless there's something really pressing, that I am open to skipping over that, amending the calendar to move past board and superintendent comments and move on to consent.
I would waive this if I'll waive mine. If anybody else will waive theirs, that would be lovely.
I agree. And if there are staff that are no longer needed, that we make sure to give everyone permission who needs to leave, because this is, I think, an inappropriate time for them in terms of way past their work hours.
I am wondering if, again, a lot of this, the resolutions are very important to me. One is very important to me. They're all very important to me. So let me ask you this, Dr. Hildreth, at 1 o'clock in the morning, are there timelines for everything else on this that we can't bump till next? Like, I think we can do the consent agenda account. Like, let's move towards that. But when you look at the action items, are those, and I think there's some staff who are here waiting for those action items. Can we go through them quickly? Because they're really about construction stuff. Let's just look at it. I think we can, if we can go for another 30 minutes or so, and I'm happy to, on board governance, move other, a lot of the other things except for R4, which, there's been a lot of comments on. Does that sound like a plan under board governance? Unless
why don't we go for 30 minutes more and see where we get?
Okay.
Because I think a lot of this can be quick.
Okay, let's move the consent agenda item. Does anybody want to pull anything off the consent?
I'll move the consent agenda if there's no objections.
Co-President Pizzotti moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Clerk Venegas seconds. Roll call vote. Trustee Barnes?
Aye.
Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez?
Aye.
Co-President Pizzotti?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Consent agenda is adopted. So those folks who are waiting for a consent agenda can move on. Action items. Q1, approval of change order number 10 with Carter Kelly Incorporated for the Fallbrook Westmore Oaks Homecoming Project. Hi, Norma. Thank you for being here.
Of course. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for allowing this action item to continue. So this is in reference to the Measure Z purchase change orders. Several of them are listed, and they are basically part of the contingency budget as part of the total project of the Measure Z. And
Measure V or Measure Z?
I'm so sorry. Correct. V like Victor.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm a little punchy. I mean, a little tired myself, so forgive me. But yes, Measure V. And the total fiscal impact for these various change orders equate to $71,689.
Do we have any public comment on it? Opening up for the floor. Seeing that there are none, I don't have any in queue. Miss Nicole Curran, I see, has a hand raised on this item. So I'm going to ask Nicole to unmute. This is no longer the prior discussion, Nicole, but I'm going to unmute you if you so desire to speak.
My hand was raised for the conversation before this. It was just raised and never just went back down.
Oh, okay, great. So please unraise your hand if possible. Great.
Well, we're still waiting.
Yes, Ms. Curran?
My comment was only going to be that you guys just need to come up with another date and not wait 2 weeks to come back in order to discuss this whole number of hours in the classroom.
Thank you. All right, so if there are no other public comments on Q1 or discussion, questions about the Westmore Oaks project and change order?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Co-President Pizzotti moves. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez seconds. Roll call vote. Trustee Barnes? Trustee Barnes?
Oh, I said aye, sorry.
Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
Co-President Pizzotti?
Aye.
Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. It is approved. Q2, approval of the purchase with Outdoor Creations, Inc. for outdoor furniture for the Fallbrook Westmore Oaks Homecoming Project. Norma, it's you again.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that. Yeah, this is also another purchase order adjustment with regard to the Measure V like Victor, as it pertains to purchasing of 16 concrete tables and 5 benches to be placed at the placed by the Fallbrook contractor. And also this fiscal impact for this is $18,725.63 and funded out of the Measure V contingency budget.
Okay, opening up the floor to the virtual gallery. Giving it a few seconds. Seeing that no attendees have a hand raised on Q2, the purchase of Outdoor Creations, Inc. Do I have a motion to approve, or any discussion? I'm sorry. No discussion on the Outdoor Creations, outdoor furniture? Okay.
I'll move to approve.
Okay. Move to approve from Co-President Pizzotti. Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Barnes has a second. Roll call vote. Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez?
Aye.
Clerk Venegas?
Aye.
Trustee Barnes?
Aye.
Co-President Pizzotti?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. You may purchase your outdoor furniture for the campus.
Thank you.
All right, Q3, approval of the request for proposal for the category E-rate eligible network electronics upgrade. Yay! Go ahead.
Actually, Director of Technology, Brian Briggs, if he's
Hey.
still awake, he and I are both morning people, but oh, good. I was going to just check the pulse to see how you were doing.
I think I've gone beyond sleep. I'm ready to wake up for the
To start the new day. I'm with you.
Yes. Good morning, Co-Presidents Pizzotti, Wong,
Again.
and Board of Trustees. Yes, this is the approval for the E-rate. This is category 2, which falls under the network upgrade and upgrading all our access points. Like I said, it's E-rate 2, and it's got we only have a certain time window on this, and it comes every 5 years. So with E-rate and our free and reduced lunch, we're only responsible of 20% of eligible services, and what's considered eligible services are pupils on the campus. So the services that we do have to cover for the district office and Westmore Oaks, that's not eligible, but we still need to cover that. So that's why the total cost isn't 20% because not all sites are eligible. So.
Okay. So I think we've been waiting for E-rate for quite some time. So at the discount, the infrastructure.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
This is the second E-rate. The other one you guys just approved. Thank you for that. That was for the internet and data service. So this is for upgrading all the Wi-Fi, all the access points, all our networks and servers, so we won't have that outage again.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. So opening up the virtual gallery for any public comments for E-rate. I know it's been a conversation in the past in terms of access, learning centers, otherwise. Okay. Calling once, twice. Okay. No virtual gallery hands are raised. Do I have a motion to approve?
I will move. Keep this going.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Co-President Pizzatti moves. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez seconds. Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Co-President Pizzatti.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Go buy and upgrade your Wi-Fi. With all this virtual talk, Brian, it's a big deal. It's a really big deal. Thank you. Be well.
Thank you.
Go to bed. All right, we're going to move on to R1, subcommittee assignments and selection of president and vice president. Dr. Hildreth, I don't have the subcommittees that were open at the time, and I don't know if you have those lists.
Let me pull that up.
I know policy is one of them, and so was an open committee assignment. Because nobody wants to be on policy with me.
It's all yours, Co-President Wong.
Yeah, as you and I drafted the subcommittee, and I am a delegate, so I have to be on it as designed. Dr. Hildreth? Can you remind us of the committees?
Clarification. So are you interested in keeping some of the assignments that you have, or did you want to redo all of the assignments?
I thought we had left some things open.
We had some vacancies left. Yeah.
We had some vacancies and temporary assignments. Do we not have that?
I don't have the list.
Okay. Is that something that we can put off until next meeting?
Yes.
Oh, wait.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Argos.
Oh, thank you. So I have, if it's okay, and I actually don't know if we need to vote on this, I'm looking, my eyes are this is very small.
So we have on the Yolo County School Boards Association, it was Clerk Venegas, and the alternate is Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. For the city of West Sacramento 2x2, it's our Co-Presidents Wong and Co-President Pizzatti, with an alternate being Clerk Venegas. On the County of Yolo 2x2, we have Trustee Kirby Gonzalez and Co-President Wong, with an alternate being Co-President Pizzatti. On the curriculum subcommittee, it's Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, and so there is a vacancy there.
Perfect. So that would be where I would suggest that Trustee Barnes get assigned along with policy. It looks like those are the two positions that are open.
I would concur with you, Co-President Wong.
Okay. And I'm looking at this. I had thought the facilities had two members, being it was both Co-President Pizzatti and Clerk Venegas, and Clerk Venegas was not the alternate. He was a primary alongside, but we do need an alternate for facilities. And that would be, if okay with you, Trustee Barnes, you would be an alternate. So third in. You're on mute, but I see your face saying yes.
I said yes, that's okay with me.
Okay. I think those are all the positions. If I can read this tiny, tiny screen in front of me, looks like we're full. So if we can update that on our website, that would be great. Next up, we did commit to actually getting clarity about our governance structure with the presidents and vice presidents once we had a full board, and we do. And so now is the time to have discussion about it, or what are folks thinking? Don't all speak at once.
I'll go and I'll say, what time is it? 1:13. Okay. All right.
Let's go.
You guys.
I'm about to work out at 5 a.m. in the morning.
I know. Actually, at 4. At 4. Yeah, you guys have been doing a great job. But I do also know that I would like to see a president, vice president working together.
Okay. So do you have other? Okay.
Oh, I was gonna let everybody else, and then I'll go.
Okay.
The train is happening, so it's
happening. Any other kind of thoughts, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Okay, well, since this was put on and hearing Clerk Villegas, then I will. I was fine with the way things are going, but I think for governance it is confusing in terms of Brown Act with agendas and whatnot. So an easier model is president, vice president, and so I will be consistent with what I said in December, which is that co-president Pizzotti has not yet had a turn to be president, and he has done well on the board, served us well, and I will happily nominate him. I know he's somebody that works to build consensus as well, as is everyone here. I respect all of my board colleagues, but I nominate co-president Pizzotti to be president.
Thank you, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. I accept.
Do we have a second on that? Yeah, no, we have to have a second on that.
Oh, okay, got it.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote for Trustee Pizzotti to be president, which then in effect would make me vice president. So that is just by default, unless there is discussion otherwise. Does that seem like an appropriate vote? Because that could be, you could put somebody else up for vice president if this passes. So
in order to nominate, we have to go through this vote first, right?
Correct. We have to go through because there was a second by, so there was a first for nomination, a second, and then I will call for that vote. So Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Clerk Venegas?
No.
Co-President Pizzotti?
Aye.
Trustee Barnes?
Aye.
What?
Aye.
Okay. All right. So there is, congratulations, Co-President Pizzotti. The
Thank
second
you.
question, is there a vice presidency position?
I would nominate you, Co-President Wong.
Okay. I accept. And so is there go ahead.
Oh, that's right. I switch his hands. Okay. Let's see. Did you second yourself?
I said I accept.
accept.
So you
I said I
should take
accept.
over and facilitate.
Okay. With that, let's take a vote. Trustee Barnes,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
Aye.
Clerk Venegas,
Aye.
Co-President Wong.
No longer co-president, but okay.
Just sorry, it's habit. And I too
Aye.
vote aye.
That is your new governance structure.
Okay. Did you want to continue for the rest of this board meeting?
No, that's
Okay.
not how it works. So continue on facilitating the rest of the meeting.
Okay. Approval and recognition of Resolution 2021-32, Women's History Month. Yoros Pizanas. Oh, did he jump off? Okay. Let's see. Got to pull it up on my thing to read here. Give me a second. Okay. All right. Women's History Month, resolution number 2021-32, whereas women of every race and ethnic background have contributed and continue to contribute to our country's triumphs and accomplishments in countless ways, and whereas women have played and continue to play critical roles in the economic, cultural, and social spheres of our nation's life by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working in and outside of the home. And whereas women have played a unique role throughout our history by providing the majority of the nation's volunteer labor force and have been particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in the country. And whereas women of diverse backgrounds have served as leaders in the forefront of progressive social change, not only to secure their right of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also to abolish slavery, promote fairness, equality, and safety in the workplace, and advance the modern civil rights movement. And whereas the role of women in history have been overlooked and undervalued in the past, through its significance is now emerging and assuming its rightful place as an important part of the body of American and world history. And whereas California Education Code section 51204.5 calls explicitly for instruction in the social sciences to include the study of the role and contributions of both men and women to the economic, political, and social development of California and the nation, with particular emphasis on portraying the role of men and women in contemporary society. And whereas the history social science framework for California public schools, kindergarten through grade 12, states that the history curriculum of community, state, region, nation, and the world must reflect the experiences of men and women and different racial, religious, and ethnic groups, and must be integrated at every level. And therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District recognizes the month of March as Women's History Month and encourages all schools to commemorate this occasion, passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on the 25th day of February, 2021. Do I hear any discussion? Is there a motion?
I move.
I'll second.
President Wong moves. Trustee Barganas seconds. Roll call vote. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Barnas.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Let's move on to R3. Approval and recognition of resolution for 2021-33 Cesar Chavez Day of Service and Learning. Let me pull that one up. Okay. Cesar Chavez Day of Service and Learning, resolution number 2021-33, whereas born on March 31st, 1927, and experiencing the hardships and injustice of farm work life firsthand, Cesar Chavez valued education as a path to a better life, became self-educated, and served as a voice for California migrant workers as a prominent civil rights activist. And whereas Senate Bill 984 was signed into law on August 18th, 2000, creating Cesar Chavez Day of Service and Learning where California schools engage students to learn about the life of Cesar Chavez and observe March 31st as a day to educate, celebrate, and serve the legacy of one of America's great heroes. And whereas through civil rights activism, Cesar Chavez pursued a mission of nonviolence, social justice, and selfless service to others and organized farm workers and campaigns to enact laws and regulations to bring dignity and protections to farm workers. And whereas school and community leaders today draw upon the example of Cesar Chavez as they coalesce around the cry for protection and leadership being heard throughout the district and nation around many social problems that continue to plague our communities today. And therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board hereby recognizes the many contributions and accomplishments of Cesar Chavez and encourages all district school sites to do the same. And be it further resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education encourages students and families and staff to educate, celebrate, and serve others in remembrance of Cesar Chavez and the actions and hopes of building a stronger, more tolerant, and trusting community. Passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on the 25th day of February 2021. Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Motion, oh, I'll let you go.
I move.
Moved by Clerk Venegas.
And I will second.
Seconded by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. All right. Let's start with Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Barnas.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Moving on to R4. I'm guessing.
I would like to read this.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that. The approval and recognition of Resolution 2021-34 condemning and combating racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States. Vice President Wong.
Yeah. So I requested this, so I appreciate folks bringing this forth. So condemning Resolution Washington Unified, condemning and combating racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States. Resolution number 2124. Whereas the Washington Unified School District, in accordance with, in accordance with President Joseph Biden's memorandum dated January 26, 2021, condemns and combats racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in our schools, Yolo County, California, and United States of America. And whereas COVID-19 is fueling bias, fear, hostility, hate, and racism against our Asian American and Pacific Islander persons, families, communities, and businesses, and whereas statements at the federal level have played a role furthering these xenophobic sentiments through the actions of political leaders, including references to the COVID-19 pandemic by the geographic location of its origin. And whereas these actions defied the best practices and guidelines of public health officials and have caused significant harm to AAPI families and communities that must be addressed. And whereas WSD's support for inclusion and belonging for people of all races, national origins, and ethnicities is critical to guaranteeing the safety and security of the American people. And whereas WSD is home to more than 1,400 students of Asian American and Pacific Islander descent, accounting for more than 17% of the student body. And whereas WSD believes that all students and employees deserve respectful learning environments in which their racial and ethnic diversity is valued and celebrated. And whereas WSD is committed to global citizenry through the mission to inspire students to think critically, pursue their dreams, and change the world, therefore standing against the hate and bigotry against all of our students, staff, families, and community. And whereas WSD has passed previous resolutions regarding district practices in response to community threats, and whereas AAPI students, families, staff, families, and community are valued members of a thriving, diverse WSD family that spans languages, nationalities, ethnicities, cultures, and more. And whereas throughout history, pandemics and other events have bred misinformation, hysteria, stigma, scapegoating, and racial and ethnic discrimination. And whereas WSD recognizes and acknowledges that our AAPI community has historically experienced discrimination, xenophobia, and racism resulting in historical trauma, feelings of invisibility, and negative effects on the overall health and well-being of our neighbors before the experienced in the wake of COVID-19. And whereas communities of AAPI descent have experienced a surge of racial shunning, harassment, discrimination, and violent acts as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas there is an increase of racist rhetoric and terminology identifying coronavirus using language that is marginalizing and debilitating to the humanity of our AAPI students, staff, families, and communities. And whereas in California and across the nation, numerous reports of racial incidents and hate crimes targeted towards individuals of AAPI descent have been disclosed, and stories are emerging about harassment, discrimination, and bias that is making AAPI community members feel targeted. And whereas WSC provides educators with the expectations, resources, and support to provide instruction to students in digital citizenship, bullying prevention, and specific lessons on coronavirus stereotypes, fears, and racism, therefore it be resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education is in accordance with President Biden's memorandum condemning and combating racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States of America. And be it further resolved, WSC condemns any anti-Asian and Pacific Islander sentiments targeting our AAPI students, staff, families, and communities. And be it further resolved, WSC will continue to commit resources to educate its employees and identify resources to ensure curriculum and equity trainings are inclusive of AAPI communities. And be it further resolved, WSD invites other school districts and educational entities to join us in condemning xenophobic and racist attacks towards AAPI communities. And be it further resolved, WSD urges state representatives, state senators, and the governor to take immediate action to ensure the safety of AAPI family communities in the state of California. And therefore passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District on this 25th day of February 2021. I just wanted to share that this is actually something that's happening in our communities. And I think a lot of times Asian Americans are not valued, they're not seen. And quite frankly, and I shared this in an article that many of you have read, that my children don't feel like they're seen, right? That they don't feel like they are in positions of, are able to be in positions of leadership, that they are not unable to voice their opinion. And quite frankly, my daughter didn't believe that anybody cared about whether or not this was happening to her. And so this was something that was near and dear to my heart. And you all know that my family members refused to leave their house for fear of being attacked. And so this is something that is serious and that is happening. And I get that it happens after every major historical event. But I would call and appreciate your support and vote on this. And unless there's a further discussion, I call, go ahead, Christy.
I just wanted to also, I know she's sleeping, thank Lisa Salinas for her comment earlier. And I also have nurses who have expressed negative things that have happened to them in the community since COVID. And it's very unfortunate. I appreciate this bringing it forward and to our attention.
With that said, there are comments to be read, President Pizzotti.
Yeah, I was going to ask, did you want to read the comments? There's about 5 or 6 of them in support, or I will.
That is your role, so you should continue to do that.
Okay. First public comment from Anna and Andy Domek. Thank you for considering the resolution condemning and combating racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders locally and across the country. While we wish that this resolution was not necessary, the COVID-19 crisis has unveiled beliefs and empowered behaviors that created an increase in hostility and racist activity against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. All students, including our Asian American Pacific Islander students that make up more than 17% of the Washington Unified School District student population, deserve to learn in a supportive, positive, and diversity-affirming environment. Part of what makes West Sacramento such a wonderful place to call home is our incredible diversity. Condemning racism, xenophobia, and intolerance in all forms is critical to modeling the behavior our child need to see from all of their elected officials. We encourage Washington Unified School District Board of Trustees to pass this resolution and commit to the action in it. Anna and Andy Domek, Stonegate Elementary parents. Public comment number 2, Yen Marshall. My name is Yen Marshall. I am a National Executive Director for APAPA, Asian Pacific Islander and American Public Affairs Association. We are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization with the mission to empower Asian and Pacific Islander Americans through education, leadership, and civic engagement. Local instances in Yolo County of school bullying and unprovoked attacks on API innocent victims, businesses, and seniors validates the growing concern that this is the beginning of a national trend. Stop AAPI Hate received over 2,808 firsthand accounts of anti-Asian hate from 47 states and the District of Columbia. This must stop. I'm requesting your support in condemning and combating racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Your support of this resolution will demonstrate Yolo County's intolerance of such racist, xenophobic behavior and attitudes focused on the APIA community, which will also support President Biden's condemnation and denunciation of the current anti-Asian bias and discrimination. Thank you. Public comment number 3 from Lisa Yip Salinas, who also stated her public comment, but I'll read it for us here. Unfortunately, since COVID-19 started, I have been racially attacked and blamed for COVID-19 6 different times by complete strangers, mostly in the grocery stores like Costco and Raley's and parking lots. This includes physical assaults. Racism against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders is violent and real in Yolo County. I understand that Asian American and Pacific Islander children have also been racially attacked. Please create an environment that provides safety for our API children. Train teachers to be culturally sensitive and protect the children and teachers. The students bullying and taunting the API students that racism is unacceptable behavior and bullying as well. President Biden's January 26 memoranda condemns and combats xenophobia against Asian American and Pacific Islanders with the full force of the federal government. Please do not allow the API children to suffer anymore. Thank you for your wise and brave leadership. Public comment number 4, Ruth Asmunsen. I'm the chair of the APA Asian American Pacific Islander Public Affairs Association, Davis chapter, and I'm writing in regards to you, to your board's agenda item R4 tomorrow, Thursday, February 25th. A resolution condemning and combating racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against Asian American and Pacific Islanders in the United States. There have been more vicious attacks on API recently in Northern California, even in our Yolo County, and that is not acceptable. Thank you for addressing this issue, and I appreciate very much your support of Resolution 2021-34. Thank you, Board President Wong. And thank you, Jackie, for attending the Yolo County Board of Supervisors yesterday with Lisa to represent all of us. Sincerely, Ruth Asmunsen. Let's see, who is this from? From Kenneth Fong. Dear Washington Board of Education, the Asian Pacific Islander American Public Affairs Association applauds the introduction of a resolution in West Sacramento condemning the rising racist, xenophobic attacks targeting Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Local incidences in California of school bullying and unprovoked attacks on APIA innocent victims, businesses, and seniors validates the growing concern that this is beginning to be a national trend. A report cites over 2,800 attacks have occurred nationally. That does not reflect the number of attacks that go unreported. Unfortunately, COVID-19 resurrected the historical background and context of anti-Asian hate and violence in this country, exacerbated by the previous administration's usage of such terms as China virus and the Kung flu. As a result, an entire ethnic community which has strived to contribute to the economic welfare and diversity value of this country, is once again being victimized and scapegoated by daily incidences of verbal assaults, vandalism, physical assaults, and the denial of access to services and public spaces, and most recently, deadly violence. Your support of this resolution will demonstrate the City of West Sacramento's intolerance of such racist, xenophobic behavior and attitudes focused on the APIA community, which will also support President Biden's condemnation and denunciation of the current anti-Asian bias and discrimination. APAPA is a national organization of over 30 chapters, including APAPA Greater Sacramento chapter in Sacramento County. The mission of the organization is to empower Asian and Pacific Islander Americans through education, leadership, and civic engagement. Sincerely, Kenneth Fong, Chair. I will go to Vice President Wong. Is there a motion you'd like to make?
I moved at the end of reading it, so we just need a second.
Okay. Second by Clerk Venegas. I will now take the roll. Vice President
Can I make one comment since this is discussed, since we can say something before we vote? I just want to also thank you, Vice President Wong, for bringing this forward. I want to thank our speakers who reached out as well. And this is an important step. Thank you for bringing this awareness. And you have my commitment, and I imagine this full board, but to have this be a step, if whatever we need to do to make sure that your children, all of our community does not feel like they are not seen and they feel protected and safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez. And I'd also like to thank Vice President Wong for bringing this forward, as well as Lisa Yip Salinas for bringing this to our attention, the resolution. I really do appreciate it. And with that, we'll take a roll. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Moving on. Future board agenda items. Do we have any future board agenda items? Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez.
I'm looking at the calendar and our next meeting would be, well, I know we have our special meeting together, but our next regular board meeting is like March 11th. And so what I would say is that I don't know if we need to have a vote if staff comes to agreements and has an opening date that we can announce, because I don't know if we need a vote for that. So if they can do that, well, for it, but otherwise that we have a commitment to have a special board meeting before that date, because March 11th, I think, is too far away for some answers for our community. And if the board meeting is not needed for that date, I'm okay with that. But.
I would agree with you. I don't know that it's necessary for a vote. If we do need a special board meeting, I'm fine with that as well. Does anybody have any thoughts or comments or agenda items? Vice President Wong.
No, I'm not sure that we needed actually to vote. My understanding is staff can just,
that's right,
with consultation, and Superintendent Hildreth, Dr. Hildreth, you can actually just, with kind of all of your kind of good intentions, all that, just set a date.
That's right.
So.
All right. No more future agenda items. With that, motion to adjourn.
I think a future agenda item is probably childcare.
I would
After.
agree. Yeah. That would definitely be, once we set something in place, we're going to have to really address that. I think you're right. I can see Dr. Hildreth writing feverishly. We got it all down?
Yes, and just for clarification, the board is asking for a special board meeting if need be, or we just want to get consultation, just want to get a little bit more clarity about what the board is asking.
Dr. Hildreth, I believe the authority rests with you to make a determination. I think it's checking in with the board and making sure that we understand everything and make sure that everybody is okay with what you're presenting or what you want to go with. I think that's fine. I don't think it's necessary to have an additional board meeting, but if you check in with everybody and you feel like there's not consensus, then I think that's when we would probably have to have a board meeting.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody else? No? Okay. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
I second.
Second by Vice President Wong. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Well, welcome to the longest board meeting that I think we've had.